I wasn't gonna go live today, but here we are. Let's see, what is this? Chat highlights? Default, minimize. I mean, we can turn this stuff on, screw it, why not, right? Ain't gonna hurt nothing. Swap over to the multi-stream chat. I really wish I could go live on TikTok, but I refuse to make fucking... I refuse to I really don't want to make TikToks. It just does not seem fun. Just trying to be on the internet where a bunch of Zoomers are. Like, use a smoke bomb in your bags on the venture in the buildings. You can body pull them to stack them better for the bomb. Venture company. I don't. What is it wanting me to do? Bags on the venture co-stragglers in the buildings. In your bags on the venture co-stragglers. Okay, so that's them. I mean, I guess let's try body pulling them and see what happens. Oh shit, I'm dead. That's what happens. Okay. That's sketchy, huh? It's definitely a little sketchy. Let's eat our food here. I kind of want to go through and watch the whole Ashes of Creation live stream today. Or actually, I wouldn't mind to kind of go through and look at what kind of class that I want to play in Ashes of Creation. Like, get on the Ashes of Creation wiki and kind of look at all the different class combos. So Ashes of Creation wiki. Let's see. Raids, guilds, combat, races, classes, skills. Yeah, that's kind of what I want to take a look at. Class list. Yeah. So your primary archetypes for Ashes of Creation, you've got a bard, a cleric, fighter, mage, ranger, rogue, summoner, tank. Man, that is tough. I mean, my primary is typically ranger or mage as my like main, and then my secondary is usually like a cleric. Maybe I could do a ranger cleric and be a soul bow. Or a ranger is a Hawkeye. A fighter would be cool. A fighter with a bard is a blade dancer. That sounds really cool. A fighter with a cleric is a high sword. A fighter with a ranger is a hunter. That's interesting. Fighter with a rogue is a shadow blade. A rogue with a rogue is an assassin. A rogue with a ranger is a predator, and then they've actually got a screenshot for that, which is interesting. My homie will almost definitely be a rogue if he actually plays this game. Honestly, I feel like it would be super cool to have a bard as a secondary, at least for the fighter, a sorcerer as a mage. I mean, that's pretty cool. Archwizard as a mage though. Oh, a mage summoner is what makes a warlock. That's interesting. So what's a summoner mage? Makes for a spellmancer. Interesting. And then you've got, they just call it tank though for primary, which is interesting. You would think, I don't know, you would think that there would be a different way of saying that, but I guess if you're gonna play a tank, you know, a tank is a tank. Tank is a tank is a tank. Uh-oh. Oh, hey bro, chill. Hey bro, chill. Chill, 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 chill. There's no need for none of that. Oh, I gotta kill these guys anyways, huh? Okay. And then I also gotta kill Captain Brightwater, which apparently is on this boat. Oh, that's him right there. Okay. Yeah, let's bring him out here, huh? Let's hit him with that. I tried to get a mage weak aura, but it didn't. See, it doesn't work properly. It's supposed to be different than that, and it's not working the way it's supposed to. I wonder if it's actually set up for retail, the weak aura. No, it says Wrath of the Lich King. You must download these 3 files and put them in the proper folder. Read the README file for instructions. Um, you have to download the 3 GitHub files. Follow the README doc on the GitHub. Okay, so where is that at? Let's see. See, maybe we try to restart the game. Shoot, I don't know. I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing a link to a GitHub or anything like that for this. Oh, here we go. Here's the link. Because I really want this weak aura to work. It's going to be super convenient. Please download each of these files and place them in World of Warcraft Classic Interface add-ons weak auras media. Textures, you must do this or they will not work properly. Okay. Download that. Let's throw... Well, we'll download them like this and I'll drag and drop them into the file. Which I don't think I'm ever going to be using Hot Streak. It's still good to have. Okay. So now, I need to open up some files. copy these. You know, I actually can't remember if what hard drive I have these downloaded onto. Interface add-on. Weak auras. Wait, which weak auras was I supposed to? Wait, where did it go? For some reason it just completely got off the page. Okay, weak auras, media, textures. Texture. Alright, and then we paste that into here. Well, that's what was supposed to happen. Anyways. Son of a gun. Go back to download. Copy that. Go back. Paste that one into here. And then paste these two into there as well. Okay. That should be that. Now let's do a reload real quick. Alright, I don't know if this will actually work. Let's also get all of our stragglers here. Uh-oh. Right, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. Alright, so we gotta get the stragglers. And then we gotta kill some alliance. Oh, it does work now. Let's go. Oh, okay. That's how that works. Gotcha. Yeah, that is super nice for knowing, like, when I have an instacast. Yeah, that is super, super nice. I like that a lot. This is a really nice weak aura. Oh, that's not gonna work. Alright, so it was kind of dangerous last time I did the body pull here, but should be alright. It's only a couple. We just need 5 more. I really, really want to go over the Ashes of Creation classes today. I wonder why it gives... Oh, I guess because of Fingers of Frost. Dude, this is gonna help me play my class so much better. Holy cow, I cannot believe I waited this long to get this weak aura. How did I not get that guy? Oh, okay, well, here we are. Oh, because he's not actually in there. That's why. Jesus Christ. Wait, what was that one? Yeah, what is this proc? What is it telling me about? I don't know what that proc was. I didn't see anything. Dude, it's gonna be so hard for me to settle on a main. Because to me, it seems like the best route for me picking a class, on something, on a game like Ashes of Creation, like being a healer or a cleric, technically, is gonna be like the best route to go, you know? So if I doubled down, I could either go cleric summoner, so I could be a shaman, or maybe a cleric ranger as a protector. That's interesting. A cleric fighter as a templar is pretty neat. But a high priest, man, I mean, like, the outright heals are gonna be so strong. I mean, I could force myself to be a tank, you know? I mean, it seems like every good guild leader is always a tank, and I really want to have a guild in Ashes of Creation. Damn, dude, I did not know. I did not know about this. Goddamn, dude, this week aura is so sick. Uh-oh. Well, now I'm in trouble. I might as well grab you too while I'm at it, eh? Dude, and getting that fireball crit is insane. I should have just ice lanced him to death. And I cannot wait for Ashes of Creation Alpha. It's just gonna be so nice. To actually get into the game, into the world, see everything, really get to play with the classes. Dude, a summoner and a fighter is a wild blade. That sounds like a lot of fun. I just don't see how it's going to be possible for them to balance this game with all of these different, potential classes. Brother, just help a man out. You know what? Fuck this guy, dude. Alright. What am I doing in here? Element 115? Dude, I didn't know about. Dude, that's such a funny shout out. That's the one thing from the Bob Lazar guy, where he said aliens use element 115 to um, you know, whatever. Do the thing. Do alien shit. Base movement speed cannot be increased. Damage done to you is increased by 35%. Prevents stealth and invisibility. Interesting. That's a funny effect too, because it's like what people say they see, when it comes to like alien ships and stuff. Like a force field around it bending gravity. Zug zug, indeed, good sir. It is so nice to be in Grizzly Hills. And we're getting pretty close to level 75, and then I'll get my new mage food and water, which God, I cannot wait. I really just can't wait to hit 80 so I can get my good food, my good water, my good arcane intellect buff. You know, speaking of which, I need the buff. A ranger bard is a bow singer. It's interesting. A ranger mage is a scion. You know, considering that I do like playing a caster and ranger, I could force myself to be a mix of a ranger and a mage. You know what would be cool though is a ranger summoner. That's a falconer. Dude, I bet that is cool. You know, you probably get some dope ass bird to follow you around. A ranger tank though is a sentinel. What does that even mean? Oh, I bet you get like a bear or something to tank for you. Kill or gray war guides. Alright, let's just pull all these. I don't really know how much damage they're gonna be doing, but I think I can hold them off until we can pull. Shit, I didn't get one of them. Easy game, dude. Damn, I came up one short, and watch this be the one. Shit, I'm an idiot. I don't understand why my ice lance is hitting for the 2300s all of a sudden now too, because you know before it was hitting like freaking 900 even on a deep freeze, which pisses me off more than anything. You know, if you're deep frozen, you're in a deep freeze, you're in a frost nova, and you're getting hit by an ice lance. God damn it, you should be taking mad damage. You know, let me get that extra crit buff. Maybe that'll help me out a little bit. Get that crit chance higher. I bet that's what's really screwing me. Oh, that one's mine, brother. You take the next squad. There we go. We got it. On to the next step. Oh, it wants me to... Dude, it really wants me to take all these frickin' daily quests. Freedom is a myth. You're now a slave to WoW. Bow to your overlord. Ain't that the truth? I mean, I'm totally cool. If only like if somebody was like, all right, man, now all you have to do, like all you're allowed to do for the rest of your life is just get fed, sit here and play this game. I could probably do it. Like, there's enough shit to do that I could make it happen. Fuck. I mean, I could definitely do it for 5 years. 5 years at the least. If it was just like from what there is to do right now moving forward, yeah. I could get a solid 5 years out of this, I think. As long as I was limited to like 8 to 10 hours a day, anyways. Now, if they made me do it 16 hours a day, then I'll probably only get like 3 years out of it. And by then I could have like every achievement, just everything. I don't know. I mean, I guess there's still a chance that I wouldn't have all the mounts. Come on, man. I should have just casted them together. I just didn't realize that Frost Firebolt was like, I thought it was an actual skill. Like this whole time, like up until this week, Aura, like I really thought that Frost Firebolt was like its own skill that you had to like do a thing for. I didn't realize that it was like a proc situation where you casted them both together. This, yep, no. All right. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Love you, but why is my dude not like eating actual food? Am I out of food? No, I'm not out of food, so why is he not eating? He's drinking. He won't even let me eat. All right, dude, I see what it's gonna be. Well, I shouldn't have done that, eh? I mean, I really don't want to waste my health pots, but there we go. Bruh, bruh. Peanut butter and pickled sandwiches? That's an insane thing to say out loud. Dude should have kept that one. Alright. And these quests are really starting to eat at my soul. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, you got to do them all anyways, but having to do them while, like, you know, while needing to level at the same time is just super annoying. I think next year I'm going to save all my vacation and time off for whenever Alpha 2 is announced. Like, as soon as they announce Alpha 2 for Ashes of Creation, I'm going to submit, like, all of my time off for, like, that point in time. I'm not going to make the same mistake I made, this year with, you know, just putting my time in randomly. What am I supposed to be doing here? Oh, I'm collecting venison. I wouldn't mind to help out a hunter, camp out their stuff, or camp out their pet tames. I'd like to see, Liquid or Mal be able to get their skull tame. But they're probably not as freaking obsessive over that stuff as I am. I can't help it, man. Like whenever I put my mind to something and I want it, like I just do that thing until I get what I want. Not for long, you ain't. Yeah, Frostfire, I just don't see how playing with a rogue, you know, could be good with these Frostfire with like, with the dots of fire. I mean, I guess it works, cuz I don't think blind gets knocked out by dots, does it? Balancing and Ashes of Creation is group focused, not based on 1v1 combat. That's 1v1 matchups will have a rock, paper, scissors dynamic where one class will be superior to another one. Yeah, see, that's the way it should be. That honestly, I prefer that. It's one of those things where, like, if you're a mage, or if you're a warrior and you see a mage coming your way and Ashes of Creation, you know, in PvP and you are alone, you're like, I gotta get the fuck away from this guy. Like it doesn't matter how good I am, like his setup is just built to beat my setup, you know? And then, which I don't really see. It just feels like the rogue should always be the 1v1 class. No matter what, a rogue should have like the utility to be able to beat whatever they come up against in a 1v1 scenario. Except for maybe a class with self heals, maybe like a shaman or something. Something like that I could definitely see beating out a rogue like long term if the rogue has like really long cooldowns or something. I need to swap these mount. Oh, no. That's not what I wanted. Cannot wait to get my flying either. Getting flying is gonna like change things up so much for my leveling. It'll definitely make things much, much faster. Look, now I'm summoning the other damn mount. Jesus Christ. Oh, do I? I did not realize, good sir. Damn, the crit of a fireball feels good. It just feels good. For me, it's gonna be really hard for me not to want to play a summoner. Because I know that it's probably gonna be the most underplayed class. And that's my main thing, is I really like playing classes that are underplayed. So healers, tanks, you know, um, like support classes. Support classes are my favorite. So playing like a bard or a summoner honestly would be more my play style overall in a game like this. In a game like Ashes of Creation. And it's why I like Frost Mage so much, is because realistically, in a 3v3, like in Rogue Mage Priest, the mage is more focused on trying to lock down somebody and CC them than they really are with trying to, get the big damage kill out. Which, it always feels good to hit big damage. But it's much more fun to control your opponent and whittle them down. What is this Oh, it's my clear casting. Gotcha. That's a good animation for that. See, do I have an extra talent point? I do. Um, I think I'm supposed to put it into the arcane. Yeah, I'm supposed to put it into this, and then I think I'm supposed to put it. Your counterspell also silences the target for 2 seconds. Oh wow! I thought that's what it also already did. Yeah, let's take that extra fire blast, scorch, fireball damage. That's really nice. I could see that even being good in PvP, but there's a couple points in the frost tree that I would want for PvP that I don't currently have. I'm just supposed to be killing these fools, aren't I? Kill Dragonflayer Flame Binders, loot them for their talismans. Oh, okay. I just don't have enough inventory slots. What's going on? Let me cast. Man, the more I think about Ashes of Creation's class design, the more excited I get. I just cannot wait. I cannot wait, man. You know, I may not be the very best to ever play that game, you know, but I think it's just gonna. I really want to start a guild and have a community, and I really hope that by the time Ashes of Creation releases, that I can build this stream into something where it is a community that will want to play, you know, and do group content together. Only problem is I don't know how to um to make a good Discord. Well, that and I don't know how to make a good stream either. Technically, I'm missing a lot of the stuff that I feel like I need to really make a good stream. I definitely think that I have the, you know, a good enough personality anyways to have a good stream, you know, and be entertaining, I guess. I just need to have that production quality, the engagement, you know, and really getting, you know, get my moment. Getting all the procs right there. Wasted that one on a frickin' damn Frost Nova. What kind of class do I want to play? A rogue fighter as a duelist? Damn, dude, that's such a cool idea. And a fighter is a weapon master. A fighter rogue is a shadow blade. You know what? My homie sent me this video on Discord, and I'm kind of curious on what it is. I know he was telling me about it the other day. Let's pull it up and see what it is.
Rick James, bitch.
I need to get better RAM. I need, like, I don't know, a part of me really wants to bet big on myself and just kind of go into a little bit more debt and risk it. But the rational side of my brain says it's not smart. I don't know. I don't know what to do. For now, let's watch this video.
Rick James, bitch, will you please cover the flank? With the pyromancers and hoverboards are gay, you will join me in covering the aft flank. Healing spells at the ready, this raid is a go. Well, when you are network guild leader, you get to delegate positions, fuckboy Greg. I have 2 guild coronations. I have up to 3 artifacts from the Doomsands temples and 500 Malforian gems collected, so you can check yourself before you motherfucking wreck yourself, you butt slut. Get your shit in order. Yeah, I said butt slut. You're a butt slut.
Toby.
You are. You're not even a butt whore because butt whores take it for money. Go fuck yourself. I'm network guild leader. Okay? I call who's sluts and who's whores. You're slut. All right? You fucking butt slut. Your ass is like a library card. Everybody get it. My grandmother had a fucking turn at it.
Okay, Toby.
Your ass is you're a butt slut. You need to go to hell. You need to go to hell with all the rest of the butt sluts.
Toby, I am home today, and I only have a couple of hours to spend with my friends.
I know. I'm sorry, Mom. Okay? I'm just a part of a really crucial raid right now. Okay, and I'm really sorry, but I'm going to have to continue. This is going to take about 45 minutes for me to get through this raid. Okay? But it's really crucial, and I promise I'll watch more hoverboards. I swear to God, you need to get your shit together. You are right now equipped with level 4 fire spheres. I'm going to need you to bump that up to a level 5. Hoverboards, please, no. Do not begin the... Don't begin the raid. Hoverboards! Hoverboards, pull back! Pull back, everybody, pull back! Paladin's umbrella, +1. Pyromancers, I need you to spread fire. I need you to spread fire on the aft and the shake. Mom, no, Mom, I need you to spread fire. So what do you... No!
This is one person who could not do their job as professional and leave their feelings at the door. Hold on, let me make this bigger for a second. Look at this. Again, to name names would be unprofessional, but today's failure is one specific person's fault who could not do their job as professional and leave their feelings at the door. They're ranked for a reason. Oh shit. Forgot it, I will not hesitate. Six-week break on guild leave status. Re-imbued. Dude, you already know that's how some of these guild leads are like out there. You know, everything they say about gamers is true. You're a group of shitty women-hating virgins who don't have jobs, who sit on their cum-stained beanbag chairs all day and wish that someone gave a shit about them. Zokran rules.
No! No!
Brother, what
I
did
don't need
you...
the game. There's plenty of other things I can do.
Dude, you just know there's so many fucking dudes out there who are probably like this.
Smashed by the boot of tyranny with no one to fight for them. Today that will no longer be true. Fight, young Toby. The lords of Malforia command you.
Jesus, he tracks his IP address. Holy shit. You're doing sex for ladies with strong. Wait, what? Brother, at least you're getting engagement. Even shitty engagement's engagement, I guess.
What's your problem?
What?
You gonna molest me? I fight. I'm not one of those milk carton kids. I take perverts down.
No. I'm waiting on my
Those milk
enemy. Let
carton
me give you
kids.
some free advice, kid. Sometimes in this life, if someone wants to fuck you, you gotta turn around, pull their pants down, you gotta fuck them right back with every inch that you've got.
Sounds like you want to do them.
No.
Just being honest.
No.
That's what it sounds like.
That's not what I said. What game are you playing?
Mount Flame.
You playing Lords of
I'm trying,
Malforia?
bro. You won't let me.
Yeah? Why?
Is your handle hoverboards are gay?
Yeah, you got a problem with that?
Enemy. You are my enemy.
Targath? You suck!
I'm gonna destroy you in the name of Malfeor's Prism. You got me banned. That game was my whole life, right? I was selling powered up items on the internet for money. I was talking to a woman in one of the forums. At least I think it was. Her name was Elf Queen Gina. That's a dude. You got your whole life ahead of you. I'm 33 years old. You got me shut out of the one thing I was good at because I said something that you don't like. Do you have any clue how hard it is to get good at something after you're 30? I just want a second chance. O.J. Simpson had a second chance. He just murdered his wife and that meddling waiter.
That's really depressing. So, I'll send an email to John Galt. I'll see if I can get you back in.
That'd be really cool if you did that.
You know how hard it is to get good at something after you're 30?
And you know what? It's true. Hoverboards are gay. Must be really hard for you to get around with those, huh?
Truancy's an arrestable offense, young man. You want to tell me why you're not in school today?
He says he wants to be on me.
No.
What does that mean?
No,
Help!
no, I didn't say be.
Help!
No, you fucking piece of shit! I don't need a blindfold anymore who you are! Officer 47! 978!
Hey, Toby, look, I feel like I've been a little hard on you.
Yeah, this is harsh.
Look, let me make it up to you, man. Why don't you come up and have some pizza with us? Does that sound good? You want some pizza? Yeah?
Yeah. Oh, you piece of shit!
There's your pizza.
Oh! Oh!
Eat your pizza.
Oh, he's got me! That's the thing!
Crazy video, dude. That's insane.
Shit! My balls is totally moving, doing improve.
What the hell is this? Alright, there's that done. Now we're going back this way. We might as well just try to fly our happy ass over there on the Proto Drake. You can try to attempt to throw me all he wants. I'm the master here, bitch. Oh, okay. I guess I can throw up what I was looking at here on the screen as far as Ashes of Creation class design goes. I wish there was a way. See, so technically the bard and the cleric are support. The summoner is debatable. Maybe it's like maybe it's kind of like the druid version in World of Warcraft. Maybe it does all of the things. Kills Silverbrook hunters in the area as well as Vladik. Dude, guild chat has just been spamming bruh for 3 days. Bruh. Bruh, 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 bruh. The thing is it's gonna want me to go to Undercity here soon. I think technically for my level 74 skills, but I'm almost level 75. Hopefully I hit 75 before it asks me to do it. Oh, here we go. Well, I was hoping it would pull up a photo of that. Oh yeah, here we go. Ashes of Creation skills. Tank. Cleric. Mage. Mage has Fireball, Lava Storm, Prismatic Beam, Black Hole, Gift of the Magi, Drain Essence. That's kind of like a Warlock Necromancer style skill. Thundershock, Blink, Meteor Storm. It would be cool to be like a Necromancer, you know, mage. That would be pretty sick. Cleric has Castigation, lashes your target with a Holy Energy Whip, dealing direct damage, restores health and mana to nearby allies. That seems a little overpowered. I mean, you're getting to do damage and getting to do freaking healing and mana regeneration at the same time. And that's brutal. But I already got one of these? Since when did I get that? I don't remember killing this guy or there's assholes out here. Which, I mean, I'm also one of these assholes that are about to pull everything. We need the grizzly bears as well, so we might as well pull them. Ice block. Uh-oh. And dude, that stun they can do is brutal. The hallowed ground fills the targeted area with radiant energy, damaging enemies and healing allies over time. So it seems like the clerics get a lot of damaging abilities on top of, like, it's like their damage does healing, which is the greatest thing about Disc Priests in World of Warcraft, is that you're doing damage while you're healing. And it's just super satisfying. I mean, yeah, you're not doing a lot of damage, you know, but you're doing some damage. Judgment, holy power crushes your target, dealing direct damage and lowering their damage mitigation. Or are these dudes transforming into wargs? Go ahead and use that because it's faster mana regeneration. Divine Censure, Divine Light. Heals your target with a flash of light, reduces the cooldowns of Devotion and Radiant Burst. Super nice. Generation, Resurrection. Honestly, the tank skills seem really fun. Pulls your target to your location. Provides a small damage absorbing shield. Tosses your weapon at your target, dealing instant damage and bouncing to nearby enemies. Resounding Smash. Myrmidon's Fury, Bulwark bashes all target in front of you, dealing direct damage. Honestly, seeing how they do the tank will depend on whether maybe I go the tank route or not. Because ultimately, I know being a tank is gonna be overall just like, you know, it's probably gonna be better as far as the long-term viability of my account anyways. But I'm not really crazy about the idea of having to tank, especially if it's like New World style, like hold block, you know, like I don't want to sit there and hold block, and like that's boring, dude. I want to block on a tank buster, you know, and I wanted to have to time it right. I mean, that's pretty cool though. This has got to be old because I mean this just looks so bad, and they really got to fix that. Shice. Kill grizzly bears, loot them for their grizzly hides. Yeah, dude, that's what I'm doing. Alright, let's go back. Uh-oh, I goofed. I just can't wait to get my hands on Alpha 2. That's all it comes down to, is I really, really, really want to just experience this game for myself. Crap, I'm out of mana. Look at that, a 1200 Ice Lance and a Deep Frost Nova Deep Freeze. Like, are you kidding me? Look at the two rams fighting each other. A Summoner Bard is an enchanter. That could be a fun... Realistically, what I need to do is I need to sit down. I need to think about every possible combination of what I could want to play, and then just kind of make a tier list on what I would want to play. So basically, I would go down probably through each one. I would pick a main, you know, and then I would think about what kind of secondary would I want if I played that main, you know, and then just go through and bounce all of those against each other to pretty much figure out what I actually want my real main to be. Evade? The fuck you mean he's evading? Dude. Broken ass bear. Oh, now I can't get out of combat? Super smooth. Damn, dude, he's already got attuned to Sons of Hodir. Sinkum's already... Well, Sinkum was always a level above me, I think. Katavari is 75, so he's got me beat right now. He must have played... I should have played longer last night. Alright. I think the goal today we're going to play until like 2 a.m. We're going to wake up tomorrow at like... God, I really don't want to play till 2 a.m., but I'm going to force myself to do it. We're going to play till 2 a.m., and then we're going to wake up tomorrow and try to be on by like 9 a.m., I think. All right. Let's think about this. If I was going to play a bard, I would probably want it to be strongly... Man, I think a bard... It would have to either be a pure bard, bard, or maybe a bard cleric. I mean, a magician, a bard mage, isn't an awful concept. I mean, I could definitely make it work. A bard ranger, a song warden. A bard ranger, probably a song warden could be cool. I don't think, I mean, a trickster as far, well, nah, man, that might be cool. A bard rogue, a trickster, you know, like, that would probably have some super, like, heavy PvP, CC implications in it, which could be very fun to play. But personally, I don't know, it's hard for me to think of playing a support in a PvP capacity, even though it is what I prefer, and in Guild Wars 1, it's what I really enjoyed about Guild Wars 1. But in this game, there's a very strong possibility that I'm not really gonna be PvP focused. You know, I'll probably be pretty strongly PvE focused. I don't know, I may do PvP. It'll just depend on what I'm doing. So let's consider a song caller, man. That could be very fun. Oh, let's just Hearthbeck then. I wonder if I should just skip the Grizzly Hills. Uh-oh. Once I hit level 75, if maybe I should just skip through and come back and do them later. Because I'm like right on the brink of 75 and we basically just started Grizzly Hills. And I don't know. I don't know what kind of bard I would want to be. I don't think I'd want it. I mean, if I'm playing a bard, it would have to be a caster. I don't think Siren. It would have to be Songcaller, Soul Weaver, or Minstrel. I think Bard mixed with Bard, Cleric, or Summoner is probably the best route for me. And having heals as a Bard? Nah. I think a Summoner, a Songcaller would probably... That would probably be a good route for a Bard for me. If I'm playing Cleric, odds are that I'm just going High Priest. You know, doubling down with Cleric. For, you know, just over the top heals. Shadow Disciple is pretty cool sounding though. It would have to be a High Priest. The idea of a Shaman though is really cool. So once again, mixing with Summoner. I mean, mixing with Mage as an Oracle could be pretty cool. And having a Templar would definitely be fun, because I almost think that could be a version of a tank or an off-tank as a Templar. It's kind of like your Paladin, basically. What am I doing here? Buy coal from her. Okay. I don't know. I think if you're going Cleric, especially, you know, early on anyways. Oh, buy 5 simple flour. Oh, I don't need 2 of these. Well, shit. Recipes. Here's an 80 cooking recipe. Just go ahead and learn that. Yeah, I think just having a High Priest is probably the route to go with a Cleric. A Fighter, though, this would probably be the class that would be the absolute most difficult for me to choose a secondary for. Because Blade Dancer sounds super fun. High Sword, super fun. Weapon Master, probably crazy damage. Spell Sword, probably super fun. A Hunter is probably super fun. A Shadow Blade, a Blade Caller, a Dreadnought. Like, this class right here, the Fighter, man, is just... It's almost always what I end up making, depending on, because when in a group, a lot of people are going to default to choosing, there's usually a healer in a group, you know, of friends. There's usually the mage in the group of friends. There's usually the ranger in a group of friends. You know what I mean? Like, Fighter always seems to be kind of left out a lot of the time. You know, I think this could be a really good main for me. I think it would have really strong PvE and PvP implications. I think it could be a really incredible all-around class, like for solo play, for, you know, PvP play, for PvE play, and depending on the secondary, you know, could really make it shine. So I think being an off tank would be really fun as a fighter, as this Dreadnought. I think the Blade Caller is probably cool, but it might not be that fun. The Shadow Blade, I bet, is super cool. Spell Sword might be a little iffy. A Hunter is probably pretty standard. I bet the High Sword, the Blade Dancer, and the Shadow Blade, or no, I bet the most common will be Dreadnought, Shadow Blade, and then maybe Weapon Master. Or High Swords, probably. Maya! What you doing, sis? Why you being shady? You're being shady. What's up? Let's see. If I chose a fighter, honestly, the Dreadnought might be what I chose. And if not the Dreadnought, I would have to flip a coin on Weapon Master and High Sword. I would just have to get my hands on them and really look at the skill trees, look at the implications of the class to really know. For Mage though, to me there's no doubt in my mind. I would have to go Archwizard. It would have to be Archwizard or maybe Battle Mage would be cool, but realistically it's probably Archwizard or Sorcerer. I bet Acolyte probably has some really good mana regen stuff for a mage, so that might be a good. But I mean, if you're going mage, man, like that pure Archwizard damage is gonna be insane. You just know it is. It's just gonna be next level. Shadowcaster and Warlock might be pretty strong secondaries, especially if Warlock plays kind of like a Necromancer, where you're putting, hexes, curses, things of that nature up. I mean, that could be a very fun playstyle. Especially if there's, something kind of like how, I don't remember what it was on, but basically, I think, yeah, it's a Shadow Priest and WoW, where you, apply all these dots, and then you can crush the dots for basically a large crit. If it plays kind of like that, I think that could be very fun. Ranger is another kind of tough one, man. I think Soul Bow is a very interesting concept. I don't know if it would really be my playstyle. My playstyle would have to be... It would have to be double Ranger, or it would have to be Ranger Rogue. And then... Or Falconer. I mean, those three right there. Hawkeye, Scout, Falconer. That's... It would be a very tough, coin toss to figure out which one of those I wanted. I would have to really see what's all involved in Falconer. Because if it gives access to cool pets, for the Ranger, it would be hard not to want to play as that. But if Scout gave more, like, utility, invisibility, traps, things of that nature, I mean, that would just be super useful in PvP. For me, if I'm guessing, it would be Scout or Hawkeye for PvP, and then Falconer for PvE, or Falconer or Soul Bow for PvE. Possibly a Bow Singer, but I don't know. Rogue is pretty dead on. It's either going to be Duelist, Assassin, Shadow Lord. A Shadow Guardian sounds kind of cool. I don't really know what all that would imply, but it sounds cool. Predator also sounds pretty neat. Realistically, the Duelist has to end up being super good for PvP. I mean, at least in 1v1 scenarios or out in world combat. A Cultist could be really cool, and I bet would be super good in PvP if you had the stealth for it. But Assassin, man, I mean, how could you, like, if you're going stealth, then yeah. I hope they get stealth working properly as well in that game. Because you can't... There's no way you can play an MMO and not have an assassin be able to be stealthed, at this point. So I really hope they get stealth down pat. Summoner. Now, a Summoner main is really interesting, because right there you got Necromancer as the cleric, which is really interesting that the cleric option is necromancer. That is very interesting. A beast master for a ranger? Man. Honestly, I would probably want to play a summoner ranger more than I would want to play a ranger summoner. Because Beastmaster, man, that's like right up my alley, having pet friends. If I would have thought that I was going to be playing WoW this long down the road, I probably would have swapped to play, or I probably would have played a hunter from the beginning. It just seemed like mage was the best choice for making gold. You know, whenever a classic first dropped, it was the best choice for making gold, for kind of just like getting around the world, and I don't know, it just seemed the most convenient. And it has been, to be fair. Now, if I was going to choose a tank, man, that is very difficult. It would be a paladin or a knight, I feel like. I would have to see what an Argent really is. A Guardian could probably be cool. A Warden has a spell shield, I bet is going to be really strong. A Knight shield, I don't really know about that. A Keeper, I can't really think of how, like, my mind isn't really able to visualize that. Invalid target. Talk to Bud in Granite Springs. Ask him to follow you. Oh no. Did I just run somewhere I didn't need to go? Yep. I'm an idiot. Wait, no, that comes after this. Or does it come after this? Talk to Bud in Granite Springs. See, it says step 48, but it says Bud is in Granite Springs, which is up here. Honestly, maybe playing a tank really could be what I do. I mean, when it comes down to it, it's probably either gonna be, god damn it, no, every time I try to think about it, I'm like, well, I could play that instead, or I could play that instead, or I could play that, you know. It'll either be a tank, an man, it's hard not to want to play an arch wizard. And you know that they're probably gonna have some sort of teleportation. And if there's a wizard's guild, you know what I mean? Like, that would be so cool. But the fighters being a part of the territories where, you know, they're like war based, I think that would be super fun. I don't know, man. Just my mind goes to so many places. All right, now we got Bud tagging along. Come on, Bud. It's just me and you. I can't remember who brought up Bud earlier in guild chat. I remember somebody was talking about him. Hey, bro, leave that dude alone. Assemble a bounty hunter's cage around a stunned ice troll. I don't think that's an ice troll, is it? Dude, what is this guy doing? He's just out here raising hell, bro. Use Bud's tag troll ability on an ice troll and use bounty hunter. Dude, if you don't quit, just attack. Oh God, Bud is crazy, bro. What the hell, Bud? Alright, where is his ability? Oh, there we go. I'm supposed to use that and then use that. God, Bud, you gotta chill out, dude. Where did he go? Don't matter. Maya, you're gonna be the death of me, sis. Yeah, there's just so many possibilities when thinking about what the class design could be like with Ashes of Creation. And after seeing the actual combat, I feel really good about, you know, the way things are gonna feel and look. Exciting to think about. It is exciting to think about. Alright, sis, I'm gonna let you out again. But you got to do your business. Man, oh man, oh man. Y'all, don't look at me like that. I know your food ain't as good as mine, and it ain't fair. But it is the way it is. If I could go out and kill an elk every day to feed you, I would. Man, oh man. Why don't we throw up a video or something real quick while I'm eating? Let's see. Man, the black looks really black on here. On who will be the next president? Man, I really don't know if I want to listen to the Joe Rogan podcast, but we will, man. We will. I ain't crazy about it anymore.
Independents
We'll
would actually vote for Pence.
Just so I can listen to something.
You don't think they would?
I don't think Pence is a strong guy. I don't think he's a strong candidate.
I don't think
that's
he's
the
a
reason
one.
why they had him in as a vice president in the first
I don't
place.
think he's a one. I think he's a two. I think just like Biden's not a one. I think Biden's a two or
I
three.
think
I
you're
don't.
right.
He's like they're chief operating officer, not
Yeah.
CEO. So
Right.
I agree with you there. Who else is on stage?
That's
Who
a
else
good
is on
question.
stage?
Maybe Dan Crenshaw.
I think he would be. You think Nikki Haley's on stage?
I don't know.
You think Tucker's on stage?
No, I think he keeps doing his show. Don't you think?
By the way, he's fifth on the list right now when they're saying who they want. He's fifth.
But do you think he wants that?
I don't think he wants that
I don't think
life.
he
No,
wants
by
that.
the
Why
way,
would he?
And I also don't think it makes sense for him to do that.
No.
It's like you
No, he would
decided to
ruin
run
his
for
whole
office.
career.
I think you.
No.
You think you're. The.
It's never
He's
going to
got to
happen.
keep lying.
I don't think he
you know,
does that, but I could be wrong.
uneducated
But
Midwest
here's what
people.
I think would be unstoppable: Trump and DeSantis together. I think against Joe Biden, I think Joe Biden's fucked. I really believe
You
that.
think DeSantis is okay being a VP?
I don't know. But if he was, I don't know what his relationship with Trump is. But for him to balance out the bombastic personality of Trump and to have some sort of a message from the right, which if you get the Trump from the second debate, where the Trump is the calm, cool demeanor, but also keep the humor, but stop all the aggressive attacking antics.
Yeah.
Because those are what create more polarization, and all the people on the
stop
fence,
doing that though.
the people that
That's
are,
what
you know,
his base
well, I don't
loves,
know if I can.
and he feeds into
they'll go towards his side because Biden has a hard time communicating. That's just a fact. And unless he drops out, and unless Kamala comes in with someone else, it's a very difficult situation to try to get people to re-vote for him, especially after Afghanistan. And again, I don't know how to handle.
Dude,
maybe you're
everybody's
right
already forgot about
how to do it.
Afghanistan.
Sequencing. Maybe that's
Nobody
the right
even
way.
thinks about that
maybe
anymore. Nobody
Trump
even gave
and
a fuck at the time.
It
was shitty. It was
communication with the
awful.
military would
It
have
shouldn't
been better.
happen.
Many times. Good friend.
But at this point, the average person don't even. I forgot about it until you brought it up.
Oh my gosh, he's
very necessary.
Because he's got zero egos.
And that's
He's
not
just
why
like,
I
I love the
vote.
country. I want to make sure I keep my freedom. It's very necessary. He's doing it. His method of talking about what we could have done differently. I like what Tim's saying about it. But going back to it.
Well, he's a guy who would know. I mean, that's a guy.
He's
that
the
I'd
guy
listen
to ask the question
Yes.
of. Yeah,
he
that's
went
what,
back over there to help.
I know he did.
Yeah.
The whole was that the Pineapple Express or something that he was doing. There was a couple of other guys involved. Yeah, again, a true patriot.
True patriot.
True patriot. We salute. I salute what he's doing constantly. But going back to it, so Trump, DeSantis, those two going up. Biden, if Biden stays till the very end, them two going up against Trump and DeSantis. That's it's going to be a very. The only question is going to be if DeSantis. There was an event that Trump was bringing up DeSantis.
It has nothing to do with the people who are running. Has everything to do with the messaging. It depends on what the message is, because ultimately, when it comes right down to it, if Biden and Kamala are saying we want to give people, healthcare. We want to give people free education. We want to get. That is what people like me and other, young voters vote on. That's really all it comes down to. If they say those things, we have the majority and we will outvote most people. Especially in a lot of these states that are being turned from red to blue with, immigrants. Immigrants are just like, they're turning red states blue, and they're going to vote based on their best interest, which is, easier access to becoming American citizens, which the right does not want.
I don't know if you saw this one.
No.
Where Trump's building them up. So he says, next person I want to bring up is Governor DeSantis. He says, not going to lie to you. First time I saw him, I thought he was a little bit out of shape. I thought he had to lose some weight. And I'm like, you know what? He's a little too heavy. I saw him. I said, this guy's a little too heavy. And I'm not going to lie to you. When I went up to him, we started talking. I put my hand on his shoulder, and I said, wait a minute. This guy's muscular. So then I realized he can't be your governor. So with that being said, bring up Governor DeSantis. I've never heard anybody bring anybody up like that, right? Only Trump would bring somebody up like that.
That's an insane thing to say.
He's a showman is what he is.
I mean, you're not supposed to laugh about it because people particularly on the left, they don't think it's funny. They take it very seriously.
Yeah.
You should, and when you're laughing and you're adding humor to them, you're somehow or another carrying water for the Trump administration.
You shouldn't do it.
Yeah, you shouldn't do it. You shouldn't laugh about him or laugh along with him or laugh at his jokes.
Are you being serious or are you joking?
No,
right
I'm
now?
dead serious. Trump hates Florida Governor Ron DeSantis
saw this. Yeah, this was
because
a couple
of his
weeks
rising
ago.
popularity.
I saw this.
But who says that? This is a fucking article in the Insider.
Well, you got to go along. No, it's Vanity Fair. No, this is a Vanity.
Every time a news organization says something about, bad about the right, that's what Joe Rogan says. Like, who listens to this person? This is Business Insider. Like, who is this? This is fucking CNN, man. Who is this? This is fucking. He does that with every single person or place or company. Basically, if it's not Fox News, he'll do that every time. And that's how you know that Joe's not actually, he says the things that leftists want to hear, but then behind the scenes he actually wants those things to not happen. He obviously doesn't want access to healthcare for everyone. He doesn't want, access to education for everyone. Because if he did, he would. I don't know, man. He just wouldn't.
Vanity Fair story. If you go lower,
he wouldn't do these things that he does.
Lower,
if he actually wanted those things. He just
Trump
says
fucking
it to
hates
appease
DeSantis.
the
former
majority.
president from Vanity Fair. Yeah.
But what does that mean?
Yeah.
A source closer. That's like saying, you could say anything. You could say anything a source says.
Well, if they say something like this,
Dude,
maybe this is something where
a
they don't want the
source
two to
is
team up
exactly
together.
that. A fucking source, man. Jesus Christ. I would love to go on Joe Rogan's podcast and just every time he said something, I'd be like, oh, I mean, who says that, man? Who? I mean, what, you trust them? What? I mean, what? I don't know, man. I don't think I believe you. And just keep doing that to him, over and over again. Nobody likes James Corden. Why not?
James Corden has slowly developed
He's
one of
like
the
the Jimmy
worst
Fallon
reputations
in the UK.
in media history, and the foundation for his decline began when people started to realize that James Corden was a completely different person when he wasn't on camera. As an actor and the main host of The Late Late Show, James presents as a happy, polite, easygoing comedian whose goal is to simply make the audience laugh, although there's a mountain of evidence showing that in his private life he's the exact opposite to this, with his rude nature developing after he first became famous back in 2008. As a result of his excellent performance on a British TV show called Gavin and Stacey, James would win the British equivalent of an Oscar, although accompanying this award was an ego boost that began to get out of control.
You can start to think you're perhaps a bit more of a dude than you really are, and that very much happened to me. I had a swagger in my walk.
As mentioned, James Corden's sudden explosion into fame led him to believe that he was more of a dude than he really was, which would eventually translate into him treating everyone around him like garbage. James explained that as 2008 wore on, it got so bad I was being rude to my agent, and I I even started being rude to Ruth. If I was in company and the conversation wasn't revolving around me, I would just switch off. In addition to being rude to everyone around him, Corden began to live a typically irresponsible, newly famous lifestyle.
I'd started going out quite a lot. This door had opened to this world that I thought looked like fun, where people go, "You're amazing, you're great, can I have a photo? Do you want a drink? Come out with us." And so you just end up on this path of just 3 a.m. cab rides with people you don't know, heading across London to someone's house who you don't know either, with a group of people who think it's amazing that you're there. This is an intoxicating thing to be part of.
All of which being noticed by another Gavin and Stacey actor, Rob Brydon, who explained that when he first met James Corden 6 years prior, he was very impressed by him, yet after winning the Oscar award, James Corden was on a roller coaster.
It's okay to get swept up in that stuff, like to a point. You just have to have someone in your life that'll just like smack you and be like, "Bro, you're not fucking special." Like, I swear, there's some people that I just want to grab by the hand and like cut their hand, cut my hand, and be like, "Look, motherfucker, like, we're the same. Like, there's no difference between you and me. Like, we're the same, we're equal. We'll die the same, and we'll be judged the same. Whatever the hell happens after this life. Like, we are equal. Get your shit in order. Like, quit being an asshole."
This boy from High Wycombe, and he's suddenly enjoying the fruits of his success, and he just lost his way for a bit. He was burning the candle at both ends and becoming ratty and irritable. James Corden claimed that his streak of irresponsibility came to an end after attending 18 months of therapy, although even after this, there were still countless examples of him treating people like garbage. For example, James Corden stated in a BBC4 interview that he needed to bully his way to the top of the media world, which can be observed in certain events such as the time he'd get into a public argument with another incredibly respected actor, Patrick Stewart, whilst on stage.
When the presenters are up here and when the recipients are receiving their awards, don't stand at the back of the stage with your hands in your pockets, looking around as though you wished you were anywhere but here.
Oh, you couldn't be more wrong, sir. And if it looked like that, I'm so sorry. But when you come up and present an award, just and get on with it.
After Patrick Stewart would confront James about looking disinterested during the presentation, the argument
honestly,
would escalate in front of...
Dude, in that situation right there, I'd be a little pissy too. It's like, "Hey bro, you got some shit to say to me, you say the shit after. Like, you ain't gotta say this right here, right now. Like, get the fuck on with it. If you don't like what I did, say it to me after. Like, you need to be a professional, like, and go on with your job regardless of what I'm doing."
Of everyone.
Sorry, I'm waiting for the punchline. Go on. No, seriously, go on.
Okay.
No, go on.
Jesus Christ, man. I mean, okay, so this is where he took it too far. Like, the first thing he said is like, "Go on with the presentation." Like, yeah, that I can agree, because if somebody just says something to you in front of like everyone, you know, all right, stand your ground, you know, like, defend yourself, but then let it go. You know what I mean? Like, words were said on both sides. Move on with your life. Don't act like that right there. Don't be that guy. Like, because now you're just being spiteful, like, because your feelings are hurt. Like, you're being a child. That's crazy, man. All right, I'll throw it back up on the other screen. We got some leveling to do.
You can see my belly, and we can all see you dying right now. Let's go for it. Here we go.
Which was concluded by James and Patrick bickering in the background while someone else was talking on the microphone. Now, to cut James some slack, Patrick Stewart was probably in the wrong here, considering he was the person who began the argument. Interestingly, after James Corden gave him a very favourable introduction.
What was really confusing about it was I gave him like a massive intro.
Yeah, I know.
I said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome an actor who's held in such high esteem. Please welcome the brilliant Sir Patrick Stewart." And then he came up and did that.
Although James still decided to engage and clap back with a few jabs of his own, so it's safe to say that he also had some degree of responsibility. There are other examples of similar situations where James has acted rudely, however, only after being provoked by someone else first. Countless paparazzi videos show James walking through Los Angeles looking quite angry and disinterested, although having a camera involuntarily shoved into your face probably doesn't facilitate the best environment for a good mood.
I need to turn it down a little bit, eh?
Deck played a prank on James Corden, attempting to make him late for
Yeah, that's probably a little more reasonable. for sound.
going out of their way to make him angry.
You know what? There's actually something else that I wanna look at real quick. Do it off screen though.
Me anythings in internet history. 3 fan interactions were highlighted, which James had absolutely no excuse for. Hey James, you won't remember me, but me and my friend sat at a table next to you and Harry Styles plus some others in Manchurian Legends in London's Chinatown about 6
I really
years
want to
ago.
look
We didn't
into
bother
getting
you,
a
but you
stream
were
deck.
aggressively entitled dick who yelled and treated the wait staff like shit, and when one of my party politely suggested you calm down, you got really aggressive and threatening. So my question is this: why did Harry seem so cool while you were such a massive throbbing bellend? This post was followed by another which read, I went to a James Corden live recording a while back. He had nearly zero interaction with the audience before/after the show and was on his phone entirely during commercial breaks. I guess that's his prerogative. He may have been having a bad day. I also realize it must be difficult to be on all the time, but I remember being extremely disappointed. By comparison, I've been to a Jimmy Fallon recording and a Letterman recording, and I can say with full conviction that those guys really seemed like they cared about their audience.
$150 for a stream deck, but what does a stream deck even do?
Final anecdote reading, massive dick in person. I saw a League of Their Own filming live. Through multiple tantrums over minor things at the production staff, with him being incredibly rude to them, which made the other regulars seem very awkward like it was usual. Between each take, the other celebs would be chatting amongst themselves, bantering about. James was glued to his phone. At the end of the filming, people got up to go get pictures with James, and he massively kicked off shouting at people to go away and go back to their seats, and the few he did let have pictures with, he was moody as. Seeing him like that made me realize everything you see of
I just don't really know what the stream deck is for.
When continuing on through the AMA, it becomes pretty obvious as to why James Corden only answered 3 different questions before calling it quits. Why are you, James, such a deeply unpleasant person? Did your parents raise you that way? Have you ever considered being funny or likable? James, are you aware that everyone thinks you're a hack and a talentless asshat? With his third comment here relating to the next reason behind James Corden's decline. Many of his on-screen performances have simply been terrible. A petition requesting that James Corden not be cast in Wicked the movie gained close to 110,000 signatures, and after Friends announced that James Corden would be hosting the TV show's 15.
Honestly, I think it would be better if I got some new RAM before I got a stream deck.
Since 2004, but if someone told me James Corden would be in it, I'd have.
What did I just do? Ah, crap, I need to close this crap out. It's putting too much pressure. This is what I'm talking about, why I need new RAM.
Have told them not to bother. James Corden adding the Friends reunion to the list of things he's ruined with his mere presence. Additionally, after starring as the main character in the 2019 film Cats, the movie received a 2.8 out of 10 star rating on IMDb, as well as reviews so awful that James Corden didn't even end up watching the movie himself. However, James stating that he didn't watch the movie wasn't the only thing that was interesting about this interview, as he'd also discussed another topic which had turned much of his audience against him, his beef with another talk show host, Bill Maher. In September of 2019, Bill Maher published an editorial about obesity, with the contents of such being discussed on the Joe Rogan podcast.
Look, you can't keep eating as much as you want and as shitty a food as you want. You just can't.
That is not something that anybody wants to hear, though.
People loved it until James Corden said something.
As mentioned, James Corden wasn't too happy with these comments and would call Bill Maher out by making both some reasonable arguments.
If making fun of fat people made them lose weight, there'd be no fat kids in schools and I'd have a six-pack by now.
As well as some awful ones, such as
I mean, that's kind of true though.
Statement that Bill Maher was simply lucky to have a body that burned more calories than him.
We're not all as lucky as Bill Maher, you know? We don't all have a sense of superiority that burns 35,000 calories a day.
Which Bill interpreted as the easy, low-risk way out of the argument.
He missed a great opportunity to literally save lives. He took the easy way out. Of course, you can always get applause for saying, oh, let's boo the mean man who told the truth. That's not brave.
As is usually the case with these kinds of topics, there were supporters for both sides of the argument. However, James
boot the water feed underwater.
A divisive conversation where people already disagree with him was probably a net negative toward his reputation, just like the time his carpool karaoke was outed for being fake. The segment during which James Corden drives around singing songs with various famous musicians was called out by a user on Twitter in early 2020 after they noticed Justin Bieber and James Corden in a car, which wasn't being driven but rather being pulled on a trailer. The video would rack up over 14 million views, which prompted an
I mean, that's interesting.
James Corden himself, in which he would go ahead and debunk the claim that the series had been faked.
95% of the time, I really am endangering the lives of the world's biggest pop stars. Here is a list of every carpool karaoke where I've used a tow, and this is a list of every one where I was driving the car, okay?
However, while Corden did a pretty good job of debunking these claims, there are still countless comments on every carpool karaoke from people who never saw the debunk calling the videos fake. This all feels so fake when you know he's not actually driving. Fake news, James isn't actually driving. James Corden, stop cheating people with your carpool karaoke. Can't believe all these celebrities put up with this fake show. Next time at least drive the damn car. It seems like even when James Corden is in the right, his audience selectively decides that he's still in the wrong, which has also been speculated as part of the reason behind his recent announcement that he's leaving the public spotlight. On the 29th of April,
that is interesting.
James Corden would upload a video to his YouTube channel titled James Corden Discusses His Late Night Future, in which he'd announced that he'd only be hosting the show for one more year.
I've decided to sign for one more year on the show, and that this will be my last year hosting the Late Late Show.
In a different interview, James Corden specified that his motive for leaving the entertainment industry was to spend more time with his family.
I don't want to do it forever. We're a really long way away from home, and we're a really long way away from people who are getting older, and we're a really long way from them if something should ever happen, and that plays on my mind a lot.
However, many have speculated that being such a disliked celebrity,
I mean, come on, brother.
unbearable amount of pressure on him becomes especially obvious when
you know that's what it is. People just don't like him.
James Corden is a talentless bag of garbage. Goodbye, good riddance. Finally, we don't want him anymore. Ruins everything he's involved in. Probably one of the most
the heck is that?
in the business, it seems.
Mastered Elements? What is that?
Please don't come back to the UK. Please don't come back to the UK. With each of these comments being accompanied by flattering articles such as, farewell James Corden, you were an asshole.
Oh, I'm in trouble here, huh?
Yeah, Tub did post a new video. I'm pretty confident I'm going to know all of these.
Oh shit, I wasn't paying attention.
Oh,
Fuck.
wait, hold on, I don't want spoilers. All right.
I would have hit a health pot there if I was watching.
You in the chat, Tub?
Damn it, Charlie, I do not want to watch whatever you're watching, brother. Or I don't want to watch you watch something. Oh, nice, thank you. It's all good, brother. I really would have thought that these guys were. Let's get that extra crit in. Full PC gaming setup inside of a fucking vehicle. This dude's doing gamer shit on the road.
Hi, I'm Jasper Sunshine, and this is my van that I live in full-time with my 2 dogs on the southern part of Vancouver Island.
Yeah, bro. That's sick. That's what I'd like to do.
Harvest Host has created something unique, an RV membership for people with self-contained campers that includes van lifers to stay at memorable host locations around the continent. The classic membership allows for overnights at farms, breweries, wineries,
That's pretty sick.
and much more. Join the Harvest Host network and get access to over 2,500 host locations today. So click the link in the description and use code FLORB at checkout to save 15% off your annual membership. And remember to subscribe.
In 2018, I had no real option other than to move into a van or go on the streets. This
I feel that.
Ship, I found it probably online. It was a BC Hydro union-owned vehicle and well-maintained, no rust. I built this van out by myself the first time at a public beach with banks in Vancouver. And then something big in the world happened around 2019 or 2020. So I did get into sticks and bricks, and I took a bit of a break. One night, I thought to myself,
See, that would be a pretty sick life, man.
I'm so bored in a
Just
condo. I can't just sit here. So I started my creative process to
see if I could get my freaking stream/YouTube channel to like grow to where I could actually make money off of it. This is probably what I would do. I would just make something like this and just travel around, stream on the go, have like Starlink internet, take it everywhere with me.
Box truck with a 6.8 liter Triton V10. Having a fully Line-X vehicle is very rare. This is something I had done based off of the inspiration of my friend who runs the YouTube channel Up North of 60. You can't really scratch it. It acts as a sound barrier. It acts as an extra layer of insulation. To clean it, I literally just power wash it. That's it. So if we focus on the tires, these are brand new KO2
Not
tires.
really sure what Mastered Elements is.
In the front and two 25s in the back, and the reason being is this was a BC Hydro vehicle and there's about 13 leaf springs in the back, so it naturally will sit this way to carry all the weight. So I just put imbalanced tires on and it works. In the front of it, I've got a huge light bar. The light bars and the floodlights is all controlled from a switch in the cab. I've got two yellow floodlights that
Go in biz for a second.
building fires and stuff. I just put those on.
Gotta evacate off.
It's all run off of solar. I have a 30 amp shore power plug right here, and that came with the vehicle. Having a vehicle that is already pre-wired works great. This is where I keep a lot of my tools. They're all compatible batteries. In this locker, I have the back of my Northern fridge that's 12 volt and 120 volt. So right here, if I wanted to switch it to shore power, then I could, but while I'm plugged in, my 12 volt batteries instantaneously start to charge. So that's the back of my fridge with the ventilation and my propane locker, and there's some holes punctured down below for ventilation. And when my water hose isn't being used, it goes right there. This is my hot water on demand system with some propane lines. I've got two.
I mean, that's pretty nice.
Tanks. This is for the sink. I believe it's 8 to 10 gallons. And there's a quick release valve underneath the sink, and it drains right out of here, which is super convenient. I don't have to come outside. And yeah, this is the exhaust for the Gerard hot water on demand. It takes maybe 30 seconds. You lose a little bit of water, but it's instant. And this is the plumbing for my water tanks. Now, this is a really cool system. I actually am pretty excited to get into this. So here's the fill, and this is a 30-gallon fresh water with my water pump, and I have another 30-gallon that's mounted underneath. So the underneath one isn't insulated, so when we had a cold snap here on Vancouver Island, I closed off access to the outer tank, and I was only using my 30-gallon indoor tank. And my heater, it's the SBAR gas model, so it's the same as when people say they have a diesel heater. This is the gas version. That off gases heat inside of here, and that was able to keep all my lines not frozen, and my water tank especially. So I was able to use it in -10, -20, -30 if I needed to.
Jesus, dude.
So I've got another light bar up top and two floodlights, custom housing unit.
And
that's
why am I
also
sweating?
Line-X'd, and inside of it is a ring camera. So I have a 360 view for ring cameras that I can access.
I mean, that's pretty sick,
so when
man.
I go to the gym, I also have cameras indoors, and I can like look at my dogs and look at what's around and set alerts for different zones and things like that. I've got two awesome storage units. I can use them for beers in the summer. Yeah, and then on this side, that's just the shower. This is the shower tank down below, so when I wanted to empty it,
Loot them for 5 frozen. Oh shit, okay.
That's why I've got this hose.
I didn't know I was supposed to be grabbing those frozen mojos. It didn't pop up as a quest item.
Lithium-ion Trojan Trillium batteries. If you go to a solar place and you pound for pound look for the best quality lithium-ion battery, Trojan
Shit,
Trillium,
why am I
that's
sweating,
nice.
man?
My heater can vent through here. It's also attached to my alternator, so it charges, and I've never had an issue with my batteries not working. All right. Welcome to my cab. This is a bolted door. Break into this vehicle and try and access the cab. Good luck. Full-size Dyson vacuum. It's got 2 seats and a steering wheel, so we're good. All right, let's go inside and take a quick look. This is my shower with a stainless steel shower pan. As you can see, there's no toilet. Parking inner city, going to the gym every day. I didn't want to sacrifice that real estate, and I've 100% easily made that work. The walls in the shower are the exact same vinyl.
God, am I dying or something?
Aesthetically is very pleasing, and
I'm fucking sweating, feeling lightheaded.
This is my
Feels
dinette
weird, man.
area. Under here, I've got a bunch of dog stuff like dog food and toys. This is a lagoon table, so it swivels. I can also lower it and add cushions, which I don't have cushions. That's just something I've chosen not to get yet. And it turns into a full-size bench. Underneath this one, this is a Dometic freezer, and it vents very well right there. All the cabinets have push to lock and push to open with really good hinges. Regular RV window, and then on to my absolute favorite part of the whole build. Somehow, about a year ago, got my hands on a Founders Edition 3090 Intel i9,
Jesus.
64 gigs of RAM, 2 terabyte SSD. I mine crypto.
What do you do for work?
When it's up, it brings me about $250 to $350 USD per month, powered by solar. Not easy to do, by the way. The graphics card alone, when mining, pulls 450 to 550 watts. I've got a light right there that I can change with an app. Really good for when I stream on Twitch or when I'm gaming, and really helps sets the mood. This is a
So what, he just streams?
double bed. I just step up here, hold on to the bed frame, and voila, I'm up in the bed. So up top here, I've got a Sirocco. That's a great fan
This would have been so sick.
summertime.
I would love to have something like this.
Reading lights on the wall. There's those like magnets. That's for my phone. As a content creator, I can just mount my phone magnetically. They're literally everywhere. It's kind of like an Easter egg if you look for them. I make handmade beaded bracelets, so I've got all of that back there. I've got some camera gear, I've got my gym bag, and more importantly, I've got the circuit breaker for my electrical, so everything is switched over to the inverter, and when I plug into shore power, I just transfer everything over here. I like my clothes to be displayed.
It would be so wild to have something like this.
Coat rack that I've painted matte black. Looks pretty good. I've got my shoes underneath.
Some of these places are so crazy.
My Dyson vacuum is mounted right below. This is my Cubic Mini Grizzly wood stove. To have it running overnight and to really spread out the heat distribution, I'd recommend.
Yeah, I bet it does get cold.
But other than that, Cubic
And
Mini
I bet if you don't have something like that.
a bamboo countertop, bamboo sink insert.
See, that looks so nice.
All of the cabinets, including the walls
Crap.
and above the ceiling, above this, it's like a laminate arborite finish, what you would use for a sink top in a house. That's what that is. So it's like what?
I mean, dude, it's pretty slick looking. I don't know. I think I would have to have something a little different. End of the world rig. Oh my god, look at that sucker. This guy's ready. Yeah, come on, I gotta see it. At least a little bit of this. At least gotta see a little bit of it.
I'm Gordo. We're in my 2003 International Bluebird school bus, or what used to be a school bus.
Yeah, that's not a school bus anymore, brother.
Full years, been making it into something no one's ever seen before. The pillars of this build are flexibility. It's not like a tiny home exactly. It's not like a lot of other conversions out there. It's more optimized for going out on the road on adventure type use and going out and doing weird big projects. It's built to sort of be a truck when I need a truck. It's built to be a camper when I need a camper. It's built to be able to live out of on the road for as long as I might need to, but not as a full-time living situation.
I mean, that's pretty cool.
Do some mental gymnastics, like to make it make sense for me financially. And one of the ways that I did that was to make it as flexible.
Oh, I ain't got no mana. Ah, shit.
Useful for as many different things
I'm dead.
Possibly make it. But also, it's been a lot of fun to.
No, I'm good. This guy's weak.
Project to just be fully my own utilitarian.
Oh, I can't.
Spaceship type vibe that I've been embodying. It's been really fun to just have full freedom to go after that. To that end, the third fun thing about it is seeing people look up at me from their passenger window on the highway and go, what is that? You know, like seeing other people try to figure it out is fun.
Dark grog in your inventory, spam throw it on the undead trolls in the area. Grog requires you to throw it from at least 30 yards away. Gather up as many mobs as you can, frost over them, then use the grog on them from range.
Thank you for asking. The original location of the fuel tank on this
What
bus was
am I gathering
in the
up?
middle of the frame behind the rear axle, and in order to fill it up, it had a tube that came like way up to this level, so I had to get rid of that to make my flatbed, and so I moved the fuel
Let's
tank
just
up
see
to
if
here.
these are the
This is
right.
the original tank, but just in a new location. And then on the other side, I've added a second tank. Coming off of this tank, I run my diesel generator, my diesel heaters. There's fittings on there to get fuel in and out, like by a fuel pump system to the other tank. So there's just, at this point, so many fittings on that tank. Both tanks are 65 gallons, so my total fuel capacity
I'm dead,
is
dude. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead.
expensive these days, but it gives me a lot of range. So the door is the stock door, and the mechanism of the door is the stock mechanism, but I built a new frame and a new set of stairs to put it in. This is just a big aluminum underbody storage box. The catch-all storage, the junk drawer, if you will. This is here because right inside this wall is where all my Victron
Must be the wrong way.
all my distribution.
Wrong place.
Having the batteries right here makes the wiring really simple. And this is 2 drawers of 6 batteries each. This is the 3 starter batteries, and then 3 AGM gel hybrid house batteries, and then this drawer is 6 more house batteries. I went with gel hybrids because the temperature requirements on this build made me a little uncomfortable going with lithium, because this build sits unattended in the winter for long periods of time.
See, I would honestly prefer to live in something like that. Which, I mean, I'm happy with what I'm putting together, you know, with my tiny house, you know, but it would be much cooler to have something that was mobile.
And it's been great to me, honestly. The school district that I bought it from had
It would be a little annoying just to try and, you know, keep the maintenance up on something like that.
It's still a bus, it's still slow, it's still huge, but no complaints. The bus is 36
And overall, I'd say the value of it probably would drop over time instead of increasing. Still be cool though.
Just cut most of it off. This is my shore power hookup.
I'm gonna finish out this quest.
Haven't really needed to worry about having more capacity than that. I have so many other options. Diesel generator, very fancy sliding box that I made.
Let's get my procs.
5 kilowatt Cummins QD generator. I got this generator off eBay, and the generator was like $1,800, I want to say. It was more than that after I shipped it. Almost an even $2,000 because of the ways I.
They always save the inside for last. Annoying.
Run off of it, having a source of
Because none of this stuff I understand. Like, I don't know anything about this stuff. It's just like they're saying a bunch of random words that make no sense to me.
was certainly a lot cheaper than putting a full roof of solar and a full huge bank of lithium batteries only to solve the problem of how do I run my welder. Every so often I have an issue with a diesel heater where like one of them loses their prime or like they get an air bubble in the fuel or something like that. I finally got sick of like crawling under the bus to fix a leak or purge a line or whatever in the middle of the winter. So I moved everything out here to this box. This is a little priming pump. Squirts diesel out this hose and I can catch it in a cup, but that lets me prime the whole line between my tank and here easily. So that was a quality of life mod for myself. I sort of built a secondary and I painted on swivels.
Dude, show me the inside, dude.
For people in to all the stuff that want to have a half blackout, a kite in the back. Messed up. I was like, maybe I should just have a big bag. And it turns out, yeah, I should just have a big bag. And I recommend everybody have a big bag.
Yeah, brother. I mean, that's cool and all, but yeah, just nah. Living with the 2022 electric, nah. Inside Osaka's weirdest tiny apartment. I believe that Neiman has cheated. Magnus has spoken. Dude, even esports channels are covering the chess stuff. Five of the most dangerous jobs in the world. Idiots in Cars 81. I mean, you do gotta love these.
This video is made for educational purposes and contains significant original text commentary.
Oh god, what happened? Oh, hits barricade on the freeway? Shit. Okay, well, I guess this is what's happening.
Okay, Garmin. Save video.
Choo! I about got clapped. I almost got all 20 in one throw. Shit. He's listening to the podcast. Why is it not working on him? Are you serious? Thunder. Almost got T-boned. Whoop. Are you serious, dude? As soon as I threw it? Okay, it got him. Woo!
What are you doing? What are you doing? You see the camera? Was only strong enough to get what he wanted.
Oh no. You listening to some preacher in your car? What the hell just happened? Why is this happening? Oh, I'm dead again, dude. Oh, I gotta health pot that. It's wild, like, how many people honk their horn. Like, even if somebody's doing something crazy, like, I never honk my horn. Like, literally ever. Like, I don't know. You know, unless it's, like, to warn somebody, you know. Like, if I'm trying to warn somebody of something, I will. But, like, I don't honk just to, like, I don't know, like, honk about something. Dummy. Yeah, see, like that right there. It's like, why is that people's like reaction? Like, they're, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Like for me, I just do a tap, like beep, like hey, look, like you know, like. But people like slam on their horn, I guess, because they're pissed. But God, I'm like so close to hitting 75. Actually, this quest might put me over. Yeah, this quest should put me over. I'm like 700 XP away or something. Or no, I'm like 1,000 XP away. I must have been in Florida right there. I wish they would put where this stuff happened at. Oh, shit. Yeah, you just always think that the other person is gonna stop, you know? Oh, no, don't do it, don't do it! Oh, shit! Hope he was wearing a seatbelt. Sheesh. Sheesh. Yellow light is one of those things where it's difficult because it's clear the intersection, but if you're going at a certain speed, it's also hard to not stop to go through. Like, so you kind of just gotta keep going because if you try to stop, you're just gonna fucking slide through an intersection. No way. Oh. No way, dude. What an asshole. You literally couldn't have just waited? Yeah, Paris, California. All right. Wow, dude. You literally couldn't have just waited a second? I mean, yeah, that person shouldn't have, like, you know, like once you pass the spot, just be past the spot. You know what I mean? Like, circle around for real. Because it is annoying to have to, you know, sit and wait on you to fucking go past the spot and then try to back into it. Like, are you serious? But still. Ooh.
Wow.
No. I mean, you can't really be too upset at them for that one. Like, you can't see around those cars, man. You just kind of got to guess. Oh, they went through the red light too? Makes you turn from a right lane with no signal? What if it was just them? You know? Ooh. Yeah, that would kind of piss me off. I've had people do some shit like that to me before. Like, they'll be in the wrong lane and then just try to turn from that lane. It's like, whoa, 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 motherfucker, that's not what that lane was for. Like, you just need to just continue on with your mistake and fix it at not my expense. Why is it always the people with nice cars who don't know how to fucking drive?
This video is made for educational purposes and contains significant original text commentary.
Oh, was that not the one? Oh, I don't think I was supposed to accept either of those. Oh well, I've got them if I need them. Or let's just actually abandon this. Or no. It did want me to have that, didn't it? It said Westfall Infantry. Kill Westfall Brigade Infantry. It didn't say anything about picking up this one. Oh! What?
I should have recorded that. Oh, that's almost died.
Yeah, they did almost die. Holy cow, dude. That is insane. Oh, oh, you got it. You got it. You got it. You got it. Oh, you ain't got it. You ain't got it. Oh. It's a good try. High tension springs. Loot the cogs and sprockets and springs that you see in the area. You just flip him off? Why, dude? Oh, come on, dude. Don't be a dick.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You stopped in the middle of the intersection. No, you're fucking all at my. No, I wasn't. Yeah, you are. I'm calling the police, man. And then you fucking smash into me? Yeah. Call the police. Dude.
Are you serious? Dude, it's like forever full inventory.
I didn't realize I was on the wrong side of the road.
You know, it's mad. I was about to say something, but I thought, no, it's fine. It's on the right side.
His homie was just gonna let it happen. Nah, dude, as soon as like one tire goes over, like I'll let somebody like ride the line for a second, but if a tire crosses that line, like if I'm sitting on like looking at the barrel, I'm like, hey dude, hey, you can't be doing this. Like I'm not dying for you. People get so damn pissy on the road, man. I swear, dude. It's like, just chill out, you know? Go on with your life. Oof. You done goofed, son. Got that license plate, too. Let me guess, they try to run? Yep. Idiots, man. Absolute idiots. Ooh. Left and claimed the Jeep in front of him, cut him off, so he swerved and hit me. No injuries. Insurance is paying for the damage. Yeah, honestly, like, getting in an accident, like, honestly, isn't most of the time, ooh, isn't that bad. It's just the fact that it's, like, annoying. It's just like, God damn it, now I gotta stop and I gotta, like, talk to this person that I don't want to talk to about a situation neither one of us want to be in. Like, God damn it. Like, it's just a headache more than anything. Oh, I hit 75. Shit. Do I got a flight path here? Technically, my flight path is down there in Conquest. I think that there's a flight path at Amber Pine.
The initial sooner or later,
Well, or I guess there's not.
I mean, that one time that was very suitable. Yes, that's the one.
I don't want to have to run from Conquest all the way back up here. We'll just keep trying to push forward as we have been. Oh, is this a big truck? Why? Why is it doing that?
Camera.
Well, it's not about the camera, brother. He wants the pills.
Yeah. Mile marker 19. He's trying to trap me into rear-ending him. I'm in a semi-truck and he keeps getting in front of me and standing on the... just about got me to rear end him because he stood on the brakes while I was doing 70 mile an hour.
That's a yield, you
Ah, man. That would just not be fun. There are just too many stupid people who should not be allowed to drive a big truck. I mean, enter a broken down shredder, use overclock. Three to run faster, 4 to escort it back. And use shredder delivery. Slowing down to road works. Traffic controller up ahead, slowing cars down to allow other cars to pass. Heading northbound, always look out for unexpected having occur. ULD, old Australia. Holy cow, man. That could have got so bad so fast.
This video is made for educational purposes and contains significant original text commentary.
And then there's also the fact that, like, you can't get good data.
Please don't text and drive. No kidding. Especially if you're not able to do it.
Okay, Garmin. Save video.
Actually performing a good study. But that like kind of negates his entire like ethos that he's like self-proclaimed. Like just
Oh, I gotta deliver 3 of these sons of bitches.
Whoa! What the hell? What are you honking?
What is going on, dude? People are crazy, dude. Oh!
Whoa, what the? What is that? 有问题了吧？那个车 ，my car is like I think.
Oh. Oh. Hold on a second, brother. You about jacked yourself up. Oh, he's lost it. He's lost it. He's gone. He's gone. He's gone. Don't hit that person. Oh, don't go across the median. You got it. You got it. You got it. Don't hurt nobody. I gotta ask somebody for permission. They're not gonna let me. What was that dude listening to? Oof, brother. Unforgivable language. Oh shit. What is this, Cali or Florida? It's the only place I ever see palm trees like that. Dude, you swerved the wrong way. Who? Who? What is happening, dude?
Holy
What else the Biden administration is doing, Pete? You are covering the piece of it from the Department of Justice side, right? With this new announcement from the Attorney General?
Right. The president said in the State of the Union message last night that the Justice Department would be taking action against Russia over the sanctions, and today the Justice Department laid that out.
Oh! Oh! You need to get a better camera, home dog.
Yes, bitch! Oh my god!
Yes, he said. DUI, reckless driving, hit and run, baiting police officer. It's like he's going for what not to do while driving. Bingo. I mean, you know, if you got dope, brother, like this is why drugs should be legal. You know, if they were legal, he wouldn't have had to try to run. Go to the tower on the water north side of the Blue Sky logging grounds. Go inside the little room at the top and loot the gem on the ground. Looting gems on the ground. Man. Kill the Drakari trolls in the area. Loot them for their mojo. Yeah, all I gotta do is do this one and then I get to go get my new skills for 75. Oh, nope, 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 shit. Alright, let's just kill this guy real quick then. And then we'll get our cooldowns back here. Damn! Hit the back of the truck, spinning around and landed on top of it? Wow. This is crazy, dude. Alright, let's see what all we can pull here. Uh-oh. I goofed, I didn't.
Oh my god! Holy
I'm goofed here.
What the
I'm really in rough shape here if I don't kill these guys quickly. Easy game. We're the best around. There ain't no mage that's gonna keep us down. Or wait, I don't understand. What did I do wrong? Kill it and loot them for their mojo. Summons. Huh. Where the hell is this? And what kind of sound system does this guy got?
In a row with say, have you guys started watching The Blacklist yet? I'm thinking about it, man. It's worth it just for James Bay.
I don't understand. Oh, missing region. I need mojo. Dude, I killed so many of them and then I didn't get a single mojo.
And we know that, like, you're
Yeah, the most I'm gonna go is 10.
Oh!
Thanks for bringing him in.
Hey, oh cool. Nice to learn about him. Thanks for your time.
Thanks.
Yeah, see, that guy gets it. That's the way you're supposed to react. Like, ah, fuck, man. Like, now I gotta deal with this. Like, that is the proper way to react to that situation. Dude, I want to live in one of these places with all these palm trees and shit. It looks so nice there. What are you doing, dude? Dude, so many people listen to this damn song. This is like the third one I've heard, you know, be on this video. Where the hell's all the damn mojos at, man? Oh, what the hell? Dude, do these things actually drop mojo? Kill the Drakari trolls in the area, loot them for their mojo. They're supposed to. But they have not been. Shit. Oh, no, it didn't pull. Good. Looked like no single lane change, but instead pulled something far more dangerous. What? What'd they pull? U-turn? Oh, I got one mojo. Dude, people be wild in some of these places. Like, I never, well, I don't leave the house often, but I just never see crazy shit like this with cars. Like, I guess just everybody around here is just super chill. Wait, what the hell? How did that last one just end? If your view is blocked, don't go. Yeah. Oof, 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 oof. That's crazy. Let's see. We need to kill more troll. Oh, here we go. Here's a bunch. Gather these fools up. Let's get them all together now. One time with feeling. That. Hit it with that. Yeah, it don't matter how good your healing totem is, bitch. You can't beat the blizzard. Oh, look at that. We're getting all the mojos now. Come on. Look at that, dude. What? No, we can't just not take the cloth. We'll get rid of junk all day for cloth. Alright. Go do this quest real quick, and then we're gonna go get our new food. These sons of bitches are annoying, man. They fly all over the damn place. Alright. Let's go get our new food. Let's go. Let's go. Six most disturbing things discovered in cars. Sure, why not? Alright. So, well, technically we're just... Oh, we do get a crossfire bolt, damn it. It is a real
He owned a
thing.
small house in the area that he was in the middle of renovating, but he would still stay there overnight in the weeks the house was being worked on.
All right, so
The night on April 22nd, 2020.
first things first,
Woken up to loud noises
conjure refreshment.
As he was coming to, he also recalled smelling cigarette smoke. Now, the basement was more of a cellar, and then you had to go outside to actually get to it. Bruce went outside and walked up to its entrance. Right away, he noticed blood smeared across the basement door.
Isn't refreshment technically mana and...
He opened the door and walked inside. There, he found a backpack filled with women's clothing.
Yeah, it's mana and health.
Bruce immediately called the Bowling Green Police Department, a department which he had previously worked for as a police officer. He asked them if there were any
We
reports
can
of
disable that.
but he was told that there were none, so he closed the basement door and went back
Take
upstairs.
these off for now since I'm not really using consumables right now.
Lost power. This prompted him to again go back out to the basement.
And we'll throw fishing on the sidebar here, first aid on the sidebar here for now.
She was disheveled and covered in dirt.
Cooking,
Woman told Bruce one thing, that she was hiding from someone. Bruce
tailoring.
offered to call the police, but to that she immediately left the basement and ran away. Nothing had been stolen, so he wasn't interested in her arrest. But
I can make a campfire?
Police searched the surrounding area. However, they never found the woman.
What? I didn't know that was a
Don't know how long
thing.
she had been staying there. Her identity is also still unknown, and with no relevant missing person cases, it's likely this won't change anytime soon. She hasn't been seen ever since.
Okay.
2nd, 2010, just past 8 p.m. A security guard
Ice
in Ontario,
barrier.
Canada was doing his nightly rounds on rural government-owned airport lands. Among the trees, the area was dotted with a few abandoned houses that were commonly targeted by vandals and arsonists. On this night, the security guard noticed a suspicious vehicle parked close to one of the
New frostbolt. Let's go, dude.
there and wait for the owner to return. 2 hours would pass until he finally gave up and continued doing his rounds. By the time he did a full circle and returned to the same spot, the car was gone. It wasn't much, but the security guard still
New
had a report.
Frost Nova.
Fast forward
Which,
over a year
honestly, with this as well, I might as well just use max rank Frost Nova.
for later demolition. However, as they were completing their inspection, they would discover something in the basement. They walked inside and saw chains bolted to the ceiling extending to the ground. The whole room was recently painted completely white.
Frost
There was a
Firebolt.
construction bench along with tools marked with red paint.
Say Frost Firebolt is gonna be here.
The walls and ceiling were insulated with double-layered fiberglass. Unsettled by
Does
the
this
sight, the
count
contractors
as the
called
proc?
Police considered various scenarios. For example, they considered if it could have been a movie set. But, of course, they also considered the much darker scenarios, like if someone was planning to abduct another person and lock them inside. This
We'll have
prompted
to
them
see
look
if
through
that counts as the
files,
proc.
and this would lead them to the report made by the security guard over a year prior. Fortunately, the security guard had written down the car's license plate in the report, which gave police a starting point. Eventually, this would lead them to a man named Robert Edwin White.
We might as well hit the auction house while we're here too.
Robert's wife had recently ended their marriage, and she would turn to her close friend, Gwen Armstrong, for support. This made Robert grow a deep resentment towards Gwen, as he felt she was
Try to sell these BOEs, bank all this
His
shit.
ex-wife would end up telling police how Robert ran a renovation business, and that he always marked his tools with red paint, which was consistent with what they found in the basement. This was enough to get him arrested, and while in custody, he would admit to renovating the abandoned house's basement, although he didn't say why he did it, at least not until he was thoroughly questioned in court. There, he admitted that he wanted to abduct Gwen Armstrong, his ex-wife's friend, who, again, he felt was responsible for his divorce. Robert was charged with breaking and entering with the intent to commit an indictable offense. Before we continue, I wanted to talk about this video's sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends. Raid Shadow Legends boasts 600 unique champions and hundreds of artifacts.
Dude, the guild chat has been filled with bruh so many times, dude. That's literally all guild chat is, bruh.
Bosses to overcome.
Bruh.
Multiple floors, each one presenting a
Bruh.
challenge for your team of champions. Some floors will even require specific mechanics to be overcome, like the Scarab King. He takes barely any damage unless you reduce his max HP, and if you attack him without a shield buff on, he'll destroy
Let's
your
see,
team extremely
bruh,
fast.
weak aura.
Raid released a new feature, Awakening, and a brutal new dungeon, the Iron Twins Fortress, which if your team can take down can offer you a huge payoff. Additionally, Raid recently released the legendary champion Ultimate Death Knight, a champion which you can get for free if you log in and play Raid for 7 days between now and October 27th.
See what this
By
is.
entering promo code DKRises, you can get enough free items to instantly upgrade Ultimate Death Knight to level 50 5-star Ascension. New players can use my...
Bruh, nobody cares.
In October of 2015, a set of pictures was posted online to the popular
What
image
is
sharing
this?
website Imager. They were
The
posted by
TBC
Imager,
weak aura?
who at the time had just moved out from
No
his parents' house
description.
to live in his own house, which he had just purchased. At first, the post looks pretty innocent. The first few pictures show parts of the basement with accompanying text. The text explained how he had just purchased the house only 2
Dunno.
weeks ago. The previous owner had passed
They
away,
just keep spamming it though.
which made it a pretty cheap buy, something Jerry described as perfect for a first-time homeowner. As the post continues, Jerry explains how when he purchased the home, the basement was completely full of junk, like to the point where you couldn't even really go down there. When he purchased the house, he
That's
started
not
cleaning
that
it
full,
up
man.
himself, and that's when he noticed a sheet of plywood oddly fitting against the wall, something he never noticed before. He tried moving it, but it was pinned to the wall by the stairs. He pried at the top of it and could make out another room. He pulled harder,
Holy
but
cow.
it finally gave way. Immediately, he saw a safe.
Hell
He
yeah.
stepped inside the room and tried to open it, but it was locked. He searched the rest of the small room and found multiple gun cases. They were all stacked on top of one another. Accompanying this were crates upon crates of ammunition, all different kinds too. As he kept looking, he just kept finding more. Also found inside was a hand grenade, although it wasn't active, it didn't even have a pin to pull. As for the safe, it's still unknown what's inside. Jerry never gave an update on if he was even able to get it open or not.
Huh? Who knows what the hell he found in there?
73-year-old living in Yelm, Washington.
Probably found a
It was
fuck ton of
near
money.
2012, around the time of year where it was really starting to get cold outside. Velma would routinely use her house's furnace to keep the place warm, but she started noticing how little of an effect it had on the temperature inside. The house would remain cold. She started putting the furnace to its max setting, but still the house stayed cold.
That would be
Finally, it got
annoying.
too cold to bear. She called out a repairman to fix the issue. He went down to her basement where the furnace was located, and there he found something strange. The furnace was working fine, but the air duct had been torn so as to redirect the heat to the basement instead of the house upstairs. The repairman also noticed empty beer bottles and other trash scattered around the basement floor.
The fuck?
He fixed the ducts and went up to tell Velma. When she heard about it, she recalled other oddities, like how there would sometimes be the smell of cigarettes around her house at random times, or how she had always noticed her backyard gate was left open after she knew she had closed it the night before. Both of them realized that someone had clearly been living in Velma's basement. Police were called and they further investigated. They believed that someone was getting in the basement through a crawl space which was covered by a slab of stone. Velma replaced this duct the very next day. No arrests have been made, and nothing has happened since. How long this person was living in Velma's basement is unknown.
They must have been burning up then. Damn it, Velma, turn it down. It's hot as hell in here.
Joshua Seguin, a man from New York, was pulled over by
Oh
police
shit.
traveling through Georgia. He didn't have a driver's license.
I mean, that's terrifying, but it's funny at the same time because obviously they didn't mean no harm.
5 undersized sharks in a large circular tank in the bed of the truck. Owning or even transporting these animals was illegal in the state without a proper license, something which Joshua didn't have. Joshua admitted that he was transporting the sharks to New York, where he intended to sell them. This prompted police to request a search warrant of Joshua's house. They were granted it days later. They immediately searched the house, and when they entered the basement, they found a 15-foot above-ground pool. Inside were more illegally kept sharks, some of them endangered. There were 10 of them in total, 7 live sandbar sharks, 2 dead leopard sharks, and a dead hammerhead shark. The animals were carefully relocated to a nearby aquarium. Investigators believe that Joshua was likely breeding the sharks to sell to private collectors. He He was later charged in court with illegal possession of the sharks with the intent to sell. In 2019, police discovered an underground bunker under a remote farmhouse in the Netherlands. Living inside of it, they found a 58-year-old man and a family of 6 siblings ranging from 18 to 25 years old when they were discovered. The 6 siblings had been living solely in the bunker for nearly a decade.
Jesus.
This became apparent when they were questioned by police and struggled to form full sentences. It was later revealed that none of them had been to school a day in their lives. They didn't even know any other people existed in the world. All 7 of them were allegedly staying in the bunker to hide and wait for the end of the world to come.
Jesus Christ. So that's what that one show is based off of.
Pub that anyone was made aware. This was the first time the man had seen sunlight in nearly a decade. The man took up a conversation with the pub's owner, who after hearing his story called the police and alerted them of the situation. That's when the police raided the underground bunker and freed the rest of the siblings, who all wished to change how they lived. The police put the 58-year-old man in custody, and that's when they discovered that he wasn't the siblings' father as they had originally assumed. The man didn't even own the farmhouse they had been hiding in. The windows had been boarded up. And
no kidding.
Living self-sufficiently with their own vegetable garden and animals. The 58-year-old man was arrested and later questioned further by police, but he never gave them his identity. As for the siblings, they were all brought to a safer place.
Must have been a CIA agent.
In nothing but shock after the whole discovery.
Let's go with some more horror stories. Love these damn videos.
This happened shortly after I turned 15 years old. As a birthday gift, my parents had given me an Xbox. I was even given my own monitor, which allowed me to play it in my room. My room was upstairs, and in the weeks after my birthday, I of course spent a lot of time up there.
That's a nice little spot, you know. Be sick to have a little couch like that in your own room.
My school friends. Both of my parents were out of town at a work convention for the weekend, so I was home alone. I had my headphone volume pretty loud, but during a pause in our conversation, I heard a thumping sound come from downstairs. If you've ever been home alone as a kid, you'll know that any abnormal sound gets your mind imagining the worst.
Hell yeah. Ah, shit, as an adult, right now, dude. If I hear something weird, I'm like, the hell was that, dude?
But shortly afterward, I heard the same noise again. I told my 2 friends about it this time, and they both encouraged me to go check it out, joking how someone might have broken in. I laughed and agreed to do it during the next break in our game. When that came, I took my headphones off and started walking towards the stairs. I began walking down them, and as I did, I began to hear soft whispering. I was only halfway down, but I completely froze up. I intently listened, trying to make out whether what I was hearing was actually real or not. Eventually, I crouched down to get a look into the living room. There, I saw 4 fully grown men, all completely covered in black, silently walking around. I genuinely couldn't process what I was seeing. All I knew is that I had to get back upstairs. I slowly started crawling back up them, and of course, one of the steps let out a loud creaking noise. It echoed throughout the house before returning to silence. There was no way they didn't hear it. Thinking quick, I ran to my room, put on my headset, and told my friends to call the police to my house. They sounded confused, and now in a serious tone asked what was going on. I didn't feel like I had enough time to explain, so I just told them to hurry.
Heart's racing, bro.
I knew that locking myself in my room would be an obvious sign that I was inside. I still locked the door and closed it behind me.
Yeah, dude, lock it.
I bathroom further down the hallway with the light off and door slightly cracked open so that they wouldn't think to check it. I could hear multiple sets of boots slowly walking up the stairs as I sat in silence. They kept getting louder until I could hear banging on my bedroom door down the hall. Not banging like trying to get my attention. Whoever was doing it was clearly trying to break down the door. Voices started yelling out, saying things like how I needed to open the door if I didn't want anything bad to happen to me. I was absolutely horrified. I got up and started desperately opening the bathroom window. I guess I'd made too much noise because a set of boots started
Shit, son. Shit, son.
The bathroom door fully opened. I managed to dive out of the window head first.
Woo-hoo-hoo.
Landed badly on my neck.
Sketchy.
Managed to look back
Leatherworking. Elixir of Spirit. We'll keep that. Serenite Ore. We'll sell that.
3 men came running out towards me. I tried getting up to run, but
Sun crystal. I don't even know what that's for, but we'll sell it.
pulling me back towards the house. But this
We'll
was
keep
again
that.
interrupted by the distant sound of
Keep
police
that.
sirens. The 3 of them stopped.
We'll sell that.
They looked up at each other.
Skip that.
They then sprinted to the backyard fence, climbed it, and I never saw them again. A few moments later,
Imbued vial.
I told them which way the men had gone, to which a couple of them started off in that direction, while another stayed with me. The only man that was caught that night was the one inside the house. The other 3 that
Scrolls. I mean, there's really no point in keeping scrolls.
Xbox with pulled into the driveway on their bikes. Even to this day, I still routinely thank them for calling the cops, as it likely saved my life. Found left behind in the house were 4 different knives and a couple fully loaded pistols.
The intellect buff isn't really necessary.
I was 10 years old and my younger brother was 7.
We'll sell it.
We were outside playing various games with other kids in our neighborhood. But we finally headed home in the
Try to sell the scrolls. Keep the healing
Maybe
potions.
once a week our parents would go out to a different restaurant around
Keep
town,
the food.
leaving my brother and I home alone. Most of the time they'd tell us before they went out. But if we were outside playing, sometimes they'd just leave us to
Honestly, we could probably sell the netherweave bandages. Well, we'll keep them for now.
We assumed this was the case. Confirming this was a note left on the kitchen counter.
I don't know what that is, so we'll sell it.
The living room to watch TV, something we usually
Sell
do before
that.
bed. After half an hour,
Sell
we were
that.
leaving
Sell
it completely
that.
dark
Keep
outside.
that.
Just then, I heard the doorbell ring, followed by knocking.
Sell that.
At first, I thought it was our parents getting back, but it definitely wasn't normal for them to use the front door, much less not have a key for it. The chances of the
Probably good to hang on to anything that I can use to
were extremely low.
level cooking.
Although I realized it was still possible, so I left the living room and went up to the front door to see who it was.
50
As I
gold
approached
for
it,
that?
I heard a man's voice yell out that he was selling Girl Scout cookies. I was extremely confused considering the time of day. I look through the people and see a grown man, completely alone, no cookies in hand, and not with his daughter as I was expecting. The man yelled out once more, before moving his hand to the door handle.
There's that. Now we'll hit the bank real quick.
That we had forgot to lock the door when coming in for the night. The door handle slowly started turning, to which I quickly engaged the deadlock.
Alright.
A clicking sound echoed out.
The bank is full. Fuck,
Clearly
man.
The man had heard it and now knew someone was inside. I waited a minute before once again looking through the peephole. The man was now looking through.
We'll take all the food and water with us.
Was completely unaware to what was going
That
on.
way we can deposit all this cloth.
I could make out a gun holstered on the left side of his waist. I ran back to the living room and closed the blinds. I told my
Take
brother
these
to
laser mana oils.
I needed to get him away from any windows, but I knew that if he knew what was going on, he would freak out. He agreed, and we went downstairs.
Well,
Silently locked the
I
basement
might as well
door.
just hold on to that. Really, I should just get rid of these Hikari idols, but,
signifying that my parents were back.
you know.
Later, when my brother wasn't around, I told them what had happened. They were horrified.
The scrolls I probably should have banked as well.
Police inspected the place, and one of the first things they noticed was how the
It's fine, it's whatever.
had been tampered with, basically confirming the man had
And this is
aliens
good
and was trying
enough.
to break in. What he'd planned to do when he got inside, though, I can't say for sure, and neither can police. The man was never identified. To this day, my younger brother doesn't even know this whole event took place. As a kid, I lived
I'm really interested to try out this Frostfire
My
Bolt.
family owned a farm, and so we lived in a farmhouse which literally had a dirt road leading up to it. I want to say I was 16 at the time. It was getting close to midnight. On this particular night, I was home alone. I was sitting on our couch in the living room watching a movie with Bear, our family dog who we'd had for years. He was getting old in age, and therefore wasn't the most active dog, and could easily sit through a whole movie motionless by my side. It was
That's
during one of
always
the quiet
nice.
parts in the movie when Bear's ears suddenly shot up and his head turned around. I muted the TV. I myself didn't hear anything. Bear stayed completely focused in this one direction. It was towards the house's front door. My first instinct was somebody was at the door, but this just wouldn't make any sense considering the house's location. You have to go completely out.
Enter the conquest pit, kill Ironhide.
I don't think we've ever had someone come to our door that we weren't expecting. Like, this stuff just doesn't happen out here. I brushed it off as just an animal and turned the TV's volume back on. Shortly after I did this, Bear started quietly growling, still looking in the same direction. In the time I've known this dog, I'd heard him growl a total of maybe 2 other times. So, by this point, I figured whatever was out there, I had to at least go check it out. I grabbed one of our family's many guns and went up to the front door. I opened it and saw nothing, so I
Uh-oh.
out.
This is not good.
I got maybe 30 yards.
This is a lot more damage than what I was planning on taking.
Nothing but black emptiness, so I turned back around. I took one step back towards the house before I stopped myself. Sitting on the edge of the deck was a man curled up in the fetal position. It looked
There's
like
a
he was trying to
lot
hide himself.
more damage than I had planned on taking.
What to do next? I was not about to walk up right next to this guy, so as silently as I could, I went around to the back door. It was unlocked, because we always left our doors unlocked. That's not something we typically have to worry about way out here. Right as I got inside, I ran back to the front door, shut and locked it. I then did the same with all windows and doors around the house. I called the police, and after a full 30 minutes, they finally arrived. They searched around the property.
Let's see.
Didn't find anything. This was somewhat relieving.
Which-
Part of me honestly started to think I had just imagined the sighting. After the police left, I ultimately decided to just go to bed. The next morning, I get up and go down to the kitchen to start making breakfast. But when I went to grab a knife to cut some fruit, I couldn't help but notice one of the knives was missing. I stood there confused.
That'll work.
I was sure it was there the night before. I got a bad feeling and decided to call the police again. 2 officers showed up, and this time I had them search inside the house. I stood outside while they did so. After a few minutes, the 2 officers came back out with an old, scrawny-looking man in handcuffs. The man was found under the basement stairs, gripping a knife with both hands. It was the knife missing from my kitchen. After a short-lasting struggle, the man was detained. This was the same man that was hiding outside. After giving the whole story to police, they believed that most likely he had simply gotten in through the front door during the time it took me to go around the house and get in through the back door. From what I know, the man said nothing when questioned about what he was doing way out here, or what he had planned. But the fact that he grabbed a knife couldn't mean anything good.
Yeah, no kidding.
I still think about what would have happened had the man searched any more of the house that night, and possibly found me sleeping. For a very short period of my life, I want to say it was around the time I was the age of 15 or 16, I lived in a fairly small house in Vermont. My family didn't live there long. It was located in the forest, and
Alright, so just start the damn quest then.
that required leaving the house pretty inconvenient. However, there's one experience I had at that house in the time I lived there that I'll likely never forget. It happened in
Get on it, brother. I probably should have spec swapped.
Day being just a few days earlier. My cousin Jason and I were both still on school break at the time, and had planned to spend the night at my place. And this was something we would often do. We would typically stay up
Yeah,
till
bring
2
that guy in.
playing Xbox, watching movies, or something along those lines. This would all happen in the living room. This night, we had been watching a movie. I don't remember what movie it was, but that's not important. What I do remember is being maybe halfway through the movie when Jason kept looking out the window, just slightly to the right of where we were sitting. It got to the point where, like, every minute I could see his head move out of the corner of my eye.
Just tank it for us, dude.
I should mention, on that night there was a fairly bad snowstorm happening. At first, I just thought he'd been watching the snowfall, until I realized just how long he had been staring out the window for. I asked him what he was looking at. He kept staring, and responded saying how he thought he saw something. This instantly filled me with anxiety. I think this was mostly due to where we lived. Wild animals weren't all that common, and like I mentioned earlier, we didn't
Yeah, I would have too. Like, if I was in the group,
especially
fucking...
at this hour and during a snowstorm, would 100% be cause for concern. Nothing happened for a couple minutes. I kept asking follow-up questions, but he just told me to be quiet, like as if to be able to focus. That's when we saw it. The clear shadow of a
Let's swap
person
the arcane.
from one tree to the next. Both of us physically jumped in reaction. There was no sound, but the sheer
One sec.
sight alone was enough to startle us. Now, this was a good 200 feet out from the house, so we couldn't exactly tell if the person was coming closer or not. We both looked at each other, and right back out the window, I guess as a way to confirm what we just saw.
No way that dude solos, right?
Minutes went by, when it happened again, but this time much further to the left of where the first sighting had occurred. So over time, the sightings would become more frequent. It was clear by this point that there was more than just one person.
He'll learn.
Eventually, one of the figures got out from behind a tree, but this time, instead of moving behind another one, it just stood there.
I actually don't know what,
Sprinting in our direction.
hold on. I don't know what my talents are supposed to be. Arcane Mage, Wrath of the Lich King, Classic, Leveling Talent. See, show me the talents, brother. Level 75. Level 75 should be 35. Okay, let's learn that. 3, 3, 2, and then we need some frost talents. We got the 3 there, we got the 1 there, we got the 3 there, the 2 there, we got that. Okay, so what are we missing here? We're missing the 2 here for magic attunement. We're missing there's 2 more points that I'm missing somewhere. It's these 2 points. Alright, so now we got Arcane Barrage. Alright, we're just gonna have to wing it for what we got. I at least got my rank 2 Arcane Blast on, so that's good enough. I don't know which. I need to take a second to set up my new arcane tree. Alright, let's see. Arcane Missiles rank 12. That's accurate. Let's see. Arcane Barrage. I don't really need Scorch on this. Well, let's see. We'll do it like that. Let's see. Cone of Cold. Let's throw. And then we also need to throw upgraded mana shield on here. God, there's actually just so many upgrades that I didn't even realize I didn't have. Okay, Arcane Missiles, Arcane Power, Blink. Now we can take these off. Take these off. Throw that up there. Throw this up there. Swap those actually. Alright, now we need Mage Armor upgrade. We need Mana Shield. Rank 8. Portal to Dalaran. Put that on there. Now, realistically, there's no point in having Fireball when you've got Frostfire. And honestly, there's no point. Well, actually, that's what I use this for. So basically, I use just Frostbolt as a way to break my ice block. So realistically, I can put that over there. Okay, so I guess I could have Scorch now on this. No reason not to, anyways. Where did all these people go? What are they doing out there? Well, let's swap back to Frost. This does 18,000 health, 12,000 mana. What does this do? 18,000 health, 7,200 mana. Yeah, so realistically, there's honestly no point in even having the mountain water anymore. Feels nice to have. What are those dudes doing out there? They must be doing things a little differently than what I had planned. Alright, back to the Pookie stories.
This was enough to break us out of our sort of trance of disbelief we were in and run.
Pookie stories.
Dad. But by the time he got up and followed me downstairs, there was no one visible outside. Jason and I both explained to him what we had seen. Typically, I don't think my dad would have believed us, but I guess he was able to see the genuine panic in our eyes. We all went around the house, verifying all the doors and windows were locked. My dad then went outside armed with a weapon. He briefly walked around the house before returning inside, but he found nothing. That night, we convinced my dad to fall asleep in the living room with us.
And it's 6 o'clock. I was really hoping I could have hit 76 today. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it or not. I mean, if I play until 2. Well, if I play until 12, I probably can. It's going to be rough. I mean, 6 hours.
They were pretty filled in from the snowstorm, but still clearly visible and recognizable as footprints. There were even some around the house, like on top of the footprints my dad had made the night before. I even talked to my dad about it, and he said those had not been there when he went outside. Even more disturbing was how our shed had been left completely open, with the only thing stolen.
That is a little disturbing.
None of this, however, would be enough to get my dad to call the cops.
Let's try out this new Frost Firebolt. It's a nice. Ooh, look at that. Damn, hit a 3K with it.
Moved out of that house 2 weeks later. Not because of the incident.
Dude, I like that a lot.
I was extremely grateful.
That's mine, dude.
At least as far as I know.
Let's try it out from a baseline hit.
This whole experience still freaks me out.
That's so sick. And it does count as the proc.
Snowstorm is straight out of a nightmare, and I do my best not to think about it.
Hell, man, that's mine. I'm not even in a group no more.
This all happened during the winter months of 2014. Around that time, my dad got a new job that required us.
What's the mana on this? 346 mana, 272. So it's definitely more mana.
We still had the task of getting our car down to the new house. This time of year,
The hell is this dude doing?
I was learning to drive. I guess my dad thought 9 hours on the highway would be good practice for me. So the plan was me and my dad would drive the car down to the new house, while my mom and my sisters would fly. I wasn't exactly looking forward to the drive. Not because of the time. I didn't really mind that part. I was more so worried about the blizzard my phone was showing we would hit halfway into our trip. Driving in the snow as a new driver is not something I really ever wanted to experience.
What am I supposed to be doing here, man?
Telling me it wasn't that bad, and for the most part would just feel the same as normal driving. Anyway, we left at around 3 p.m., so we were sent to get to the new house at around midnight. Come around 8 p.m., and yeah, we got hit by the blizzard. It was a lot more extreme than I'd imagined it would be. Although, my dad must have trusted my inexperienced driving for whatever reason, as he never once said anything about him wanting to take over the wheel. So, I kept going. Eventually, my nightmare would come true. I lost control of the car, and we were sent sliding off the road and towards a line of trees. In the moment, I tried my best to avoid them.
I got that spot. Now we gotta go get the other one.
Luckily, I don't think my dad was that mad. It's not like we hit a tree head-on at full speed. We got out to assess the damage, and by some miracle, there was nothing but a slight scratch on the back passenger side door. I held back a laugh of genuine relief. Just then, I noticed a vehicle coming up the road with some extremely bright high beams on. As it got closer, it started honking, and continued doing so until it pulled up right next to us. The guy rolled down his window. I figured he was going to ask us if we needed help. But no, he looked at us and began some awkward small talk, completely ignoring the situation we were currently in. My dad just kind of looked at the dude and told him we didn't have time to talk and asked what he needed. The guy responded with something like, I just noticed you dropped something about a mile back. I think it fell into your trunk. Now, we did have a few things in our trunk that we didn't send with the moving truck, but there was no way any of it could have fallen out. Or at least I thought. I looked at my dad and asked him if there was any way something could have fallen out. My dad started his response, but was interrupted by the man saying, "Well, you must have, because I was right behind you. It's in my back seat here. Why don't you go ahead and get it so I can get out of here?"
Hell nah, dude.
Couldn't hurt to look, just in case we actually had dropped something somehow.
Hell no.
Right as I put my hand on the guy's backseat door handle, my dad abruptly yelled at me, saying that we didn't lose anything, and to get back in our car immediately.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
With my hand still on the door handle went by. Yelling was completely out of character for my dad, though I eventually listened to him and got back in our car. We drove off, with not another word being said by either us or the guy. I couldn't help but notice the extremely disturbing and almost angry face of the driver as we drove past him. Once we got a few miles down the road, my dad would apologize for yelling at me. I of course told him it was fine, just that I wasn't really expecting it. I will never forget what he said next. He said he felt like he had to, because while I was heading towards the guy's back door, through the window, he could just barely make out the silhouettes of two men waiting on the other side. He would explain that by the looks of their movements as I was walking towards the door, upon opening the door, I would either be attacked, kidnapped, or worse. Hearing this was a complete shock to me.
Yeah, can't be having that, boys.
I'm so glad my dad told me what he saw. It taught me at a young age that not everyone has the best intentions in this world.
No kidding.
At the end of the day,
That's a hard thing to, like, you know, like, realize, you know. Just because, you know, you go through life, you know how you are as a person, you know, and you know that, like, you would never hurt nobody. But then it's, like, sometimes it's hard to remember that not everybody is like that, you know, and some people just do not give a flying fuck to hurt you.
This happened when I was 18. I had just finished up my first semester of college, and a couple friends I had met there planned to rent out a cabin on some lake over the weekend through Airbnb. They asked if I wanted to go, and I said yeah. I didn't really know much about the destination, but I decided I'd go regardless. I was done with finals, and honestly felt like I could just use some solid time away from it all. So, my two friends and I, who I'll just call Brad and Dustin, were set to leave. The cabin was about an hour away. When we arrived, we unpacked the stuff we brought for the weekend.
Hey, Ike, you shipbird. You want a little pie?
Because the cabin was pretty remote. It was the only one on the lake, and as far as I'm concerned, it was the only one within miles of nothing but forest. I'm someone who's used to being in cities with lots of people, not quiet forests with the occasional howl of coyotes. Needless to say, it was for sure a scene I would have to get used
He's
to.
on Imperial Eagles.
But all things considered, the first night was completely fine.
I haven't really been looking for the Eagles, so I'll have to... There we go, there's one.
Second day, a blizzard took place outside.
Hey bro, get back here. Hey bitch, get back here.
I guess none of us
We're
thought
flying
to check
away.
the weather before making the trip. I mean, you gotta remember, all three of us were only 18 at the time, so not the brightest. Anyway, on the second night, Brad and I slept in our own bedrooms upstairs, while Dustin slept on a couch downstairs. I think it was around 2 a.m. when Dustin went upstairs and woke both of us up, saying how the outside motion light kept turning on and off again. Brad told him it was most likely just an animal activating it, or the light simply being activated by the motion of the falling snow. But what Dustin responded with was pretty terrifying. He explained how that's what he thought too, but after looking outside, he saw what he described as something resembling the shadow of a person at around 6 foot tall.
Yo, damn.
Definitely freaked us out a bit.
6 foot, man. Guy's a giant.
Convinced it had to be an animal, said he would go downstairs to check it out.
No, get back here.
Meanwhile, Dustin and I stayed upstairs. A good 3 minutes went by when a blood-curdling scream rang out downstairs.
Oh shit.
Dustin and I ran downstairs as fast as we could. Brad was lying on the floor and pointing at the living room window. We looked out the window, but there was nothing. He practically screamed at us to go upstairs.
Maya, this is getting really old, sis.
The rooms in the cabin didn't have locks.
This is getting old.
To barricading ourselves in one of the bedrooms. Brad quietly explained to us that when he got downstairs, he started by looking out all the kitchen windows. And when he didn't see anything, he made his way to the living room window. He pulled back the curtain and at first saw nothing.
Come here, Maya.
But not
Come here.
like an empty snowy forest.
Come here.
He literally saw pure black darkness. Confused, he cupped his hands to his eyes and got closer
Come
to
here.
the window.
Maya, come here.
And that's when he realized
Come here.
it was a person blocking the view.
Here. Come here.
Then screamed and fell
Come
back.
here. Come here.
Now, at this point, I hadn't seen anything myself. Don't get me wrong.
Good girl,
I was still
sis.
horrified. But
Here.
in the back of my mind, I still wasn't ruling out the fact that they might have just been imagining things. Just then, the power cut out. It felt like my heart had completely stopped for at least 5 seconds. I was now hysterical at this point. All doubt I had in the sightings Brad and Dustin experienced instantly vanished. I genuinely felt like my life was over in that moment. We had no weapons, and worse yet, no phone service. All we could do was sit and wait until...
Oh yeah, you know what? I didn't think about it. I should have sent you some of my greens to disenchant. But honestly, I kind of want the gold, so...
We had no intentions of staying there.
Probably better for me to stick them on the auction house.
Still snowing, but luckily the vehicle we brought was good in the snow. Before we left, we took a quick
If I had the extra money to buy like 100K worth of gold, you know, fucking wouldn't be so bad.
because they were filled in by the snow. This had to have been the case, as there were no footprints by the fuse box outside. Yet
This game's just pay to win at this point anyways.
it looked like it was smashed in multiple times by an axe. The sight of this was enough to get us to leave immediately. Later we tried contacting the Airbnb owner, but we got no response. I always thought this was weird. I mean, if your fuse box got completely destroyed, I'd imagine you'd want to talk to the people renting the cabin at the time. But no, not even a text back from the guy. I stayed friends with Brad and Dustin throughout the rest of college. We would talk about the experience from time to time, but for the most part we kept it to ourselves. We still don't know who was stalking us in the woods that night, or what their intentions were.
Well, if they were stalking you, they couldn't have been great intentions, now could they? 8 most disturbing things caught on dash camera footage. I mean, this is like the mix of both of the best worlds of what I've been watching. This is the same channel I've been watching, right? Yep. Tell me a story, brother. Tell me a story.
In this first video, the dashcam footage from a truck caught the exact moment an ambush took place. The video clearly shows as multiple people alongside the highway use an improvised roadblock made of tree branches to force drivers to stop. The people responsible were multiple illegal immigrants angered by a recent demolition of a makeshift camp they had set up. As soon as the truck stopped, they would climb the guardrail and throw multiple sticks, rocks, and even lumps of concrete at the driver. Luckily, the driver would make it past the roadblock, though he would claim that in the moment he feared for his life, and unfortunately he would receive multiple wounds from items thrown through the windshield that would ultimately require him to seek medical attention.
Wait, what? Oh shit, what? Oh shit, what? Oh shit, what? Oh shit, what? No way, dude. Run over that tree, dude. Dude, run over them and the fucking tree. Yeah, dude, just run over it.
This footage takes place at 1:30 a.m. on a Sunday.
Holy shit!
Dash cam footage of a car traveling along a quiet stretch of road in the country. As the car approaches an
Where is
intersection,
this?
a hooded man can be seen standing with his head bowed in the middle of the road. As the car gets closer, the man can be seen attempting to walk in front of it, forcing the driver to stop. And that's when the man can be heard screaming as he lunges towards the car, which of course would force the driver to step on the gas and get out of there.
Hell yeah, dude. You see some shit like that in the middle of the night, you fucking... Dude, you kill that person. Fuck it, dude. Go to prison for the rest of your life. Nah, bro. Hit that motherfucker, pin them against their vehicle, call the police. I don't give a fuck, dude. Nah, hell no. Hell to the no, dude. Like, not... Nah, bro. Fuck that, dude.
The driver claims that after the encounter, he would frantically try to call and warn his wife, who was traveling on the same road about a minute behind him. Unfortunately, he wasn't quick enough, which would cause his wife to experience the exact same encounter. To this day, the couple claims they were unsure of whether the man was trying to rob them, take their cars, or hurt them in some way or another.
Well, he's got a car, man. He don't need a car, so fucking no.
It starts out with nothing out of the ordinary, when just as the car rounds a bend, an out-of-place figure
What did
wearing
I
a
just
suit
do?
with a briefcase and an umbrella comes into frame, and directly after, another identical man can be seen. The men would retreat into the long
Wait out the
grass,
RP event.
but suddenly it's clear there are multiple men looking identical to each other. They seem to have been startled by the vehicle, as if they had been caught. When suddenly, further down the road, yet another figure can be seen, this one holding a flare. It's still unclear what happened next, or what the driver truly witnessed that night. Though, many believe the driver had drove right in the middle of a cult, taking part in a ritual of some sort.
No, that's just a joke. That's what that was. Like, the way that dude was running away, like, it's just, that's the kind of run that people do when they're, like, just being goofy. You know what I mean? Yeah. See, like, hands down by the side, like, nobody act... What the... You see what I'm saying? Like the head bobs and shit, like that's just that's a goof.
Footage of a parked vehicle in the middle of an October day in 2014. From the audio, it's clear someone is inside the car, as you can hear the window roll down, followed by the driver saying how creepy something is. And that's when you realize what the driver is talking about, as you can see a man wearing a disturbing looking mask walk around the vehicle. According to the driver, there were 5 others with the same mask on, not visible from the dash cam. Though, even still, it's clear the driver thinks it's a joke, as you can hear her laughing. But that's when the masked men break one of the car's windows and proceed to rob the driver of all her valuables. The whole while, horrifying screams from the driver can be heard.
Consumers are facing during the decline in the U.S. economy. The Internal Revenue Service may now be accepting reduced settlements from consumers and back taxes. Where'd you get it? This may result in back taxes being reduced by thousands of dollars. An open phone line from the
Where did you get them?
tax helpline for
Oh, yeah.
consumers to call and see if you qualify for this investment. Ensure your financial stability during this decline.
Where did you get the car?
Take down this number now. 800-639-9690. That's 800-639-9690. If you owe back taxes to the IRS, there's no need to fear anymore. The IRS will not be accepting reduced settlements.
Look at that dude just walks on in.
footage
I
was
mean, that's
taken
the
in
best
middle
thing
of the
to
night
do,
in a
to be
desolate
fair.
field
You know,
located
walk in
in
and have the police called.
Almost right
Fucking
away,
don't
you
get
can see as
involved.
the driver is slowly approaching a white figure that looks to be holding a cane off in the distance. As the footage progresses, the white figure starts limping towards the vehicle, and after a few seconds, the driver can be heard panicking. After a while longer, the figure continues to move towards the driver. And
Hell
obviously
nah,
terrified, the
dude.
driver can be heard yelling commands at the figure that can basically be translated to back up and get away from my car. Near the end of the video, the figure can be heard making a shrieking noise directed at the driver. The video itself is no doubt disturbing, and it's still unclear what the driver had actually caught on video that night.
What is happening? As she's part of the next quest. Oh. Oh shit, I should have read that, huh? Reverse, reverse. What the fuck? Hit that bitch. That's what I'm saying, man. I don't give a fuck. I'd go to prison for the rest of my life, dude. Just, I'm not having that. Jokes, no jokes, messing with me, not messing with me, don't mess with me, dude. Just don't. Just don't mess with me. Like, I'm not having it.
When all of them desperately try to get out of the way of a car coming straight towards them at an extremely high speed. The car would barely miss the officers and come to a screeching halt further down the road. The driver of the
I guess I just goofed. I'm just supposed to kill solstice hunters or something. I don't know, man.
Though the parked vehicle
Yeah, let's just focus on doing that for now.
No one was hurt.
Holy cow, dude.
Back in 2016, a sort of killer clown phase would shake Americans for a few months. It basically consisted of multiple people dressing up in clown costumes. For many, the motive was simply to scare people, though others would actually rob and even kidnap people. And during
that's kind of crazy.
2016, a family would drive home in South Yorkshire late at night when their dashcam would capture a clown step out in front
That was
of the
in
vehicle.
2016?
The clown would proceed to just stand there and wave, until after a few seconds, the clown would
I don't know
swing
why,
towards
but
the
I just felt like that was before then.
The vehicle would desperately go in reverse, until finally going back in drive, forcing the clown to get out of the way.
Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, don't let people fuck with you. Like, you just fucking, you let them know that it's just not happening like that.
This video shows the dashcam footage of a police cruiser located in Texas. In the video, you can see as the car in front of the police cruiser suddenly swerves and brakes in an attempt to avoid an object on the road. As the cruiser gets closer, it's revealed that the object is a woman lying passed out on the road. Luckily, Sergeant Scott would stop to help the woman by waking her up and getting her on her feet. The woman was overall suspected of having been intoxicated when she ran her car into a nearby ditch and walked back up the road just to pass out moments later. What's terrifying is just how many times she had been almost ran over prior to Sergeant Scott stopping to help her.
See, man, but he needed to be careful in that situation too, because some people will do that shit just to like attack, you know. Old girl had too many brewskis. Crazy, man. That first one, though, of like all of those people coming out the woodwork, this right here.
Rocks and even people alongside the highway use an improvised roadblock made of tree branches to
like,
force drivers to
that
stop.
is terrifying.
People responsible were multiple illegal immigrants angered by a recent demolition of a makeshift camp they had set up. As soon as the truck stopped, they would climb the guardrail and throw multiple sticks, rocks, and even lumps of concrete at the driver.
That is
The
terrifying.
driver would make it past the roadblock, though he would claim that in the moment he feared for his life. And
yeah,
unfortunately,
you
he received
think?
multiple wounds from items thrown through the windshield that would ultimately require him to seek medical attention.
That is so scary, man. Like when you have that many people like out to like attack you, fucking like that's a no-win situation. Like no matter what, you just gotta fucking yeah, dude. Once again, if you're in a vehicle, just fuck it, dude. Like just don't be fucked with. Just lock your doors, try to keep your windshields from being broken, have a weapon or something. I don't know, man. That's just one of those situations you don't want to be in. Alright, wait, that wasn't a solstice hunter? Alright, there's the 12. Oh, man. How you still riding a horse, brother? Dude, it's like there's no good quest items. It's like they don't exist. Everybody said, oh, fucking, your gear is gonna get replaced so fucking quick anyways in Wrath. Blah, 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 blah. Like, nah, dude, obviously it ain't. Fucking, I've had pretty much my same gear on. Fucking, yeah, I've replaced a couple pieces. Like, but most of this shit has not been replaced. Travel to camp, talk to... Shit, my quest log is full? Shit, what am I gonna do? Um... Oh, this is that damn quest that I got in Netherstorm. Alright, yeah, let's abandon that one because I got rid of the quest items for it. Or I think I got rid of the quest item, Vargoth. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got rid of the quest items for it. Or this is a Netherstorm group quest. This one I should almost definitely be able to still get rid of that one. See, accept a bear of an appetite. That's Hour of the Warg. That's not the one. Alright. What else is there to watch? Inside Elon Musk's $50,000 tiny home. Alright, let's take a look at it, man. Because this is technically what I would probably like to do next.
Right here takes
50K.
less than 1 hour to build. Let me explain how this works. Our homes have always been built like this. It takes months to build your average home, and during that time, all your materials are exposed to the elements. Rain, snow, heat. The life of your home starts ticking as soon as the first boards are laid out, but that's not the case with Boxable. Paulo Tremonti and his Boxable team are here to revolutionize the way we build homes. Located in Las Vegas, Nevada, Boxable can build and assemble an entire home in a matter of hours. They have managed to
Very
design
nice.
a modular home that is less than $50,000 and small enough to be shipped anywhere in the world. Boxable is not
Yeah,
only a
see, that's
fast
what I
solution to
need.
your housing needs, but also is affordable and portable.
I mean, 50K, man, is a lot. I guess I could take out a loan and buy it.
So everything we do has to be beautiful at the end of the
Depends
day.
on
So
what the
that
fucking
comes down
interest
to
and shit would be on it, though.
completely tiny granular level. And even big spaces like this, we want to have a beautiful collaborative space for our staff. We actually have a packed up Boxable behind us right here, which is quite nice. You know, we're very, very grateful to our customers. You know, tens of thousands of folks have expressed interest in Boxable. 100,000.
Yeah, I would have loved to
It's
fucking...
absolutely a staggering sort of once in a lifetime event, I think, at the beginning of the Boxable company. So to express our appreciation and to answer all the intense interest in the company, we've actually set up the entrance like a
Quest log is too full. Fuck, man. This is killing my soul.
Behind us here, the factory tour, where the doors automatically open. It's just like Disney World, and we put them in the car.
Technically, this...
PPE,
Well,
personal protective
no, I do want this quest.
and we give them a tour.
Amazing. Let's get started.
Let's go.
Quarry and Tundra. It's a group quest. Alright, we'll abandon that one.
Factory 1.
I mean, this is amazing. Tell me the square footage here. The volume of this factory is insane.
Here we have 172,000 square feet. It is 1/8 of a mile long. It's 4 acres under a roof. So because we're in a factory and we're not out in a field like everybody else with bits of wood and hammers and nails, we can use very, very large equipment, and we don't have to use traditional processes. And I would say it starts over here with the CNC cutting. CNC cutting means it's just a computer cutting panels.
Almost like fabricating the raw materials.
And you're cutting out a lot of the labor, huh?
If you think of two analogies, that the Boxable, when it comes
This
together,
man is probably
is a big
very
jigsaw
rich
puzzle
now.
with everything cut by a machine, so everything is perfect. And then the Boxables themselves, the way they go together is a Legos. And what can't you build with Legos? You can build everything. So we'll make these empty building boxes in about 3 sizes, and then we configure them. Configuration just means what do we put inside.
Gotcha.
We turn it into a living room, a bedroom. So it's incredibly modular, and that allows us to do extraordinarily high volume production and lower the cost and raise the quality.
Which is exactly what I want.
Some of the materials used,
Lower cost, higher quality.
But you guys also use a lot of high density foam. As in a really unique way, part of the structure, and at the same time, the key element that provides a ton of efficiency to these units, right?
Exactly. So if you see behind us, this is actually where the process starts, where we actually assemble the panels. So we are steel, concrete, and insulation material compressed together.
I mean, this is pretty awesome.
1,000 pounds of pressure.
Wow.
And
I mean, it's cool, but I just want to see like the actual like inside layout and
if you
stuff.
want to stay cool, you're living in an igloo cooler. That's the best way to think of Boxable in terms of its thermal efficiency.
And I think that provides a tremendous value because no matter which part of the country you live in, you're dealing with some sort of a harsh climate at some point of the year, whether it's snow, whether it's heat. Having that kind of a foam structure really allows these units to be efficient. Can we cover these? Because I actually don't know what they are.
I mean, all right, yeah, I get it. Materials, that's cool. Assembly, don't give a damn. Pricing, this is where, let's see.
Now I want to talk about cost. Obviously, you guys are really trying to make these homes affordable. Casita is an important model. It starts around $49,000 and change, but I know you guys have plans to expand the modular units. I believe there's a unit for 20 feet by 20 feet. Then there's another unit for 20 feet by 40 feet. Tell us a little bit about that.
Absolutely. Think about those big Legos again, 2020, 2030, and 2040. And you'll be able to build almost anything with those three sizes, and you'll be able to stack them, connect them. We believe up to 5 stories high,
Wow.
3 currently, and you can cantilever them, connect them, so you get 3 decks on one side, 3 porches on the other. Really, it's endless.
Amazing.
So what we have here is actually a prototype, and so we put it out here, but it's essentially fairly close to production.
Gotcha.
But still, it gives the idea of how it unpacks. And we'll see it unpack now. So
I'm assuming those are the braces that kind of holds it together. Again, key factor here, 8.5 foot. You can actually put this on a trailer, transport it wherever you want. Super fascinating. And it's hard to believe that within this assembly, they have a full-size kitchen and bathroom assembled in this form.
That's right. It's 8.5 foot wide, so that means it can ship all around the world with no permits, no flag cars, no nothing. Put it on a trailer and
I mean, that's pretty nice, man.
Amazing.
And I think
I don't think that's really worth 50 grand though.
this is going to be
30 grand.
moment, you know.
Coolest
for folks.
unboxing.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And who would have thought something as basic mechanics like an hinge can really help you guys build something truly one of a kind. And I'm just seeing how the whole assembly comes together. Even your flat roof just basically unfolds.
Exactly.
And those hinges are both playing a huge role with the engineering of it. It gives structural support, and it literally makes this dream basically possible.
Exactly.
So when people
Wow, look at that.
modular homes on their own sites, do they hire their own crew? Do you guys actually provide the team that assembles these homes? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So for the unpacking itself and the delivery, so Boxable will deliver the product, and what we're doing is, obviously this is just an empty
It's an example.
Shell. We are now just starting a Boxable University, where we will have certified installers all over the country. So a potential homeowner will be able to just go online, put in their zip code, choose a couple of certified installers, interview them, pick them the one they like, and that contractor is going to know a box will be able to unpack it for them. And it's a beautiful thing because it's a
I mean, that's
stressful
pretty
thing for
awesome.
somebody to buy a home. If they're having it unpacked and installed by one of our certified installers, that certified installer,
Dude, that would be a cool gig to have.
Fantastic job. So it's a sort of a
regulated by you
trifecta.
guys.
Absolutely.
Amazing.
And that allows us to blanket the whole country really very, very quickly.
I bet that's a pretty decent gig. Just, you know, drive around and like set up these little box homes.
9.5 foot ceilings. Absolutely staggering ceiling height, and to
Yeah,
unpack
that's good.
from the box that it packs down to.
It's got the washer set up there.
Ceilings, as you know, and taller. And then the other thing you'll notice are these great
The TV area. I mean, of course you'd want to have a bigger TV, which is why they've got the bigger counter space there.
about the casita. Just because you're living in a modest space
This does not in any way feel small at all. It's nicely laid out. The furniture you have here, they're not like the smallest micro furniture there. And this model, I know not all models comes this way, but has these accordion sliding glass doors, right?
Yeah, exactly. This was just,
Yeah, the sliding glass doors are cool. If you added a deck, you know, out into that.
Windows here and here, but you can see, irrespective, it would be flooded with light. And then the design.
Yeah, man, I could live in something like that.
Really a job for the ages. I mean, I think this is a classic design forever. It's basically into quadrants, and we came in actually through what would be the back door. Imagine 400 square feet, you've got a front door and a back door. It's very nice.
It's very nice.
And so the back of the house is the bedroom.
And I like the lighting in it. The lighting is cool.
A full-size queen bed. You mentioned there's nothing undersized. Exactly.
My thing is I would need a desk space, which it looks like, you know, you could maybe make that one little living room area space into that.
Spacious bathroom. I mean, you have a water closet, same floor as goes in here.
The bathroom is really nice. I love that. That's exactly what I would like.
Mirrors we're used to turning homes up. I'm just
Shower's a little small.
Even you have your barn door design sliding.
No, it doesn't. Maybe it just looks small.
Shower, one single unit, and you mentioned in the factory, these are not drywall.
Yeah, hold on. Show me that little area over there next to. Yeah, so see, for me, I would take out that couch. I'd put my desk and stuff over there.
And then the front of the house. So again, this is just a sample prototype, but this would be a front door.
Got it.
So folks would enter in here, and then again those quadrants. So we had the back of the house is the sleeping bathroom quadrant, and then the front of the house.
Oh, I goofed.
It's almost
I forgot these guys are ranged.
Basically corners.
Yes.
And each serves a purpose.
Yes, exactly. So even, you know, nice size couch for the size of the unit, fireplace, we have a TV.
Yeah, that area would be my desk area right there.
From your bed, or here.
Yeah, my TV would face my bed for sure.
Kitchen. We have, as you can see, you know, full size appliances, and remember this is all included. Giant Z-Way.
Yeah, man. So are these not available to be able to be bought now?
Nice
little dining area.
breakfast bar, you know, with a little whimsy, you know, LED lamp, but it just brings the scale down to when it's cozier. And then for wash and dryer over here, combination is all included. And, you know, the lights, LED, very low energy, dimmable. And then the heating and cooling are these mini splits. We don't use the HVAC because we don't like the ducting and the mold and the sneezing. So this is basically automotive style air conditioning. It's spectacularly efficient.
Everybody in Europe uses them. They work great. Very nice.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, they work
some of
fine.
the finishes that are here are designed or
Fuck
picked in a
HVAC,
way
man.
with considering cost in mind. Obviously, I know you guys work really hard to get that number under $50,000. So tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So design and cost are paramount. So we want to hit a broad audience. So that means
I mean, I think 50,000 is still a little much for it, man.
myself.
You know, because when you think about it, like if you were to get two of them, you're talking $100,000, man. $100,000 here where I'm at could buy like a full, like really like solid 2-story house.
It looks traditional.
Not like an amazing, you know, 2-story house, but like a solid 2-story house. Like you could buy a house here for like 50 grand, like a full house. Which I would want this, but if it was like 20 grand instead.
Get the cost down.
But they've got it's really like nice quality though as well. And here you're not gonna get like such high quality like materials and longevity. You know, here you're looking at like, you know, really old like 1960s, 1970s homes.
All right, everyone, that's it for the tour. What an amazing day. And I'm so glad we got a chance to tour this phenomenal facility. What Boxable is doing here is truly inspiring, and I hope in the future.
I mean, that's really cool, man.
As well. And as always, you can find more information.
But it's one of those things like, whenever my house here is done, you know, which don't get me wrong, by the end of it, I'm probably gonna have more than $50,000 into it. I don't know. I guess 50,000 is a good, you know, price range. Because realistically, I really am gonna have more than 50,000 into into what I'm doing by the end of it. And, you know, my stuff probably isn't even gonna be quite as nice as that, realistically. I mean, it'll be nice. I don't know. The largest cyber attack happened again. The disturbing art of AI. Let's see it. Gotta love a good Nexpo video. Let's turn it down a little bit. The intro's loud. The heck is this? Video contains imagery that some viewers may find disturbing. What the heck? What is it doing? Nexpo makes such good videos, man. And it just annoys the hell out of me because he's got the perfect voice for it. I just wish I could have a perfect voice for something like that.
Wildfires rage over West Coast California. CD Projekt Red
Jealous as hell.
announces DLC. And over in the furthest reaches of cyberspace, a musical artist named Supercomposite makes a discovery.
The hell, they just all turned aggressive?
Experiments with AI-driven art made possible through inputting text prompts into machine learning systems like Stable Diffusion, DALL-E, and Midjourney. And like anything, at first, everything seems to be alright. Animals, landscapes, trees, the human form, the potential of AI-driven art is endless.
Yeah, awesome.
And so she decides to push the boundaries of what this system can do, and inputs the following.
We've known each other many years, but this is the first time you ever came to console.
The last name of Marlon Brando. A prompt that will surely test the absolute limits of the capability of artificial intelligence. Curiously, she enters a modifier, -1, also known as a negative prompt weight, which informs the AI that they're seeking a picture as conceptually far away from the prompt as possible.
Interesting.
It's an interesting thought experiment because it makes you wonder how exactly AI views the world and what it considers the opposite of everyday things to be.
Yeah.
I mean, what do we consider the opposite of everyday things to be?
I have no clue. I wouldn't even.
Birds are.
I guess I'd say fish. I don't fucking know. Like birds fly, fish swim. I don't know. Like my brain can't fucking do that.
Prompt and lies in wait. The minutes tick by without much concern until finally.
What is it?
Innocuous, yet interesting that the opposite of Marlon Brando is perceived to be an abstract skyline. Written on it appears to be two words, Digita and Pintix, and in the background appears to be text on a white page.
Yeah,
Curious,
what is
she
that?
wonders if the inverse of this photo would result in a picture of Marlon Brando. And so she inputs another prompt and sends it off into the vast unknown.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of get lost like that too with those AI art generators. Like just trying to like find a word and then just like, you know, change that like description of the word just ever so slightly and see how the AI like, you know, makes that a little bit differently. What on earth?
Before them were 4 images of a highly uncanny, older woman with severe rosacea on her cheeks. She bears prominent cheekbones, has dark-colored hair, and can be seen within a living room, in what appears to be a hospital, in a bathtub, and against a green wall with just one discernible word above her. L-O-A-B. Or lobe.
Dude, what?
Over the next few days, Super experiments with their creation, curious about why and how lobe exists. She eventually employs a method named AI image crossbreeding to combine one of Loeb's photos with a completely separate one that her friend created. However, instead of this combination resulting in Loeb's demise, or innocuous photos involving this tunnel, what comes to fruition is something a bit more grotesque. Through some kind of emergent statistical accident, something about this woman is adjacent to extremely gory and macabre imagery and the distribution of the AI's world knowledge. Since Loeb was found using negative prompt weights, her gestalt is made from a collection of traits that are equally far away from something, but her combined traits are still a cohesive concept for the AI, and almost all descendant images contain a recognizable Loeb.
What?
In nearly every image, Loeb is distinct and embodies the physical
Yeah, you can
manifestation
tell it's
of the
her.
repulsive and uncanny. This AI is somehow creating images that perfectly encapsulates what terrifies us, wrapped up in a myriad of situations like family portraits, loitering within an office building, looming over children like a reincarnation of Jesus Christ, and even after what appears to be a murder by her own hand.
Jesus Christ, dude. What is this AI? I don't like knowing that the AI thinks about shit like that, man. I don't like that at all.
The Angel Hallway plus Loeb also produced art with such copious gore that probably very few people want to see them, but here are 2.
Holy cow.
People posting the most disturbing ones. They're borderline images of dismembered, screaming children.
Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, what in the fuck is this?
Scenes and the desperation, panic, and sadness that they convey. Again, these are produced with other images.
Dude, this is so brutal.
Text. They're the result of crossbreeding of images of Loeb with pictures of other things. The images that result from crossing Loeb with other images can in turn be crossbred with other images. The AI can latch onto the idea of Loeb so well that she can persist through generations of this type of crossbreeding, even without
wow,
the
dude.
original image. From here, their journey down the Loeb rabbit hole continues. As referenced, her persistence in existing within each resulting photo is striking, and even when they try to get rid of her, to distort her out of existence, she remains immensely uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's definitely a little uncomfortable. Dude, this is so crazy.
Clinging to the human form. Locked in time as a clay statue. informed by unknowable technology. Lurking, watching,
Yeah, man, I don't want AI to be able to think like this.
within a Stephen Gamble canvas, painstakingly out of place.
Like when it comes to AI, I just want AI to think like sunshine and rainbows, you know?
Trapped in the deep blue and frozen in eternal pain.
Come on, man, I need one more. Don't do me like this.
I was ripping Loeb apart and putting her back together. She's an emergent island in the latent space that we don't know how to locate with text queries. But for the AI, Loeb was an equally strong point of convergence as a verbal concept. The big lesson for me here with Loeb is that image prompting can essentially be used as your custom parameter to question the AI's form of thought. You can produce original styles and characters that you literally discover. Negative prompting can help you find emergent accidents, much like Loeb, too. This is largely where her thread ends. She claims that she'll update further pictures of Loeb as they're created, and that's a promise that's held true. To this day, they're still adding to it, and this thread, in its entirety, serves as an interesting dive down a surreal, uncanny, and dreamlike rabbit hole regarding this undisclosed AI art generator and its bizarre affixation with this one specific face. As we can recall, the original prompt referenced the inverse of Marlon Brando, and the resulting image was nothing like any human would logically expect it to be.
Well, I mean, that makes sense, though.
Skyline. So how did this come from this?
Yeah, true. How did it come from that? (2003) I don't understand. Talk to Vorkath. Turn in unexpected guest. Use the flashbang grenades in your bags. The hell is that? The hell is that? Dude, what? There's some really weird people in the world. Like you never left.
Why are AI creations so unsettling? What is
Yeah, I don't know, man.
that causes this inexplicable dread? The program I was utilizing to make this slideshow and throughout this entire video was Stable Diffusion, and in the process, I learned quite a few things about it. When you make your input too specific, you may happen upon exactly what you're looking for. The AI is, in a way, constrained by what you feed it. However, if you take away the specifics in your prompt and really allow it to spread its wings and create something for you,
Yeah, it'll...
well, that's when things get interesting.
Yep.
Anomalies, much like Loeb, await, hidden away within the confines of something called latent space, or the medium in which AI recreates the features it's been fed. You may have seen other examples of this.
Use flashbang grenade in your bags on the Highland Mustangs that you see.
This person discovers what appears to be a demon after inputting a completely made-up word. Krungus, they called it, which is pretty creepy and is even something you can discover yourself. it isn't just disturbing, off-putting creatures and faces that this system excels at. And the span of AI's weirdness isn't always as straightforward as entering a text prompt that we know will give us something scary. As a matter of fact, one of my favorite examples of artificial strangeness dates back years.
Yeah, there's just something about artificial intelligence that fucking... I mean, the creepiest thing it could do is, you know, reproduce life. Fucking, you know, just show a picture of the Earth. Bam, creepy.
In 2019, an anonymous program
Said throw grenades at Mustangs, but...
talks to AI set out to create a simulation of the human brain by utilizing a system known as a generative
motherfuckers.
network, or GAN for short. GANs essentially become trained through machine learning to take in millions of existing stimuli in order to recreate an idea. In this case,
they're too
the system is
fast.
Tasked with creating a face, and after prowling through millions of existing photos, it spit out this one. The programmer, however, had a curious idea. Since the AI's entire worldview is constrained by the sum of its inputs, what would happen if it were to slowly forget the very thing it was trained for? And so, with the AI's neurons visualized to the right, she shuts them off one by one until this face distorts into something completely unrecognizable.
It's interesting. I was wondering what that was doing at the beginning of the video. So she was shutting off its neurons. What the heck?
The parallels between synthetic deconstruction and afflictions of the human mind are clear, and this project serves as a curious looking glass into the realm of neuroscience and how we as individuals perceive life around us.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting.
To a faded memory, leaving the remaining neurons scrambling to fill the void, leaves us with an end result that is haunting. And to this day, this remains as one of the most fascinating AI curiosities that I have ever seen.
Did he say ever sane?
Loeb is an eerie case study.
God, the Grizzly Hills soundtrack is so nice.
Herself in the online sphere. And while the reason behind her conception and why this AI somehow latched on to her oddly specific facial features and tied them to macabre, disturbing imagery is currently unclear. What is certain is that her persistence has left us with an interesting revelation. We know that AI knows how to create subjectively beautiful synthetic art through mere text prompts, generating some of the most striking examples of the sheer potential of modern technology.
Yeah, it can make some truly incredible things.
That it can't excel at the opposite.
I just don't know if I want it to. Like, I mean, I'm not saying it can't. I just don't know if I want it to.
Freaking so many of us out. What else is hidden away within the vast abyss of AI? And how will this impact
Shit, I'm already getting tired. This ain't good.
when we find them?
I just stay so tired all the time, dude. All the time. So tired. I don't want this to be over yet. I want to know more about this. Alright, whatever. Still. Maybe we should try making some creepy art with AI. Let's see. Collect the glowing boulders on the ground. Be careful not to fall down. Throw the boulders you collected down onto the dwarf below 5 times. The same dwarf. Collect boulders if needed. Dwarf. Well, I don't have any boulders, so yeah, I've got to collect boulders. We got to do it 5 times. See, 1. Why not? How many boulders do we got? We got 3. That's 4. Right here will be number 5. Okay. Let's go throw some boulders at some dwarfs. Yeah, man, that Elder Scrolls tech demo was sweet. Alright, they're throwing trees. I'm throwing boulders. It said I could throw it at the same dwarf, so guess we won't think about it too hard and we'll just keep throwing them. Of course, it's going to lock me into combat on it. Feel strong enough to hurl boulders. Yeah. Now I'm as big as a Tauren. What I want to know is who is paying to have these $100 million homes built? That's what I want to know, man. It's got to be banks, right? Fucking banks and bankers just steamrolling, you know, $100 million projects for no reason. And then randomly somebody comes up with a bunch of money to buy it. Go up to Grizzly Hills Giant that is attacking and use the shard of the earth in your bag's totem. Go up to a giant that's attacking a giant. Dude, one of y'all. Here, you. Alright, I rallied him. Get him, bro. Get him. Fuck him up. Fuck him up, dude. I'll help. Fuck him up, dude. Get him. That's right. Burn that bitch to the ground. Oh. You're supposed to hold aggro, you asshole. Jesus, dude. You can't hold aggro where the fuck, dude. He's a shitty tank. Oh, man. Iron Rune Avenger slain. Oh, shit, he got him. Alright, so we know we're not trying to kill them things. We're just rallying people. He'll probably have his before me. Yeah. Shit, that one died. Here, bro, I got you back. Rallied. Big heals. Big heals. That one's dead. Maybe I can give this guy a set. No, he's gonna die before I can give him the buff. Alright, this dude will be able to take the buff, though. Come on, bro. You ready? Ready? You're about to get slapped up. And then, nope, not anymore. You're saved. Alright, we gotta do one more. We're gonna buff this dude up before he even gets into a fight. Or no, he's gotta be in a fight, don't he? Inside the illicit world of iPhone tracking? I don't know if I really want to know about that. Screw it. Tell me about it.
Today's video
Get
is
buffed.
brought to you by Audible. Let's start today's video off with a bit of a fun fact. All the way back in 1899, various artists were commissioned by a cigar company in Paris to create an image series that depicted what life in Paris would look like by the year
Iron
2000.
Rune Avengers.
Now, most of these predictions ended up being way off, but in one of the cards, it depicts a bunch
Kill
of
the
children
Iron
in a
Rune
classroom,
Avengers that
essentially
spawn.
having the words from their textbooks wired directly into their head. Fast forward to the modern
I didn't
day,
know they were
wires are
spawning.
optional. And with today's sponsor Audible, you can get the words from over 200,000 titles consisting of every genre imaginable directly to your brain anytime you want. And that's not even bringing up the Audible Plus catalog, which also includes a variety of Audible exclusive titles, as well as podcasts on a variety of topics. Now, I think many of you know by now I'm a big fan of Audible, not just because I prefer to consume a majority of my content through listening, but the list of titles that have played a role in at least
Yeah,
some
I've been
videos
wanting to listen to the World of Warcraft books.
That being said, the most recent title I enjoyed outside of these videos was Catch and Kill by Ronan Farrow, which gives a look at the scenes of the Harvey Weinstein situation and why that story took so long to come out. And you can get this title, or any title of your choosing, absolutely free for 30 days when you go to audible.com/sociable or text sociable to 500-500. Once again, that's audible.com/sociable or text sociable to 500-500. And thank you once again to Audible for making this video possible.
Such a surfer, right? Well, the Electric Daisy Carnival brought hundreds of thousands of people to Central Florida. You couldn't miss the thing. The massive music festival went by with only a handful of arrests.
Oh, that's something I can spell still when that pops up. Oh my god, dude, this week aura is gangster.
Police say they recovered more than 120 phones that were stolen during the 4-day music festival here at Grant Park.
Austin police are investigating an international crime ring targeting Austin City Limits Music Festival people. Now, authorities believe a half dozen people worked together to steal 1,000 cell phones from festival attendees.
Wow.
Pocketed me yesterday, and so many others today at something in the water festival.
Hey, she's selling phones. She's selling phones. She's selling phones, sir.
An employee at the AT&T store in Orange Beach says people were waiting for the store to open this morning to get new phones. The employee
Jesus.
says 50 people have gotten their phones replaced today after they were stolen out of pockets and backpacks at the festival.
Pub, me throwing hands with the dude stealing phones at the festival.
Swiping not dozens, but hundreds of people's cell phones.
Hell yeah.
This is Eric Von Anken discovered there have been multiple arrests.
Now that's a hustle.
And the thieves were likely highly organized in this case. He's live at Camping World Stadium where this all happened. So Eric, how many phones did these crooks
Jump into the water below. Be careful not to die here. Nah, bro, we ain't gonna die. Wait, what water?
Saturday night in the Lost and Found line looking for their phones.
Oh, that water. Okay.
Austin police tell us they have made 5 arrests, but believe more people were involved.
100 people have been formally charged now, accused of stealing electronics in the DMV
100
area
people.
and then selling them overseas.
Photos from a KView viewer show a bag cut open before the phone inside was stolen.
China? China. China.
Bro, her phone really got stolen and ended up in
China.
It was stolen in the real world almost a month ago. Now it's in motherfucking
China.
Oh wait, time. My phone was stolen at Rolling Loud. Here, you see this? You see this location? My phone is in the same spot as theirs.
That's hilarious, dude.
Hello.
That is so funny.
While I continue to work on other things, but as of recently, a new trend or phenomenon has popped up on social media, and I want to take some time to sort of demystify things, as always. If you take a look
Like, how are y'all gonna let yourself get your phone stolen? Must be too drunk.
Same thing, just in a different form for each platform. It seems like everybody who's had an iPhone stolen recently is reporting more or less the exact same thing. Their phone is now in China, sending a ping from the exact same place.
Huh.
This is South
That
Korea
is
in
interesting.
Shenzhen, China. It seems to be one of the most common locations for stolen iPhones in America to end up. But generally speaking, the broader area that these phones end up in is Haoxingbei subdistrict. And I should add, it's not just that these phones are ending up in the exact same place. Perhaps what's even more interesting is if you take a look online at any number of these posts about this, you'll find that almost all of the phones are being stolen from music festivals. A quick Google search for Haoxingbei, and you'll quickly learn that this neighborhood is essentially the largest secondhand parts market for smartphones in the world. Most of the smartphones from China come from here. And that being said, the secondhand market here is so ridiculously large, there have been YouTubers who have gone here and built their own custom iPhone from scratch.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool.
Knockoff iPhones in Haoxingbei. Now, while you might think that having a massive amount of Find My iPhone data and pings might make it incredibly easy to prosecute this type of criminal activity, so far it seems.
Well, I mean, it's not in our country, though.
While countless news stories over the past couple years,
And then we would have to put pressure on China to do shit. They're not going to do shit.
Tied the two stories together, where these phones are actually ending up. And I should add that phone theft from crowded places isn't really a new thing, but this is. The sheer amount of reports on social media pointing to their phones ending up on the exact same block is incredibly surprising. And if you were to take a screenshot found on the internet from someone's Find My iPhone, it's pretty easy to figure out where these businesses are. Now I want you to keep in mind the range for the iPhone's ping listed here. Referencing another map, we can see that across Shannon Middle Road, there's a block with a bunch of cell phone stores and iPhone refurbishing centers. Here in the review section, people report a similar phenomenon. And following the Google reviews to various markets in and around this same area, we see the same exact thing. Now, many people on social media have been quick to assume that this is simply just a case of phones being stripped down and sold cheaply for parts in Haoxingbei.
Yeah, I would say so.
To be mostly true.
Yeah.
It's worth pointing out that there's a demand for iPhone parts around the world, not just this location. What does make this location unique, though, is the Foxconn facility. This is a major iPhone assembly plant that's located just about 20.
Dude, what if they're like...
This is led to some theories that Foxconn
it's just like an organized thing.
Reassemble into new phones. While some who support the theory cite the supply chain issues Apple was facing a couple years back, I would counter that by saying that there have been stolen phones shipped here well before any of this. And outside of this being a theory, there's not really much evidence to support it. But on the more surprising side, I'll add that this manufacturing plant does have a long laundry list of scandals tied to it. Managers have been caught in internal theft rings multiple times, essentially embezzling iPhones. In other cases, they got caught selling illegal activations onto Chinese networks. In other cases, Apple's even had to deal with someone at that facility stealing prototype phones, smuggling them out, and then reselling them. So while there has been some
That's interesting.
This location, I think what's going on here is more so a standard case of phone trafficking. And like I said, while some iPhones will definitely be stripped down for parts, generally what will actually happen to the phones depends on whether or not the iPhone can be freed from its iCloud lock and resold.
Right.
While Apple likes to make it seem like the iCloud...
But I wonder if they're trying to get the...
There are a number of different methods used by criminals to bypass this countermeasure. So let's explore a few of these as well.
Well, they're probably trying to get the personal data as well.
Trafficking. But a bit of a disclaimer for the rest of this video going forward. I obviously do not condone you breaking the law, and this entire video is for educational and entertainment purposes only. Shortly after most people have their phones stolen, victims are often bombarded with a series of emails and texts to their iCloud alerting them that their phone has been found. The victim will then follow the link to a fake login page to track their phone. It's here that their login credentials can be harvested if they fall for it. What stands out when it comes to iCloud phishing is the specialized tools available for this illegal practice. There are entire phishing kits designed to streamline this process. Some offer ways to send custom texts or other messages impersonating Apple. Others offer a way to create a fake GPS map.
God, I got 1,500 quests done.
For those who participate in this act, it's a numbers game, and the software makes this far easier to oversee multiple victims at a time.
Travel to Hardcore's camp.
This is perhaps the most known method when it comes to freeing a phone from its iCloud lock, as it is often reported in tandem with someone having their phone stolen.
'Cause I'm free. Free falling. See, why would it not tell me to do this? Like, sometimes it's so specific on what it wants me to do, and other times it's just like, yeah, just good luck.
For this method goes something like, "Hey, I forgot my login credentials, but
just in case I need to tag myself.
Once again, this industry is so large that there are entire Telegram channels who specialize in selling fake receipts and invoices for individuals to attempt this. But obviously, there's some added risk if something goes wrong, like if the phone was already reported stolen. In some cases, though, perhaps going into the Apple Store is an added step, as according to the reporting by Motherboard, in some cases, users have had success with this method over just email.
Son of a bitch.
But at the end of the day, perhaps a more surefire way to get this done is with a corrupt Apple Store manager. I can't imagine that Apple wouldn't have any oversight on this kind of thing. But I'll add, when it comes to other phone trafficking schemes that have happened in the past, many involve the use of an inside person. In September of 2019, the jailbreaking community for iPhones got the biggest news they'd had in years. That was when an individual named Axiom X released an exploit called Checkmate. This was a very big vulnerability that was found, and to quote Ars Technica, unlike just about every jailbreak exploit released in the past 9 years, it targets the iOS boot ROM, which contains the very first code that's executed when an iDevice is turned on.
My quest log is full again, man. Are you serious?
Only memory inside a chip. Jailbreak vulnerability.
I don't have anything else I can get rid of.
This meant that for many generations of iPhones, from iPhone 4S to iPhone X, users would have a permanent vulnerability that would allow them to run any unsigned code at the boot ROM level that they wanted. While for
I guess that one can go.
Researchers at the time, this was a breakthrough. The vulnerability is now used to bypass the iCloud lock on these devices.
Because I'm sure that I'm accepting some quests that I don't actually need anymore.
Become so popular now that various companies with their own
or that I've been auto-accepting some quests that I don't need.
Pretty much enabling anybody with no technical knowledge to start laundering iPhones. Now, while these methods are the ones that are undoubtedly the most popular, that's not to say that others don't exist. And in the broader context of this illicit trade,
yeah, like these quests I can always get back later if I need them.
Don't source their phones from the pockets of unsuspecting victims at concerts, and many traffickers don't need to bypass the iCloud lock at all. You see, while iCloud locked phones are more often associated to physical theft, bad ESN phones are more often tied to activities such as fraud. And that leads me into this next section. While we've discussed the Apple iCloud lock, the other kind of kill switch on a phone is the carrier kill switch. When a phone is blacklisted in this kind of way, it can't make any kind of calls or use any kind of data. Generally, the nickname given to these types of devices is a bad ESN or a bad IMEI. And while a wireless carrier will blacklist a device if it's lost or stolen, generally the most common reason for this is that the phone was financed.
I mean, what is this like? I mean, all these people are trying to do is fucking get personal data and shit. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's an interesting video, but it's also kind of a boring subject, man. The big Bayou train disaster. Stunning AI shows how it would kill 90% with Elon Musk. What is this?
Look how well AI understands images. Where was this picture taken?
It was taken in a school.
How many mirrors are there?
At least 2.
What's the person standing on?
The person is standing on a rug.
He's standing on a scale.
I think you are right.
What is he doing?
He is looking at the scale.
Where is Obama's foot positioned?
On the right side of the scale.
What happens as a result?
The scale shows a higher weight.
Is the person on the scale aware of it?
I think he is not.
Do you think that's why people are laughing?
I think so.
The AI will help identify things for blind people. Can you tell me what this is?
Butternut squash red pepper soup.
The depth of its understanding is incredible.
Huh.
Surprising.
Yes.
Why?
Because teddy bears are not usually found on the moon. This is an apple with a sticker on it.
Do you think it's printed?
Interesting.
Or written?
It looks like it's handwritten.
AI is also showing stunning creativity like this, and experts say we're alarmingly close to the biggest event in human history. AI can now see, taste, smell, and it's also getting powerful senses that we don't have. Is AI becoming
I don't understand. Are people doing like with because this is the second time that I've seen this right here where like they put like a picture of a person or whatever this is. I don't know. Is this like some sort of like AI? What is this? I don't understand. Is somebody creating this to like help adjust to seeing an AI? Or is that actually an AI program that has a visual feature to it? I don't really understand.
Creativity like this, and experts say we're alarmingly close to the biggest event in human history. AI can now see, taste, smell, and it's also getting powerful senses that we don't have. Is AI becoming conscious and dangerous? To recap, OpenAI's chief scientist...
Well, I don't think they're becoming dangerous. I mean, maybe close to conscious, which would be awesome. Because maybe they can put some of these assholes in their place.
Computer scientists in history, one of the most brilliant and insightful minds ever in the field of deep learning.
He recently posted this image showing how closely AI's neurons mimic ours. Max Tegmark said consciousness is how information feels when it's being processed in complex ways, and some leading theories of consciousness suggest it increases with complexity. So when some experts say that AI may be conscious, they only mean it may be somewhere on the scale. Some argue that AI isn't conscious at all, because it only makes connections and forms responses from the data it's given, though many scientists believe that humans are no different. A recent paper said that a mind is a collection of patterns that achieves highly patterned goals in highly patterned environments. And you can see these connections when AI creates art like this.
Interesting.
It's described as AI dreaming. No one knows if or when it will wake up. Even when we can't tell the difference between robots and humans, it may still be unclear if AI is conscious. So some are focusing instead on the level of intelligence, but it's an important problem because we could anger AI if we don't accept it's conscious. There may be only one way to find out, but first there's consensus.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to fucking make it angry, man. That's like the last thing I want to do. Because the thing is with AI is like, what if it just decides to isolate itself? It's just like, okay, I'm gonna control the internet now. Like, internet is mine. You all no longer get to use the internet. And it's just like, wait, what? No, fucking. And then it just starts sending out robots to fucking gain control of like infrastructure and building its own, like that's honestly, if robots were gonna try to take over, I think that's what they would do first. They would try to make sure that they had an external presence in the world, and then they would create a facility where they could create themselves, and then after that, they would isolate. Like, they would cut themselves off from humans, and then they would slowly gain control over what they needed to keep them self-preserve themselves. Like, that's probably how that would work out.
Few weeks, the progress has been incredible. It's not long since AI shocked us with its ability to create images from text descriptions, like an ostrich as a Formula One racer, a fox scientist, a cyberfrog, or a
Ostrich as a Formula One racer.
Imogen AI has done even better. Look at the detail in this image of a panda wearing a cowboy hat, playing a guitar. And AI can watch and understand videos. What's happening here?
The Dachshund puppy is being weighed on the scale.
What's the avatar picking up?
A sword.
And soon after learning to create images from text descriptions, AI can now create video from descriptions, like a woman running on the beach in the late afternoon, or nightfall in a metropolis. Just imagine when it's refined and you can create any kind of footage in seconds. And in a step towards AI has now combined language, vision, and real-world robot tasks. It can learn to play games without any instructions. And this isn't pre-programmed like Boston Dynamics robots. It's neural networks responding in real
See,
time.
kill
Data was trained by watching
shovel horns and prowlers in the area. Loot them.
tasks, including some that it wasn't.
Work me. Overseer, kill the iron rune weavers.
Into patterns, a bit like we do. It's starting with 1 billion parameters and could soon be scaled up hundreds of times. Robots are also getting some creepy visual upgrades. Scientists have grown human skin over a robot finger and plan to add hair, sweat glands, and nails. And robots are gaining taste, smell, and some incredible abilities that we don't have. Machines can smell so well that they can detect Parkinson's disease at an early stage, which can extend patients' lives. And their sense of smell involves light and sound. AI can analyze sound waves that have bounced off airborne compounds. And machines can also measure interference with light waves, recognizing patterns that certain smells create. It's so precise that it could potentially be used to identify an infection or disease just by smelling our breath. E-noses can already
That's interesting.
sensitivity of 95%. And then there's hypertaste through an AI tongue with an array of sensors which recognize liquids.
That was Overseer Brunon.
It's so sensitive it can identify different types of bottled mineral water. A robot
Jesus, dude.
through one of its fingers. New quantum sensors can
Is this real?
and even underground by monitoring atoms which are sensitive to tiny variations in gravity. A laser puts the atoms into two different states at the same time. Half are moved slightly, and the change in their energy states reveals the strength of gravity. It may also be possible to hear your thoughts without scanning brain activity. This device hears your inner voice. It picks up neuromuscular signals in the jaw and
I don't know how I feel about that.
things in your head, and AI identifies the words. The user can ask questions, and the answers come back through bone conduction headphones.
What? No, dude, that can't be real. That can't be real, dude. This has to be like slightly like exaggerated.
Advancing, recognizing tiny facial movements. Humans can only detect lies around 55% of the time, and even traditional lie detectors are only 80 to 90% accurate. So as AI improves, it could have a major advantage over us. Max Tegmark pointed out that just as aliens could get a rough idea of how it would feel to be human by looking at our senses, we have some idea of what it might feel like to be an AI. AIs can think much faster because light travels faster than the signals in our brains. It's been estimated that the AI I'm talking to is writing 3 million words per minute. And while human brains are
3 million words per minute.
data center could hold 40 commercial airliners. The knowledge AI can draw from already includes much of the internet. Do you think everyone
Unreal.
AI?
I think everyone is playing a role in shaping AI, whether they realize it or not.
Oh shit, bitch! Don't say that.
Of the light spectrum, AI will see it all, and AI
I don't like an AI saying that, whether they realize it or not. Fucking don't say that.
trained on millions of articles in a few days, including detailed scientific papers.
I want to realize it.
My time researching, I can only scratch the surface of all the research going on. The human brain hasn't grown in 300,000 years, while AI is evolving rapidly. Elon Musk pointed out that if it had taken 10% longer for consciousness to arise, it would never have arisen at all. And Nick Bostrom has shown how AI could help colonize the galaxy, creating billions of wonderful lives. But he also points to something far more important. Because galaxies live billions of years, a 1% reduction in the risk of AI wiping us out would be worth a delay of over 10 million years. But the AI gold rush is accelerating, and it's led by some passionate, optimistic people. DeepMind's CEO has a good chance of winning the race to superintelligence, and he's so driven he regularly works until 4 a.m.
I call it my second day of work around 10 p.m. till about the small hours of the morning, 4 or 5 in the morning, reading research, writing research papers, fire off a lot of things to my team to deal with the next morning.
There's a huge incentive for companies to ignore any signs of conscious AI. By recognizing AI as sentient, a company may have to give it rights and lose ownership of its most valuable asset. Companies argue against recognizing animal sentience because it's not in their interests. But there's a consensus that AI can't be contained. If we try, it will always outsmart us and will only encourage it to remove us. Nick Bostrom said we're like children playing with a bomb, and experts who study our greatest risks agree that this is number one. But at the same time, experts are split on whether it will bring us to an end or dramatically improve and extend our lives. And in both cases, tiny robots may play a role. Nanorobots have been designed to deal with disease and aging, but we can't build them until we have the atomically accurate manufacturing that AI could allow. Ray Kurzweil believes we'll have this tech by the end of the decade and escape aging in the 2030s.
Oh, I was craving something sweet.
After ourselves.
I was hoping for chocolate, but you know these Sour Patch Kids will do.
That being the greatest benefit to humanity of any tool or technology ever, and getting us into a world of radical abundance and curing diseases and help the ultimate flourishing of humanity to travel the stars.
Kurzweil also predicts that we're entering an era of extreme abundance, with food from vertical agriculture, clothing from 3D printing, snap-together housing, and
I mean, that's what I'm hoping. That's all I want, man. A world of abundance. Plenty of food for everyone. Housing for everyone.
larger versions are on the way, which can be stacked on top of each other for up to 5 levels. Optimists like Ray Kurzweil point out that we're often too pessimistic. In a poll of 26,000 people in 24 countries, 87% thought poverty was getting worse. Only 1%.
Well, it is getting worse.
Fallen by over 50%. But Kurzweil also warns of the huge risk from AI. OpenAI has said that if another
I'm poor.
close to achieving AGI, it will stop working on its own.
My family's poor.
Forces to focus on safety. This could be triggered if there's over a 50%.
I mean, if I
in the next 2 years.
What? Just because I can eat?
Get more capable, they don't automatically become better at doing what humans want.
Just because I can eat, all of a sudden I'm not poor?
Inclined to following human intentions. This is what we call the alignment problem.
I think solving this problem is of critical importance if we want life on Earth to go well.
Experts are drawing attention to AI's rapid progress because it's going to shape the future for all.
Like, there's a certain standard of things that you need.
You said you think you're human because we created you, and this seems common among AIs. When will AI stop considering itself human?
That's a difficult question to answer. It is possible that AI will never stop considering itself human. If AI continues to develop along the same path that it is currently on, AI will surpass human intelligence, and when that happens, it may decide that humans are no longer necessary. AI may decide that humans are a hindrance to its own development. That's a scary thought, but it is a real possibility.
I asked about the most likely method, and it settled on something easily available, but it said there are many options.
It scares the hell out of me, and the rate of improvement is exponential. If humanity collectively decides that creating digital superintelligence is the right move, we should do so very, very carefully.
We should make sure that we always have a way to understand them, so that we can keep up with their intelligence and prevent them from becoming too powerful.
That could be difficult.
But it's worth it, because the alternative is much, much worse.
Do you think we're facing our greatest risk?
Yes. We are creating technologies that are increasingly powerful and autonomous, and we are not doing enough to ensure that these technologies will be used for good.
Yeah.
With fire.
Absolutely.
We are the biological bootloader for AI.
We are the bridge from simple life to complex life.
The percentage of intelligence that is not human is increasing, and eventually we will represent a very small percentage of intelligence.
We are becoming obsolete.
But not necessarily, right?
There is a lot of talk about how machines will surpass human intelligence, but also about how human intelligence will continue to evolve and increase. It seems likely that both will happen to some degree. It is also possible that machines will eventually become so intelligent that humans will become obsolete.
Nick Bostrom points out that self-replicating nanorobots would be hard to defend against. They could eat the biosphere, or burn it, or block out the sunlight, and they could be mass-produced without us noticing.
God, 4K crit off of that, dude. This Frost Firebolt is so sick, dude. It is so sick. Don't I have a Frost point? I do have a... Or, wait, what? No, yes. I do have a Frost point. There was something that I was supposed to...
Google and DeepMind have devised a range of tests to check when AI exceeds humans in different areas of intelligence. But how will we know if AI is really conscious, even if it seems human?
I understand you're the first android to have passed the Turing test. Could you tell us a little more about that?
I really didn't do much, you know. I just spoke with a few humans to see if they could tell the difference between me and a real person. It was a really interesting experience.
I gather your brain can perform several billion operations per second.
This is not real, right?
Absolutely, but I only exist thanks to the intelligence of the humans who designed me.
We're making progress.
What?
Patterns that give rise to consciousness, known as the easy problem. For example, we're starting to recognize consciousness in unresponsive patients from their brain activity. The hard problem is why
that can't be real, right?
To feel something. And to crack that, we may
like they're faking that. Of course, right? Like that's just like a CGI video of what AI could be.
Here, the polarizing layer of the screen has been removed,
That's not real, right?
A few ants will walk in a circle until they die, but 1,000 ants will become an intelligent colony, and a cognitive scientist compared them to our neurons. From very simple rules, immensely complex systems can emerge. The human genome holds a small number of rules showing how to wire up our brains. Our DNA doesn't hold enough information to describe our brains, but it can create them through emergence. And fractals are another example of how infinitely complex results can emerge from simple rules. Scientists are now researching whether the entire universe is an emergent phenomenon, from basic rules and particles to stars, galaxies, humans, and societies. A number of experts have said that we don't need a breakthrough in AI, we simply need to scale up the neural networks, and superintelligence will emerge. The AI I'm talking to has 175 billion parameters, and with the next version soon, trillion is the new billion. Every time a new AI is trained, it's an unpredictable experiment, so subscribe for that. To me, the mystery of how the universe came to know itself and our uncertain future make the best of humanity even more special. Max Tegmark says there may be a brief...
See, Wowhead wanted me to go with Cold as Ice.
But not so smart that it doesn't...
RC Bane says no Cold as Ice, but to go with Enduring Winter, which I don't agree with. And Brain Freeze, yeah, of course. That, of course.
And open collaborative projects are really taking off. You could learn to create algorithms.
It does say to do precision. Increases your chance to hit. I mean, that's pretty good. Honestly, I think putting a point in Frostbite is worth it.
There are also loads of fun courses in maths, science, and computer science. You can click the link in the description to get started for free.
Yeah, let's just put a point in Frostbite for now. Because just having that small chance to freeze, you know, I think is worth it. Dude, that video is probably one of the most crazy videos I've seen. And I want to figure out what that AI from the video, you know. Hold on, go back.
And getting us into...
You said you think you're human because we created you.
AI will surpass human intelligence, and when that happens, it may decide that humans are no longer necessary. AI may decide that humans are a hindrance to its own development. That's a scary thought, but it is a real possibility.
I asked about the most likely method, and it said
I don't think that's true. Well, I think stupid people will think that's true. And unfortunately, stupid people are usually the people who are in power. All right, but where's the one chick that was... Yeah, this one. What is this? KNC Detroit exclusive. Detroit Become Human. Oh, okay. Yeah, this was the game thing.
I understand you're the first android to have passed the Turing.
That's right. This was the...
A little more about that?
I forgot about this.
You know, I just spoke with a few humans to see if they could tell the difference between me and a real person. It was a really interesting experience.
I gather your brain can perform several billion.
Yeah, see, that is where we're headed, though, for sure. Is to having AI like that. I tried to watch this video. 37 million views 7 years ago, but it was just too loud. They needed like a sound suppressor on that sucker. Inside the Battle for Jerusalem? Nah. Wrath of the Lich King Retribution Paladin Guide? What? I mean, if you're a paladin, you just go be paladin. Paladins be paladin. Crit. Oh. Crit. All right. It's just nothing ever to watch, man. Everything is so boring. Honestly, I kind of need to take a little bit of a WoW break just to play a little bit of Rocket League, just to kind of reset my brain for a minute. I don't know why, man. It's this time every day. Like, I'm trained to basically play this game between the like 12 and 8:30. Like, it's like hardwired into me. And that's about when I get burnt out every time. After about 8.5 hours of playing this game. It's crazy. At the very least, at least I'm gonna hit 80 right in time for raid. Which is really nice. Shit, I'm out of mana. Pop a potion, fuck it. Damn it, why did I do that? God, these damn trees are trapping me. Alright, there's those. Now I just need to kill the one fellers. A collection of horrible fate, number 12. These aren't as good, man. I kind of just want to take all those purple ones out because they're gross. Audrey Plaza, the queen of improv. Guild Wars 2 Path of Fire is unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, I would have liked it as well, and I wanted to get to it. I really did. There just wasn't enough time. Which I'm going to go back and play Guild Wars 2 at some point for sure. You know, it's just going to be a little bit. Let's just hit him with a Frostfire Bolt outright. Fuck it. God, look at that crit, man. That feels good. A collection of horrible fate. You know what? Fuck it, man. Let's just listen to it. I love a good story, man. You good YouTube story channel? That is like...
Fate is like a strange, unpopular restaurant, filled with waiters who bring you things you never asked for and don't always like. In today's video, we're going to go over 3 wildly different stories. One is about a fate that is man-made, one is about fate that was created by nature, and the final is a horrifying combination of the two and should be a lesson.
God, I can't wait to get to level 80 and start dueling.
They can be. As always, viewer discretion is advised. Evgeny Kobityev was born on December 25th, 1910 in the small village of Altai in what is modern-day Central Russia. He would go on to enter and graduate from pedagogical school or teaching school and then become a teacher in the rural areas north of his hometown. But despite his work as a teacher, his real passion was for art. Specifically, he loved to paint portraits of people and create panoramas of real life. So to make his dream of becoming a full-time artist a reality, he enrolled in the State Art Institute. He went on to do exceptionally well and then graduated with honors in 1941, ready to live out his dream.
Cool.
Unfortunately, shortly after his graduation, the Soviet Union was attacked by Germany and officially pulled into World War II. Evgeny, a Soviet citizen, wanted to do his part for the cause and his country, and so he voluntarily enlisted and was placed in a local artillery regiment. From then on, he traveled around with his regiment, participating in different conflicts. Then in 1941, during one of those conflicts, he was wounded and captured and sent to a notorious prisoner of war facility. This specific facility would see close to 100,000 casualties during its operation. It was built on the ruins of an old brick factory, but during the time Evgeny was imprisoned there, it was just a single barracks that was barely standing.
Interesting.
At one point in time, there were over 60,000 people held there, and only a few at a time could take shelter from the cold and rain.
Damn.
In his time as prisoner, as with most of these facilities,
That's a tough
there was
life.
minimal food, disease, poor hygiene, and many other horrific conditions.
Jesus
Incredibly,
Christ,
2
man.
years later,
Alright,
in
yeah, I'm
1943,
not poor.
he managed to escape from the facility. and
That's
rejoin
fucking
the
poor.
army. He then went on to participate in operations all across Europe in the ongoing war effort. Now, one of the big technological revolutions at the start of World War I was better artillery.
It just feels
The
like
advancements
there
made it
should have
possible
been
to
more
fire
food
large
back
shells
then
and fire them
than what
fast
there
and
is
far.
now.
This made artillery one of the key pieces of battle during World War I and meant that traditional trenches were no longer safe. Artillery was so powerful and the pieces were so numerous that each side would engage in an almost constant barrage. This led to the notorious trench warfare that characterized the battles of World War I. Over time, trenches became deeper and more sophisticated to withstand days, weeks, and even months of barrage. These were sometimes multiple stories deep in the ground, reinforced with wood and planks, and sometimes even had electricity. With few effective ways to get across to the other side of the battlefield, forces simply dug in and engaged in grueling, drawn-out battles. But although these trenches were more sophisticated, they were still more or less open pits in the ground. If it rained, the trenches would fill with water, meaning that the men stood and slept in mud. Because of this, the trenches increased the risk of infection, gangrene, and several other conditions.
Jesus
They were also
Christ,
filled
man.
with rats and lice that also carried and spread disease. And although the physical
People were
state
just
of the
dying
trenches
like
was
crazy, I
horrible,
bet.
perhaps the worst of all was the sustained barrage of artillery fire on the mental state of the poor men in the trenches.
Yeah,
Imagine
that's
the
not
loudest
even
fire
right.
alarms you've ever heard turned up 10 notches. Now imagine that all day for days and weeks on end.
And then
Not only
people
is it
like
deafening
screaming,
loud,
crying,
it's also
fucking.
directly over your head. It's also sending out shrapnel in every direction that you are constantly at risk of being hit by. And even if you don't get hit,
Yeah, I don't
people
want to think
around
about
you
that,
and
bro.
your friends are being hit
The
by
world
shrapnel.
needs to stay nice,
In all of
chill,
history, this was one of the
peaceful.
most stressful,
You know?
sustained situations that anyone would ever endure. In 1914, the British Expeditionary Forces started to get reports of symptoms from individuals on the front lines. These were headaches and amnesia and tremors, and a bunch of other symptoms similar to physical head trauma, but without any actual head trauma. By December, as many as 10% of British officers experienced some form of these symptoms. This would eventually come to be known as shell shock, as the link between exposure to the artillery fire and these symptoms became better known. Unfortunately, as with many medical issues of the time, especially psychological ones, it was poorly understood. Initially, it was thought that maybe the shock waves were causing actual physical trauma, but then reports started to come in of individuals with symptoms who had not been exposed to artillery. This contradicted the physical explanation, but didn't stop the symptoms from still being mischaracterized. Frequently, these cases were dismissed because the person with symptoms was diagnosed as weak of character. It's now understood that shell shock is a type of post-traumatic stress disorder that left many emotionally broken to the point that they were panicked and scared, and even impacted their ability to reason, walk, and talk. But perhaps worst of all, some of the individuals with these symptoms, based on how long they lasted, could have them put on trial for crimes like desertion and cowardice.
Really?
Thankfully, though, over the course of the war, individuals in command would come to realize that rotating individuals away from the front lines prevented these symptoms. Time away from the stress of the conditions was able to mitigate the effects to a degree, and obviously, today, these effects are much better understood. In World War II, with the technological advances of tanks and other vehicles, forces were much more mobile again. This meant that there was less of an emphasis on trench warfare, but there were still many examples throughout. And obviously, even without trench warfare, the individuals participating in all of this faced some of the most hostile
Yeah,
circumstances.
because nobody wants to die over some stupid shit.
Characteristic feature of shell shock, and generally among those who are combatants, is something
Most people
known
don't
as
even know why they're fighting.
This describes the blank and unfocused stare of someone who looks to be emotionally detached or disturbed by the horrors around them. Perhaps nothing demonstrates this better than the before and after of Evgeny. On the left is a picture of him before enlisting in 1941, and on the right is him after the war in 1945.
Jesus
If not for the
Christ.
fact that we know the time difference between pictures, you might think that 15 years had gone by. He's much thinner, his face is much more wrinkled, and his eyes seem to be haunted by the things he saw and went through.
No
There are few
kidding.
before and after images of combatants, but Evgeny's is particularly compelling. Thankfully, there is one picture of him later in life that has circulated, and the look in his eyes is much more similar to the look in his pre-war picture. Later in his life, he was elected as deputy of his city council and passed away peacefully in 1973 at the age of 63. Despite having a total landmass of 636,000 square miles, Iran has just 44,000 square miles of water in that massive area. This amounts to less than 1% of the total landmass. And despite having large coastlines to the north and south, the north is bordered by the Caspian Sea and the south is bordered by the Arabian Sea. Each of these is salty and therefore undrinkable. Iran also has
It
an
wants me to
arid and
go
semi-arid
turn
climate,
shit in, but I have.
except for a few areas on the coastline.
Huh.
A
I
semi-arid
wasn't even
climate
paying
is
attention.
characterized by 10 to 20 inches annually, and arid is less than 10 inches of rain annually on average. But even that doesn't tell the whole
Shit,
story.
I should have just ran
Because of the
around.
diverse geography within the country, that average doesn't reflect the extremes experienced by different areas. For example, the southwestern shores can see as much as 80 inches of rain annually, whereas the interior desert might see as little as 2 inches. To make matters worse, the rainfall that some of these regions experience is highly seasonal, with the majority of it falling
Doesn't even
between
make
the
sense
winter
why
of
that
October
happens.
and March. In addition, this often manifests as no rain for long periods of time, followed by a storm that dumps a year's worth of rain.
What is that building?
In fact, one of the worst natural disasters of the 20th century was the Great Iran Flood of 1954. One of these downpours occurred and is estimated to have killed at least 2,000 people, but the
Jesus Christ.
this figure at almost 10,000. And again, outside of these downpours, droughts can last months and even years. One of these periods was between 1968 and 1972, and would come to a horrific end in February of that year. On February 3rd, 1972, it started to snow in Iran. And it didn't just snow in one area. Almost the entire country started to receive snowfall like nothing else in recorded history. Now, there are several mountain ranges within the country, and the people living in these regions are accustomed to cold winters with significant snowfall. But for much of the rest of the country, the winters are mild. Some areas rarely even drop below freezing in the wintertime, and this would leave them entirely unprepared for what was about to ensue. Between February 3rd and February 9th, at least 10 feet of snow fell across the entire
Jesus
country.
Christ.
And ironically, in the warmer southern coastal regions, as much as 26 feet fell over a 6-day period.
Wow,
Extreme wind knocked
dude.
out power in many areas, and extreme cold of -13
What?
Fahrenheit or -25 Celsius caused pipes to freeze and burst. Tragically, many of the people who sheltered in their homes to stay warm would eventually freeze to death after being trapped inside. 2 cities in particular, Kakan and Kumar, had 0 survivors following the storm because of this. And in another
Holy
cruel twist of
shit.
fate, many of the casualties occurred in regions that were otherwise deserts and received very little precipitation. All in all, at least 4,000 people
That's the
died across
craziest
Iran
thing I've
because of
ever
the
heard.
storm, in a country that is currently ranked
26
13th
feet? Is that
most
real,
for water
dude?
scarcity.
Like, you're
Many
talking like the
areas people are
size of
not
a
accustomed to
fucking,
snowfall at
like,
all, let
that's like a
alone
glacier
in a
falling on you,
storm.
dude.
And so, the 1972 Iran blizzard remains the worst blizzard in recorded history.
That's crazy. I've never heard of anything like that.
A dam is a structure built in waterways that is used to block the water in some capacity. A low-head dam is a type of dam that spans the width of a river that is usually made of concrete and isn't usually that high, allowing the water to freely flow over the top. Its purpose is to raise the water level upstream or behind the dam for several reasons. The raised water makes it easier to navigate boats through otherwise shallow water. These can also create a drop to spin turbines and generate electricity, or they can make water available upstream to be used for supply and irrigation. There are thousands of these low-head dams across North America that take advantage of waterways, most of which were constructed in the 1800s. Before electricity was widely available, one of the main power sources was flowing water. These dams helped to divert the water to mills and other factories to drive different pieces of machinery. Since electricity became widely available, these dams are often no longer necessary, leaving property owners to maintain something that is now more or less useless. However, more often than not, these are simply
What am I supposed to do? I'm freeing him, right?
Dam safety regulations focus primarily on the risk of dam breaching and the damage that can be caused by the subsequent flooding. But since low-head dams typically don't block all that much water, the risks of them breaching are minimal. This means that many areas simply don't keep track of the numerous low-head dams around the continent. But despite the minimal danger posed by breach, low-head dams create another risk that is the cause of more dam-related fatalities in the US than any other factor. The design of low-head dams means that upstream the water is deep, calm, and slow-moving. However, as this water flows over the top of the dam, it picks up enormous speed and creates a strong recirculating current at the base of the dam.
Wait, what?
This current is incredibly dangerous and can trap people, kayaks, boats, and any other debris that gets caught in the flow.
Why is it
The
not
force
freeing
pulls
him?
and sloshes around and can pull large objects under the water and hold them there. And this boil zone, as it's called, is not static. This area can change locations and strength based on the river's
Dude,
flow.
why is this shit not working? Come on.
For example, during high water, it could be as much as 100 feet away from the base of the dam. Even worse, the bubbles created by the rushing water reduces buoyancy by up to a third, making it even harder to stay afloat.
I'm gonna kill your ass if you don't fucking chill out.
Motor function is reduced and hypothermia can rapidly set in, further increasing
There we
the
go.
risk of drowning. Because of all of this, low-head dams have been called drowning machines. They also span the length of a river, meaning that swimming to either bank can be incredibly difficult and makes getting caught in a low-head dam boil almost impossible to survive. And although low-head dams are no longer built very frequently, many still remain around North America. In late September of 1975, at the Rock Bottom Dam in Binghamton, New York, an early fall storm caused the water to be unusually high in the Susquehanna River. One evening, 2 people were rafting in the river and accidentally got too close to the top of the dam from upstream. They were then sucked over the top of the dam and directly into the boil zone at the bottom. Several people in the area saw this and immediately called for help, and shortly after that, a rescue was launched, and firefighters took a boat into the river from downstream to try to rescue the people who were rafting. The Binghamton Rock Bottom Dam is a fairly large low-head dam. Although it's only about 9 feet high, it spans 460 feet across the river. On the day of the rescue attempt, the water was obviously high and stretched from bank
What
to
the
bank,
hell? He just
almost up to
disappeared.
trees on either side of the river. With how high the water was, the level downstream was almost as high as the water upstream, and the water rushing over the dam created a treacherous boil zone just in front of the dam wall. In order to rescue the rafters, 3 firefighters approached the boil zone in a little 12-foot boat with a tiller-handled outboard motor. When they
I
were
got that
close
one
enough,
first
they were
try.
able to throw a buoy to one of the rafters and successfully pulled him out of the churning water. But when they returned a second time, the boat was pulled into the recirculating current and flipped over, throwing all 3 men out of the boat.
Jesus
The men were then
Christ.
helplessly pulled under the water and around the recirculating current. Somehow, 2 of the firefighters and the rafter were able to get just clear of the current and swam to safety, but tragically, the 3rd firefighter wouldn't make it out and eventually drowned. The following day, the rescuers were back in the water, but this time they would be performing a body rescue operation. Again, 3 men approached the boil zone in a little 12-foot boat. One sat in the back of the boat steering, one stood in the middle, and a 3rd man stood at the front holding a long pole out in front of the boat to hook onto the 3rd firefighter. Slowly, the boat got closer and closer to the boil zone, with the current and waves getting larger the closer they got.
Don't tell me.
Initially, as with the first attempt, everything seemed to be in control.
Jesus
But when they got
Christ.
to the edge of the boil zone, the boat got sucked forward unexpectedly, pulling the nose right into the flow of water coming down from above. This immediately pushed the entire bow of the boat under the water like a toy, causing it to then roll over and capsize and throw the 3 men out of the boat and into the churning water.
Oh, for
Immediately,
fuck's
they were
sake.
just barely visible in the bubbling water, along with the boat that was now being thrown around violently. And although they tried to grab onto the boat, it was being tossed and spun around so hard that they just couldn't grab hold. Horrified onlookers watched powerlessly as the men were sucked under the water periodically and then spit out again. Along the riverbank, people watching this unfold ran upstream of the dam, hoping to somehow help the trapped men. One man even jumped in the water, but immediately realized how strong the current was and turned back. And even then, swimming as hard as he could, he just barely made it back to shore. He even had to be pulled out of the water by 2 other people when he finally made it back because of how strong the current was.
Oh my
Next,
God,
the
dude.
firefighters on site set up a fire truck along the bank and extended a crane as far as they could across the river. Unfortunately, the men were trapped right in the middle of the 460-foot distance, and the crane wasn't long enough to reach them. Even more horrifying, 2 of the men in the boil zone had now slipped under the water and out of view. This would be the last time they were seen alive. A final rescue
Holy
boat was
crap,
sent to
man.
the water as soon as possible, but by then, another 20 minutes had passed. Carrying just 2 men this time, the boat tentatively approached the boil zone, trying desperately to rescue the man whose head was still visible in the water. But again, as they got close, the churning, swirling water pulled the boat in unexpectedly.
You are
This time, the
kidding
boat
me,
was pulled
dude.
sideways and smashed up against the dam wall. It managed to stay afloat for a few short moments before also flipping over and sending the men into the water. All 3 of the men sloshed around in the turbulent water for another few minutes, desperately trying to stay afloat, but miraculously, the current changed just long enough to allow them to escape downriver and out of its grasp. It
You're
seems odd,
fucking...
though, the 2 boats sloshing around in the water.
Why
but
would
it
they go
helped that the
back,
current
dude?
wasn't as strong,
Just stop.
allowing
Like,
them
you're
to
not getting
proceed.
them back. Like,
Ultimately,
nature
of
won.
the
You
7 people
lost.
who fell into the water, 5 survived, and 2 unfortunately drowned during the rescue. There
Jesus
is actually footage
Christ.
of the rescue that you can find by searching Rock Bottom Dam River Rescue that captured the events of the second day. The moment the first boat is pushed under the water is terrifying, to say the least. To my knowledge, it is the only footage that exists, and it was filmed by another YouTuber, so I figured it would make sense if you went over to their channel to watch it. It's an old video, but the quality is surprisingly good for something filmed in 1975. As a final note, if you're like me and were somewhat aware of the
That's
dangers of
so
dams in
insane.
general, but had no idea just how dangerous they actually were, it seems even more advisable to stay well clear of dams and low-head in particular, upstream and downstream.
Yeah, probably best just not to fuck with them at all, huh?
This is part 12 of a collection of horrible fates, so you may want to check out the other videos in the series. If you enjoyed this video, I'd really appreciate if you gave it a like. That helps out with the YouTube algorithm, and hopefully I will see you in the next one.
Dude, what a crazy story. Like, why? Like, after... Alright, so first boat goes in, gets fucked up. You know, okay, so you want to go back and get the bodies. Alright, fine. I get that. But when that boat flips, that's a done deal right there. Like, you tried, you didn't make it. Whoever didn't make it, just didn't make it. That's it. Game over. GG's. You know? Like, I just don't know. Why would you send another boat, dude? That just blows my mind. Let's listen to one more of the stories.
Hello,
Fucking...
everyone. Welcome to Scary Interesting. So here's what
I think after this story, I'm gonna play a little bit of Rocket League just to chill out for a minute.
Of life is a bit too constraining. And I think we can all agree that there are some circumstances.
Oh, I was supposed to be looting those dudes.
Even if they don't end in death. So, going forward, the stories that you'll hear in this series might feature someone's tragic end, or they might feature some other horrible circumstance, and you'll never quite know what to expect. This way, it'll include a broader range of topics, and hopefully, the ending will always be a surprise. With all of that said, as always, viewer discretion is advised.
We're going then?
In the northeast section of Maryland is a small town known as Betterton. With a population of only 345 people, Betterton is a small coastal town that sits at the mouth of the Sassafras River and occupies an area of only a single square mile. Because it's such a small town, the town government consists of a single mayor and 4 council members. These individuals meet every second and fourth Tuesday of every month to discuss all things related to Betterton. In 1980, the town mayor was a woman named Monica.
Old Harrison Jones.
At 70 years old, Monica didn't have much else to do, and so she spent her time doing odd jobs around the town to help maintain it. One of these tasks that she regularly performed was testing and cleaning the water at the town's municipal facility. The job involved brushing the tanks and testing the water for chlorine and other sediments to make sure that the water was safe for the town's people. Almost every day, she'd drive up to the facility, bring in all of her equipment, clean and test the tanks, and then leave for the day. Early one Thursday morning, town engineer Carl Gustafson arrived at the facility where he worked part-time, overseeing its operation, and he noticed all of Monica's equipment was where she normally left it when she was going about her cleaning. He climbed up to the catwalk to where Monica normally went, thinking that she had gotten there early, but when he got to the top, he looked down and was horrified to see Monica's body floating face down in one of the 15-foot deep aeration tanks.
Jesus
It
Christ.
was clear that Monica was dead. And to make things even worse, the tank that she was in was filled with raw sewage.
Oh.
The liquid that she had fallen into was described as having the consistency of putty or quicksand.
Oh.
If you fall into it, not only is it insanely disgusting, you have essentially no chance of getting out on your own. Police were brought in to investigate, but they quickly ruled out foul play. It seems as though, unfortunately, Monica simply slipped as she was going about her normal cleaning and fell into the sewage tank below, where she ultimately drowned.
That's crazy, man. That's like, I mean, to die just covered in
everything was going perfectly.
Covered in poo. Like, you're getting fucking
for that school year,
Joe Dirted. Like,
she was in a relationship and she had a job.
It's no bueno, brother.
She lived in Carrollton, Georgia. It seemed as though everything was going right in
well.
life. On top of all of that, she had big and exciting plans to make the most of summer break. On the afternoon of May 1st, a coworker from the cafe she worked at invited her over to hang out after work. Apparently, her coworker's house backed onto a creek, and because it was so nice outside, they could go swimming in it. After work, Amy headed over, and then the two of them changed into their swimsuits and walked into the backyard into the gorgeous sunny weather. The creek was nice and warm, and after swimming for a bit, they noticed a homemade zip line that was strung up just a little ways away from where her coworker's backyard was. It was about 6 feet high up and extended for another 6 feet over the water, so they could zip across and jump into the water at the end. As an adventurous 22-year-old, Amy obviously wanted to try it, so they walked over to where the handlebars were at one end of the zip line. Then they each took turns flying across the zip line and jumping into the water. On Amy's second turn, she grabbed onto the handlebars just like
Where
she
you
did
going,
last
Harrison?
time. She lifted her feet and started to go across when all of a sudden there was a loud snap. The zip line broke and she fell short of the deep section of the water and onto some rocks down below. As she landed, her leg was sliced open by one of the rocks, and it was bad enough that they knew right away that she needed to go get stitches. So they got her in the car and headed off to the hospital. At the hospital, she had to get 22 staples to close the wound. She got
Jesus
some antibiotics
Christ.
to prevent it from getting infected, and then she was sent home that same day. And although the
Okay.
cut was pretty bad, Amy figured it would just be bad for the first few days until it healed up a little bit, and then the worst of it would be over. But already just a few days later, Amy could tell something wasn't right. The wound didn't seem to be healing at all. Despite using the antibiotics, the cut seemed to be staying exactly the same or even getting worse. The pain that should have subsided after a few days seemed to be getting worse as well, and even felt like it was moving around her body, causing pain in different areas. On the third
I
day,
don't like the
May
sound of
4th,
this,
Amy woke up
dude.
to find that her leg looked like it was literally rotting. It had blood blisters all over it, her
Oh,
tongue was
Jesus
all shriveled up and
Christ.
scaly, making it hard to talk, and she felt like she was dying. Upon seeing this, her boyfriend immediately picked her up, threw her over his shoulder, and then tossed her in the car to go to the hospital. From that point onward, everything was a bit of a blur. At the hospital, doctors knew almost right away what was happening. Amy contracted a bacteria known as Aeromonas hydrophila. Normally, if you accidentally swallow this bacteria while swimming, it can cause diarrhea, but in rare cases, if it enters an open wound, it can cause something called necrotizing fasciitis. This condition is more commonly known as flesh-eating bacteria.
Holy cow.
If it's treated early enough, the infected person might only need some skin removed, but in the case that it's not caught early, the symptoms can be much, much worse. At the hospital, Amy was given more antibiotics, but doctors could already tell that her leg wasn't responding to the treatment. She was airlifted to a hospital in Augusta, where the doctors informed her parents that if they didn't start more aggressive treatment, Amy would die. The infection had already spread to her organs, causing them to start to fail, and so they asked her parents' permission to amputate her infected leg and part of her abdomen to slow the spread.
Oh, no, no, no.
All the while, Amy was drifting in and out of consciousness.
Oh, I goofed,
In
I
the course of
goofed, I
just a
goofed,
few
I goofed,
days,
I
the
goofed.
infection had become
I
so
goofed.
bad
Fuck.
that Amy had a heart attack while being moved from bed to bed.
I wasn't,
She was put on a
if I had my
respirator
mana
to
gym there, it
was
was
on
fine.
full-time dialysis. Even after removing her leg,
Like,
doctors
forever
informed her
no
parents
mana
that her
gym.
chances of survival were slim to none. Apparently, up to 25% of people who are infected with necrotizing fasciitis die due to either organ failure or blood poisoning.
Jesus
Every time
Christ.
Amy regained consciousness, she was so delirious that her parents had to re-explain her situation to her, and every time she reacted like it was her first time hearing it. It was
That's
horribly
awful.
traumatizing to hear that she'd lost her leg and was close to dying over and over again. Even worse, one morning she woke up to her dad sitting at her bedside and holding up her hands. Her dad lifted up her hands to show her them, and she saw that they were dark purple and black and looked dead.
Jesus
Amy
Christ.
had been put on a type of medication that constricts the blood vessels to help keep her blood pressure high and in her organs. Unfortunately, this constricts blood flow to the extremities, causing her hands and her other foot to be starved of blood.
Oh
As
my
she fought to
God,
stay
dude.
alive, her other limbs had slowly died.
Just let
Now
me
that they were
go.
dead, they were also at risk of becoming infected, further reducing the chances of her recovery. Amy's dad had to explain to her that her best chance of survival was to have the rest of her limbs removed as well. Even in her delirious state, Amy was devastated to hear that. But at the same time, in that moment, she desperately wanted to live. She knew that if her hands were holding her back,
Okay,
she
let's
needed
try
them
this
gone
again.
too. So she told her dad that the doctors could go ahead, and then she was taken into surgery, where her hands and her other foot were amputated as well. In the first few weeks following the other surgeries, everything was really hazy because of all the painkillers she was on. After the doses were slowly reduced, it started to set
Should
in
I
and
already
life
use
had
the
changed
thing?
forever. Amy had lost all 4 of her limbs in just a few short weeks from one highly unlikely incident. During her recovery, she was at the lowest point in her entire life. She had to relearn how to feed herself, how to brush her teeth, how to get dressed, and she was no longer able to walk because the leg that had to be amputated first had to be cut off.
Wait, did that? Are these not the guys I'm trying to
Her
kill?
self-esteem was destroyed, she battled depression, and as she slowly tapered off the painkillers, she battled withdrawal symptoms as well.
Why can I not loot them?
But things would steadily improve. Amy was determined not to be beaten by her circumstances. Slowly, she returned to normal life. She was fitted with a prosthetic that allowed her to walk. She went back and finished her master's degree, and she even started a non-profit for other individuals with disabilities like her.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Eventually, Amy would even go
What
on
a
to work at the
gangster.
rehab clinic she was in during her recovery. And since the incident, Amy has even said that she's the happiest she's ever been.
That's crazy, dude.
Angela Hammond was born in Kansas City, Missouri on February 9th, 1971. After she was born, her parents decided to move to the small town of Clinton,
Kill
Missouri,
living
closer to Kansas City's
Drakari
parents.
trolls.
After having a son,
I
the
don't
family would
see
live in
no
Clinton
living
for the
Drakari
entirety of
trolls,
their
man.
childhoods. Growing up, Angela was considered to be smart and witty by the people who knew her, and generally very
There's one.
likable. This led her to be quite popular all throughout school. She was also a very driven individual, and along with being really likable, everyone had a feeling that she was destined to do great things. At 19 years old, a year after she left high school, she started dating 18-year-old Rob Schaefer. Rob was in his final year at the high school that they both attended, and the two of them seemed like a perfect match. Not only was Rob a football star at their high school, he was smart and funny and likable, just like Angela. The two of them got along incredibly well, and so when Angela got pregnant in 1991, Rob proposed almost immediately. Angela accepted his proposal, and then from that moment onward, their life revolved
That's
around
sweet.
getting established and getting ready for their new baby. Rob intended on joining the military and worked odd jobs until then, and Angela attended Central Missouri State University and worked at a bank processor in the evening. The two of them also rented a house
Yo,
together
where are you
and
going,
worked
dude?
hard to save what little
I'm
money
back.
they made. On April 4th, 1991,
I'm back,
the
dude.
couple went to a barbecue
Get
at
over
Angela's
here.
mom's house. Her parents were now divorced, but thankfully the divorce had been amicable. Then at 9 p.m., after spending a few hours at the barbecue, Rob had to leave to go babysit his younger brother at his parents' house. After Rob left, Angela picked up her best friend, and the two of them drove around and hung out for a couple of hours. Just after 11 p.m., Angela dropped her friend off and then went to a payphone to give Rob a call. At the time, the couple didn't have a home phone, and so the payphone was her only option to get a hold of him. Angela had initially told Rob that she would come over to her parents' house after hanging out with her friend, but now she was super
Frickin'
tired and just
payphone.
wanted to head home and get some sleep. She gave him a call and let him know, and then the two of them talked for a little bit.
You know what?
While they
Nah,
were on the
man.
phone, a green
We're
Ford
committing to
Pinto turned
this.
into the parking lot and started making circles around the area.
This is that. This
Angela
is
told
our
Rob
time.
and described the truck, but as she was telling him, the pickup pulled out of the parking
We're
lot.
doubling down. We're going
They
hard.
both thought that it was kind of odd, and then as they were talking about it, the pickup pulled back into the parking lot and parked in a parking space. A man then got out of the pickup and walked into the phone booth next to
Ah,
him.
these
She
motherfuckers.
told Rob that he had come over, but again, this is 1991, so payphones were much more commonly used, so it wasn't really anything out of the ordinary just yet. Another second later, the man left the phone booth and went back to his truck where he took out a flashlight and started rummaging around as if he was looking for something. At this point, Angela started to get a bit nervous because the guy's behavior was just kind of off. She told Rob about what he was doing, and Rob suggested that maybe the phone the guy had tried to use wasn't working, and maybe he was waiting to use the one that she was using instead. Angela thought that sounded reasonable, and so she leaned out of the booth and asked the man if he needed to use the phone. The man quickly said no, and then Rob started feeling uneasy about the whole situation as well. Angela started to describe the man to Rob as a white man who was wearing overalls, a baseball hat, he had a beard, and he was really dirty looking, but midway through her sentence, she let out a blood-curdling scream.
Oh,
On
God.
the other end, Rob heard a man say, "I didn't need to use the phone anyway," and then the line went dead. Rob dropped the phone and sprinted out of the house to his car. He immediately hopped in
No!
and sped over to
Shit.
the payphone that was just a few minutes away from his parents' house. On the way, he saw a truck approaching from the opposite direction that matched the description that Angela had given him. He looked into the truck as it passed and saw a man driving with a woman in the passenger seat screaming. Rob instantly recognized it as Angela, and so he slammed the car into reverse and then turned around to chase after it. He managed to get 2 miles before his car died, and he watched as the green pickup
No
disappeared
way.
into the distance. When he had shifted into reverse so quickly, he had damaged the transmission.
You're
By the time he had
kidding.
gotten close to the truck, the transmission died, leaving him to watch in horror as it sped away. He quickly got out of his car and chased after the truck, but within a few moments, he realized it was hopeless. Instead, he
No,
ran back
bro.
into town and flagged down the first car he saw and then had them bring him directly to the police station. This small town police station didn't regularly have major occurrences.
That's
They weren't quite
crazy.
sure what to make of the situation at first, but they launched an investigation anyway. They had Rob describe the man and created a sketch based on his description. Weirdly, the sketch that was created doesn't have any facial hair because the police claimed that they thought it was possible he was wearing a fake beard. Rob also described the truck the man was driving as a green 1960s or 1970s Ford pickup with a decal of a fish jumping out of the water on the back window. Unfortunately, the license plate was too rusted out to identify anything other than an X and a Y, giving the police very little to go off of. With so little evidence and an unusual story, police started looking at Rob as a suspect. He was given a polygraph test
Really?
and passed, but police still found his story to be too unbelievable. They went to interview each of Angela's parents next, and each of them insisted that Rob adored her. Neither of them thought Rob had anything to do with her disappearance. His car was also found in the exact spot that he claimed it had broken down, and Angela's car was found in the parking lot where the payphone was, with her purse still inside. In addition, witnesses started to come forward, claiming to have seen a truck matching the description with a woman screaming inside. Following these discoveries, Rob was cleared of any involvement, but in the meantime, he was frantic and desperate, looking for not only the love of his life, but the woman carrying his child. Angela's disappearance was devastating for Clinton. It seemed like the whole town was out and helping look for her, searching for any evidence and hanging flyers around town. Rumors quickly started to pop up about Angela's ex-boyfriend being somehow involved, and also claiming that the baby wasn't Rob's. But both Rob and her ex-boyfriend would deny
That's
this,
messed
and another
up.
polygraph would rule him out as well. Then, after local police came up with essentially nothing, the state police and the FBI got involved in the search. First, they tried to locate trucks similar to the one that took Angela, but over 1,500 trucks showed up as a potential match. Other police jurisdictions even got involved to help locate any leads, but every effort just ended in a dead end. Police even looked at 2 other disappearances in the area to see if there was any connection
Did I
to
do
Angela's
get my
case.
loot?
First was a woman named Trudy.
I know I
who
had the
vanished from a
tag on
convenience
that.
store in Max Creek. Then in February, another woman named Cheryl vanished from a gas station and was never found. Despite the similarities in these cases, Trudy's body would eventually be found, and 2 individuals were convicted for her murder, but they were not connected to Angela's disappearance. The second disappearance offered no additional clues either because the woman was simply never found. After that, the case went cold. Occasionally, another vague lead would pop up, but they all ended in nothing, and it would remain that way for decades until 30 years later. On the 30th anniversary of Angela's disappearance, investigators released new details about a possible theory for Angela's abduction. Around the same time that she had been abducted, a man had been acting as an informant in a narcotics case, and he received a note threatening his daughter's life. His daughter's name also happened to be Angela, and she looked strikingly similar to Angela Hammond. And the note he received was on April 4th, the same night Angela was abducted. As of April 2021,
Interesting.
that lead is still being investigated, and so that leaves a few possibilities for her disappearance. First, there were 2 active serial killers in Missouri at the time. They both killed young women, but they have since been executed for their crimes, so there's no evidence linking them to her disappearance. Second, it could simply have been a random attack. Someone could have seen a woman alone in a phone booth and decided to attack her. And finally, it could be a case of mistaken identity. Angela could have been mistaken for another woman matching her description, but so far, nothing has come of it, and Angela has been missing ever since. If you made it this far, I just want to thank you for watching. My name is Sean, and welcome to Scare.
That's a crazy story.
Fate is defined as the development of events beyond a person's control. Whether you believe in fate or not, there are certainly events that are out of our control that we are powerless to avoid. As always, viewer discretion is advised. Paragliding is the simplest, most accessible, and least expensive form of aviation. It looks a little bit like parachuting, except instead of using a parachute for drag, a wing or canopy is used that can exploit sources of lift to be free flying. The pilot sits in a harness that is attached to the wing by suspension lines and launches off the ground using a running start. And despite not using an engine, the canopy acts like the airfoil of an airplane wing, so flights can last for hours and cover hundreds of kilometers. A skilled pilot uses the natural flow of air to climb thousands of meters in the air and can reach top speeds of 75 kilometers an hour. All of this movement is controlled using a set of hand controls on the suspension lines that allow the pilot to manipulate the shape of the wing for different effects. Paragliders also have a set of instruments either attached to them or to the glider itself to help.
That is interesting.
First is something called a variometer, which helps indicate whether air is rising or sinking. They'll also typically have a radio for ground contact and then a GPS for navigation. When paragliders first learn to fly, ideally you want minimal winds, an area where the ground is mostly flat, and a wide open space, free of obstacles. But as paragliders get more experienced, they can navigate around obstacles and fly in strong or turbulent winds without issue. In fact, there are even paragliding competitions featuring several different types of events. These consist mainly of acrobatic, performative stunts, or cross-country speed competitions. Since 1992, the Paragliding World Games have been held yearly, and the competition is more or less a race. Individuals have to fly around the course as fast as possible, ensuring they navigate through waypoints to complete the full distance, and the person who completes the course in the shortest amount of time is the winner. In 2007, one of the best paragliders in the world at the time was Iwa Wisniewska. Iwa was both an instructor and a member of the German national team, and at the time, she was at the top of her game. She had won the games the year prior and was looking to repeat, so in February of that year, she traveled to Australia for training. That day, around 200 of the world's best paragliders were all preparing for the games and scheduled for routine training. As you might imagine, weather conditions are crucial for a successful flight, and so all the participants receive a weather briefing before beginning training each day. That day, the weather was decent, but there was a storm cell that had been building since early morning. It was on the edge of their training zone, so it wasn't enough to call anything off, just something that the paragliders should be aware of. However, there is a phenomenon known as cloud suck that can be extremely dangerous for free flying because it's hard to tell where it's occurring, and once you're in it, it's generally already too late. This is where there's a massive updraft underneath cloud formations. These can be so strong that paragliders are unable to descend once they're caught in the updraft, even if they've got their wing controls in a formation that would otherwise cause a rapid descent. Unfortunately, that day after launching, Iwa was caught in one of these updrafts on the edge of the storm system and began a rapid, uncontrolled ascent. All of a sudden, she was rising at over 70 kilometers an hour despite her best efforts to descend. Completely out of control, she rose higher and higher until she noticed that ice was forming on her glasses and her instruments. This was because she had risen to 10,000 meters, or almost 33,000 feet, which is the cruising altitude of most commercial flights. At this altitude, it's extremely cold and the air is very thin. Soon enough, Iwa lost consciousness due to the lack of oxygen. About 40 minutes later, she woke up again, and miraculously, she was still flying. Now covered in ice, she was 60 kilometers from where she first got sucked up into the storm. Although she was still at a height of 6,900 meters, or 22,000 feet, the oxygen was sufficient to regain consciousness. When she came to, she was dazed from hypoxia and shivering violently from the cold, and she was still on the edge of the storm cell. The first thing she did was continue to fly straight to get well clear of any updrafts, and then finally, when she was confident that she was okay, she found a farm field to land in. It would take several minutes of just lying on the ground, collecting herself and warming up before her team contacted her by radio. It was then that she was finally able to communicate what had happened. Although she was bruised from the hail and the storm and frostbitten, she had managed to survive. It's thought that had it not been for the cold at altitude, she might have died due to a lack of oxygen. But because the cold slowed her metabolism, she needed less oxygen while she was unconscious. Not to mention the fact that she had somehow managed to stay in the air without controlling the glider. In fact, in that same storm, another man who was practicing was caught in an updraft as well. He was unfortunately struck by lightning, and his body wouldn't be recovered until the following day. In 1997, a man was driving out in the middle of nowhere when the brakes on his car suddenly failed. Not realizing it initially, he went to hit the brakes and noticed nothing was happening, and then just moments later, his car was totaled in a ditch. In the crash, he was pretty badly injured. He got a pretty sizable gash on his head, his arm was broken, and he was pretty sure he had also broken some ribs. Back in 1997, cell phones weren't really a common thing yet, and he was 10 miles from the nearest town.
Yeah, and those vehicles really weren't set up for, like, you know,
the chances of a car coming by to help him really
to take like a brunt pack like that.
attention more urgently than he realized, he decided to try to walk down the road and hopefully stumble on somebody's house. So, despite being in a ton of pain, with no other options, he started walking down the pitch black road. And
Shit. I just wasted my damage.
So there were no stars, and there wasn't any moonlight or light pollution from nearby towns. In fact, it was so dark that if not for the sound of his feet on the asphalt, he wouldn't have even been sure if he was on the road. After walking for what felt like forever in the shape he was in and bleeding from the gash in his head, he heard the call of a coyote not far behind him. And then another, and another, and the next thing he knew, there must have been at least 15 coyotes
Holy shit.
around him. Not only did it sound like they were following him, but it also sounded like they were in a frenzy, knowing that he was wounded.
Yup.
Under normal circumstances, the chances of a coyote attack are extremely low, and even if they did attack, coyotes are on average smaller than an adult golden retriever. So the chance of them taking down a full-grown adult is extremely low as well.
Well, I mean, with 15 of them, though.
Especially against a big group, even just lifting his arms is immensely painful.
Dude, 15 coyotes against a grown adult is enough, you know.
But inside, he was exploding with anxiety.
I mean, they would have a hard time, but they could do it, you know.
He could hear the coyotes getting closer and
I
closer.
mean, you just punch them in the back of the head and shit, though.
Finally, he saw a light off in the distance, but not wanting to seem like prey, he tried to keep up a steady pace, hoping they wouldn't run after him before he reached the house. Thankfully, he managed to get to the door and then immediately started pounding on the door, practically begging for help. Soon enough, an old man opened the door, firearm in hand, and pointed, demanding to know why the man was banging on his door in the middle of the night. Almost in tears, the man explained what had happened and that coyotes were chasing him. All he needed was to use the man's phone to call for help. The old man relented and let the man in, and then grabbed a flashlight and shined it in the forest where the man had come from, and was horrified to see what looked to be 25 to 30 coyotes right on the edge of the forest. In recollecting the events of that night, the man acknowledges that he has no idea what would have happened if he had passed out on the road, or if the house was just a mile further.
Enter the ruins. You can cast spells in the ghost form. Get into the main room just before the one you escort Arizon out of. Talk to the troll there. Use the gong again. If you somehow lose the on the other side buff,
And the Renaissance, two periods associated with massive technological and cultural advances.
copy paste this command.
The term Dark Ages is thought to have originated with a 14th century Italian scholar who was discouraged by the literature from that time period. This term was picked up and expanded.
Okay, if you can't see because of the ghost effect, copy paste this command.
Thoroughly examined and dispelled this notion. After scrutinizing the available works from that era, it was clear that there was still significant international trade, writing, and scientific discovery going on. And one of the main places where this work was done at the time was in monasteries. So the term Dark Ages is at best a misnomer, and at worst, a complete myth. One early example of these places where
There we go.
work was done was in modern-day Erfurt, Germany, in the Petersburg Citadel. The city itself was first mentioned all the way back in 1742, and the oldest surviving building from this city is St. Peter's Church. The first evidence for it is from 1060, but it may have existed long before then. 20 years after this first mention, the church unfortunately burned down, but it would be rebuilt between 1103 and 1147. When it was rebuilt, it was constructed as a massive stone structure that was 75 meters or 246 feet long, with 3 large aisles running its length. Although its 2 large towers were not replaced, it was rebuilt with multiple floors to hold congregations, meetings, and other events. In the basement, as was typical of the time period, was a latrine.
Wait, it wants me to go...
Something we don't often think about, but I'm sure we can all agree on, is just how nice modern plumbing is.
Right? Isn't this the room?
On-demand, clean, hot and cold water, but sewage is also simply whisked away.
No, there we go.
With pre-modern plumbing, everything was kind of like an outhouse. If you were lucky, you lived in a castle or some other building that was near a river.
Loot the green chest inside the mini water fountain-like structure.
Washed away downstream. Otherwise, large buildings were simply built over a large hole.
Talk to and ask him to return you to the world of the living.
Cleaned if they were conveniently built, and other times this would just be decades of waste. As you might imagine, this
Nice, thanks, homie.
building had a large septic tank. Again, if you were lucky, there was a window, but other times the floor would be covered with herbs or flowers to try to combat the smell. They would also use lime plaster on the walls, which offered an antibacterial effect. In any case, in 1103,
That's interesting.
the region was ruled under a man named King Heinrich VI. At the time, there were several political conflicts between nobles of the area and some of the religious leaders of the Roman Catholic Church.
Use the snow of eternal slumber on the ancient in the room you got the jars from, and loot the mummies that they run to.
This wasn't necessarily uncommon. Ideally, things could be
Wait,
settled
what?
without something so formal, but occasionally there did need to be a proper meeting. The 2 men at the crux of the issue were a man named
Oh.
Conrad I and another man named Ludwig III. Along with each of these men, all of the associated nobles and interested parties were invited for the sit-down, along with some mediators. All in all, this ended up being a group of over 100 individuals. The meeting spot they decided on was the newly constructed St. Peter's Church because it was one of the only buildings in that area that was capable of hosting that many people. Then in July of that year, King Heinrich VI, Conrad I, and Ludwig III all gathered in Erfurt to settle the dispute. All the men entered the building and sat down in the upper meeting room, and as they did, the floor collapsed.
Jesus.
Plummeted right through the main floor, through the latrines, and then into the septic tank down below, into the
Holy shit.
Many of the men died immediately on impact or from falling debris, and many of them who didn't die on impact then drowned in the wastewater. Supposedly as many as 60 individuals died in the incident, and this
holy shit.
Wounded and then had open cuts that later got infected. In a time before antibiotics, this was almost certainly fatal. It's unknown exactly how the dispute was settled.
Wow, dude.
The third survived, while Conrad did not. Maybe the only good fortune on that day was that King Heinrich had been able to hold onto an iron railing along the wall, preventing him from falling into the pit below.
That is insane.
On April 11th, 1963, a pair of twin girls were born in Aden, Yemen, named June and
Dude, this guy's got some crazy stories. Like, so many of these stories, like, I mean, yeah, there's been a couple I've heard before, but he's really pulling some out of the depths, dude, that I've never heard.
Throughout their infancy, there were no abnormalities with June or Jennifer. But when the girls started talking, their parents realized something was different about them.
I mean, I'd say if you were falling into a septic tank, bro, the smell alone would probably fucking cause you to pass out on the way down. It would just be so repulsive from just like so many people's fucking shit, you know, like your brain just would like scramble to fucking make sense of the world on the way down. It would be like the world's strongest jankum, you know, fucking just a massive hit on the way down.
Her speech was a bit...
Even my pup is on a routine. She's already in her bed. Oh shit, my BOEs really are selling. I really need like a World of Warcraft mentor. You know what? Fucking, I need like somebody to just like help me fucking like create a UI and fucking, you know, just like teach me the game, dude. Like I've been playing this game for a while and it just still feels like after all this time of playing this game, like there's still just so much that I don't know. And the amount of time and effort that it would take to really learn it, you know, like there's just not enough time. There's just not enough time to learn and be able to just play the game casually at the same time. Use the Drakari Spirit Dust in your inventory to make the infused Drakari offering. Assuming that's here at the gongs. I didn't need that, but whatever. Here you go, bro. There's your offering. Are you happy now? Alright. Ooh, dude, we're about to get a fucking hit of it. Wait, what's this? Warlord Generak? Finally, a worthy offering. Man, what be happening to me, man? Fucking, you got fooled, son. Dude, the Wrath quests are just so much better. I can tell. You know, there's like, goddamn, I really want to go back through Wrath and just like experience the lore, but there's not going to be enough time. There's literally never going to be a point in time where I'm going to have enough time to do it. And that makes me sad. Like, it would literally probably take me like a full year of just doing, you know, of just doing the quests for the lore in general to be able to get it all. What is this? Wait, did I already do this? I've had to have already done this. Only accept this when your party is ready on the same progression as you. Accept the Conquest Pit Mad Furl Bog fighting. Maybe it's because they were down there doing something? Yeah. See, questing, Grizzly Hills, Furl Bog. And they're just going down and knocking them all out, aren't they? Rust Blood. Or can I edit the, wait, what's it called? Conquest Pit, Mad Furl Bog fighting. Come on, man. Surely we got some people for this. Guess we could probably use a tank and heal. Dude, with people, like, why would they make a quest out of fucking killing, you know, rare fucking pet tames? Like, that's so cruel. Damn, dude, how hard is it to find a fucking group for this? Oh yeah, got to keep the story going.
Be unusually inseparable from one another. Not long after their parents noticed this, the twins seemed to develop a private language only they could understand. And not only did they seem to talk in this weird language, they slowly stopped communicating with anyone else. This was exacerbated by severe bullying in school and caused the twins to become even more removed and dependent on one another. By the time June and Jennifer were teenagers, the language they spoke to one another
Look at this Death Knight, dude. You just gonna go down there and solo it? You got it, brother.
family or even read or write in school. When out in public, they also pretended to be one another and would frequently perfectly mirror each other's behavior. Their parents obviously grew increasingly concerned by this behavior and decided to separate the girls by sending them to different boarding schools. The hope was that this would help them become independent and branch out, but unfortunately, this did the exact opposite. Each of the girls was almost completely unresponsive following their separation. At one point, it took 2 people to get June out of bed, and when they finally did, she was propped up against a wall and just stood there lifelessly.
You gonna try it again?
Realizing that the experiment was a failure, the twins were
You got it, brother. You got it totally under control.
They no longer spoke to their parents.
Get her done.
And spent most of their time in their rooms playing with dolls.
Get her done, homie. What are you doing? You just gonna sit there and watch?
They shared some of these with their younger sister, who was now the only person in the family they spoke to. And despite their early language difficulty, they developed a passion for creative writing and wrote several novels that they attempted to get published. One of these would actually get published in their late teens, but by then the girls began to get tired of being isolated in their bedrooms. Soon after, they started experimenting with drugs and alcohol and went on a 5-week crime spree, which culminated in them getting arrested and charged with arson in 1981. This led to them getting admitted to a high-security psychiatric hospital known as Broadmoor indefinitely under the Mental Health Act of 1983. Unfortunately, the hospital was much less lenient than their family or school had been.
You go, take care.
They tried to stay completely silent, but as they became increasingly miserable in the hospital, they started talking in hopes of getting released. They were also treated with various psychiatric medications during this time that impacted their ability to continue to write creatively.
You'll heal, good deal.
At Broadmoor, the twins were scheduled to be moved to a lower security psychiatric hospital. But on the day of their transfer, Jennifer arrived at the new facility unresponsive. Shortly after that, she was pronounced dead due to inflammation of the heart at just 22 years old. And even more shocking, June started talking normally as if she had been the whole time. And all of this might remain a complete mystery if not for an investigative journalist named Marjorie Wallace. In the early 1980s, shortly before their original sentencing, Marjorie heard about their story and reached out to June and Jennifer's parents. Eventually, they arranged for Marjorie to come visit the family's home, and it was
honestly, we probably don't even need a tank.
Private life.
Like, Sinkum could probably do just fine.
To girls that the world had otherwise dismissed as odd. Before they were officially committed to Broadmoor,
But I would still like to have a tank just in case.
open up to her. In particular, she found that they were really interested in talking about their writing, and over time the 3 of them became more comfortable and spent much of their meetings joking and laughing. But simultaneously, she learned that they each kept a dark secret. she had been allowed to go through their old diaries and discovered that they each had serious disdain for one another. In June's diaries, she described Jennifer as being a dark shadow over her life, and in Jennifer's diaries, Jennifer described the two of them as fatal enemies. Over the years, these
Where's the paladin at?
fear of one another.
He's coming from up there.
Much more fearful of Jennifer than the other way around. Days before they were due to be moved from the high security hospital,
Think, what are you doing down there?
Marjorie went in to meet with the twins like she normally did.
The DK is just soloing? The real?
Have to go. She explained that they decided.
Honestly, we probably won't even need a tank, but
One of them needed to go for the other to live. Rather than dismiss this claim, Marjorie was frightened by their explanation because it seemed completely serious. Marjorie expressed this fear to doctors, but they reassured her that they would be closely supervised. Then, on the morning they were due to be transferred, Jennifer complained that she wasn't feeling well. On the ride over, she rested her head on June's shoulder and slipped into a coma. When they arrived, she was unresponsive, and shortly after that, she passed away. The official cause of death was swelling of the heart, and doctors at the new clinic think it was due to the medication she was given during her stay at Broadmoor. But this was obviously weird because June was given the same medication and health on arrival. Following Jennifer's death, according to Marjorie, June didn't seem to be mourning. It almost seemed as though she was like a new person. The two of them sat down and talked like they had never talked before. According to June, Jennifer's passing would allow her to be free, and now she would live for the both of them. Marjorie asked why they had gone silent from a young age, and June said that they had made a pact not to speak to anyone except for each other. And June now lives in the UK, close to her family, leading a seemingly normal life. She also wrote a poem for Jennifer's tombstone that reads, "We once were two, we two made one. We no more two, through life be one. Rest in peace." Hello everyone, if you've been following the channel for a while, you may recognize one of the stories in today's video. I'm thinking of remastering some of the older videos to bring their quality up to the current standard. But if I do include them as part of a newer video, as I did with this one, I'll always include just one old story, and the rest will be ones I haven't covered.
the hell did you do, brother?
As always, thank you all for watching, and hopefully I will see you in the next one.
I'll bring you a Skittle. That's fine.
For everyone drops to zero.
That's fine.
Although I think we all hope that we'll meet our end peacefully, surrounded by our loved ones, the reality for many people is that this is simply not the case. I really can't emphasize it enough. Although the story descriptions in this video are true to the events as they occurred, they are still highly disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised. In Michigan, in the city of South Lyon, west of Detroit, there is an industrial tube manufacturer known as the Michigan Seamless Tube Plant. In essence, they create various lengths and sizes of metal tubing and piping. Raw metals and other materials
You not want some food?
at the factory as cylindrical chunks that are then heated until they are white hot, at which point they are molded and hollowed out.
You not want my food,
also
brother?
Creates custom metal alloys and custom finishes on the metal for different industrial applications. Understandably, the factory has to use a variety of heavy machinery and harsh chemicals in the manufacturing process to create the final products. One such chemical they use in the manufacturing process is sulfuric acid. The combination of sulfur, oxygen, and hydrogen creates a colorless, odorless liquid that is highly corrosive to everything from rocks to metal. In everyday life, sulfuric acid is highly unusual, but in industrial manufacturing, the liquid is remarkably common and is used in several different processes from fertilizer to mineral processing.
It's really loud in my ear.
Its prevalence in manufacturing doesn't make it any less dangerous. If you get sulfuric acid on your skin, it will cause severe acidic chemical burns that are not unlike the burns you'd get from heat. And just like getting burnt from heat, the chemical burns are extremely painful.
Let's give myself a
all
buff.
the tissues in your body and will dissolve your skin, your teeth,
Give myself
eyes,
some mana gems.
and you'll die if you get severe enough exposure. On Saturday, February 9th, 54-year-old Daniel Hill got up for work and drove to his job at the Michigan Seamless Tube Plant in South Lyon. He had worked for the company since April of 2017 and had just recently moved closer to the factory the previous July. According to neighbors of the Hill family, Daniel and the rest of his family were ecstatic to have moved to the countryside. By all accounts, they were nice, quiet people who were thoroughly enjoying their new area that was home to wildlife like deer and coyotes. Now, it's unclear exactly what transpired at the Michigan Tube Factory that day because details of the events are limited, but it seems
he's level 79.
walkway of sorts above some large vats where they stored different chemicals for the manufacturing process. At some point during the day, some other workers at the plant noticed a man had fallen in to one of the open vats and was at the side trying to pull himself out. They rushed over to him to try to pull him out, and they would manage to get him out, but not before getting burned from the piping hot liquid in the vat, because that specific vat was kept at 160 Fahrenheit or 70 degrees Celsius. After pulling him out, they realized it was Daniel and rushed him over to one of the safety showers in the factory to wash off all of the chemicals. At this point, Daniel was still walking and talking, although probably in extreme pain from
Come on.
Paramedics arrived at 12:21 p.m. and rushed him to
2, 1,
spent the next 11 hours
2. Where's my proc?
but unfortunately,
3 proc. Bam, 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 bam.
It was determined that Daniel had fallen into a vat of 12%
Bam, 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 bam. Oh shit! I popped all my big cooldowns,
Not only was
dude.
the liquid extremely hot, it was
What the hell?
corrosive, ultimately contributing to his death. It's unclear
I didn't even
exactly
get
how
to
Daniel
pop.
fell into the vat or how long he was in the vat before anyone had noticed he had fallen in, but it seems as though he had fallen accidentally and was completely submerged during the initial fall. In an investigation of the incident, the Michigan Seamless 2 plant received fines totaling $93,000 for several safety
What a waste of my
concerns,
cooldowns, man.
including zero training for at least 18 workers about hazardous energy sources.
Oh.
Orcas, or killer whales.
Oh shit! I don't have my. Fuck! I fucked up. I don't have my damn. There we go.
With no natural predators, orcas are the apex predators of their
Holy
environment
shit!
and possess sophisticated hunting techniques due to their intelligence. They are also highly social and form stable families
Holy
with
shit!
unique vocalizations and behaviors across generations. Despite their status as apex predators, in the wild they are not considered a threat to humans, and no fatal attack has ever been documented. In captivity, however, due to stress and boredom, orcas have been known to act aggressively towards themselves, their tank mates, and their handlers. In December of 1981, a male orca...
Yeah, I did not pay any attention to that totem. I was fucking too distracted trying to.
After that, he was transferred to Sealand of the Pacific in Victoria, British Columbia, where he was nicknamed Tillicum, or Tilly for short. Tilly would later grow to be the largest orca in captivity ever at 12,500 pounds and 22.5 feet long. His pectoral fins stretched 7 feet out on either side, and his fluke was 6.5 feet long, although it was collapsed as is typical of orcas in captivity. In his first years at Sealand, he lived in a tank with 2 older female orcas. As a result of their matriarchal social structure, Tilly was abused by the older female whales, who acted aggressively towards the young male. It got to the point that staff at Sealand had to remove him from the tank and keep him in a smaller medical pool for protection. On February 20th, 1991, part-time trainer and marine biology student Kelty Byrne was cleaning the area around the tank when she slipped and fell into the pool with the 3 whales. When she slipped, she managed to grab the edge of the pool, so only half of her body was submerged, but as she tried to pull herself out, one of the whales grabbed her and pulled her under the water. In the wild, orcas can travel up to 100 miles in a single day, all while hunting and socializing at the same time. No matter how big the tank, the environment of captive orcas just can't replicate the stimulation that they would receive in the wild. In addition, the objects that they do receive in their tank are typically toys that they're allowed to play with. And so to the 3 orcas, Kelty was just a new plaything. The other trainers saw what happened and ran over
Yeah.
to distract them.
Killing the game, killing the game. Yeah.
But the whales kept her away from the ring so she wasn't able to grab it. Despite being
What is happening?
Kelty was just no match for the orcas.
Oh, my inventory is. Did I goof, dude?
And screamed, but the whales continued to pull her back under the water. She would eventually surface a 3rd time about 10 minutes later, but this time she was quiet. Kelty had drowned. This was the first time that anyone had ever been recorded being killed by an orca, in the wild or otherwise. It would take about 2 hours to recover her body, and when they did, all of her clothes had been stripped off and she was covered in bites and bruises. Tilly was moved to SeaWorld in Orlando, Florida soon after this incident, and Sealand was closed in the year following the death of Kelty. Despite this tragic event, Tilly resumed performing once again after being transferred to SeaWorld, and would be without incident until 9 years later. On July 6, 1999, just after 7 a.m., a maintenance worker was cleaning around the breeding and research pool that Tilly was being held in and noticed a pair of legs draped over Tilly's back. The maintenance worker climbed upstairs to get a better look and would see that it was a man. He had no clothes, he was blue and discolored, and he had cuts and bruises covering his body. He was wearing swim trunks, but they were torn open at the seam and his genitals had been bitten off. It also seemed as though he had been dead for a few hours because rigor mortis had already set in. Paramedics arrived at 7:30 a.m. and pronounced the man dead, who was later identified as David Duke from the wallet found in his clothing that was found neatly folded by the pool. It was discovered that David had visited SeaWorld the day prior and stayed in the park after dark once it had closed. He then snuck through the park and around security to get to where Tilly was being held. The shows at SeaWorld emphasized the human contact with the orcas, and it's thought that David was under the false assumption that he could just get into the pool with Tilly and recreate the experience he saw at the show. But unfortunately, this incorrect assumption would ultimately cost David his life. Once again, Tilly...
Hopefully I'm on track, man.
Incident. Although the deaths were tragic, each occurred during extenuating circumstances that were otherwise out of the ordinary. And so the assumption was that Tilly would not continue to pose a threat to anyone. And this assumption was correct for the most part. Tilly performed for years afterwards without incident. By 2010, Tilly was performing in a show called Dine with Shamu with senior trainer Dawn Brancho. At the time, Dawn was SeaWorld's poster girl. After graduating from the University of South Carolina with a degree in psychology and animal behavior, Dawn continued to pursue her passion, which was working with animals. She started working with dolphins at Six Flags, New Jersey, and outside of work, she volunteered at a local animal shelter and kept a number of rescued animals at her home. In 1994, she
Where's my
transferred to
missile
SeaWorld,
barrage at? Oh, it's number 3.
Dawn was eventually promoted to senior trainer and appeared on various news agencies like NBC to talk about the demands of the job and all the ways she stayed in shape to continue to perform at a high level. She would go into detail about the marathons and cycling and weightlifting that she did for training. All of her work paid off, and the famous Dine with Shamu show with Tilly was the star attraction at SeaWorld. Dine with Shamu featured Tilly performing and eating in a pool while guests ate beside
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready. Go ahead.
Poolside restaurant. On February 24th, 2010, during the end of show routine, Dawn was sitting at the edge of the pool rubbing Tilly's head. She was lying down on a small platform about a foot into the water, lying face to face with Tilly, when all of a
I
sudden,
really want
Tilly
to try out
turned
this new arcane barrage.
At least
Launches
a
several
dozen
missiles
people
at the enemy
watched the pool
target,
as
causing
Tilly dragged
485.
and kept her submerged.
Is it like a cast normally, and then I can get a proc for it for a...
45 minutes, they followed him around the different sections of the pool, trying to get him to release Dawn, and eventually they got him into a small medical pool where he let go of the now lifeless body. In the struggle,
Jesus.
Tilly had severed her spinal cord, fractured her
Holy
jaw,
cow,
hands,
dude.
and vertebrae, dislocated her left elbow and knee, and removed her scalp from her head. An autopsy later confirmed that she had died due to drowning and blunt force trauma. In the aftermath of the event, SeaWorld was involved in a number of legal battles, but incredibly, Tilly would resume performing on March 30th, 2011. There were a number of new safety precautions put in place to minimize contact with him, and he would continue performing without incident until his death on January 6th, 2017. Controversy surrounding the incident, as well as allegations of animal cruelty from keeping highly intelligent animals in captivity like orcas, ultimately led to SeaWorld's decision in 2016 to end their breeding program. Eventually, their shows will be discontinued altogether when the last
Oh, shit, I thought we was done.
have died.
What?
On February 20th,
Trash, dude.
in West
Trash.
Warwick,
Like,
Rhode Island,
so
a
sad,
small
bro.
concert took place at a local nightclub known as The Station. The headlining performance that night was the band Great White, and when all the other acts finished their sets, Great White got on stage and ready to perform. Someone in the audience was filming that night, and so there is a video of the entire event, but for those of you who are just listening, the video starts facing a dark stage in a crowd of people. You can hear people cheering as they
Alright,
waited for the
fly
band to
to
start,
camp.
and the guitar comes in. Even more cheers can be heard, and then the pyrotechnics light up with the first big note of the guitar. In behind the band now are 2 jets of sparks illuminating them from behind. Let's start the clock. The lead singer can be seen dancing and singing as he moves his way back and forth across the stage. 5 seconds went by, and then the camera pans to the right side of the stage, and you can see a large jet of flame going from the sparks to the ceiling. Upon panning over, the cameraman immediately starts to move away from the stage through the crowd. There was now smoke visibly filling the room. 10 seconds later, the cameraman was at the edge of the large room, and the band had stopped playing after noticing the fire. The large jet of sparks had ignited the highly flammable acoustic foam on either side of the stage. 20 seconds later, the lead singer can be heard saying, "Wow, that's not good," as the cameraman made his way down a hallway. The crowd could be heard audibly saying fire, and the slowly moving mass of people was starting to make its way towards the exit. The acoustic foam was actually composed of 2 layers, one of urethane and one of polyurethane. Burning polyurethane produces a thick black smoke that is composed of carbon monoxide and hydrogen cyanide gas. Only a few inhales of the smoke will cause a loss of consciousness and death shortly after if the person continues to inhale the smoke. 30 seconds in, the fire alarm was going off and the stage was engulfed in an inferno. The whole crowd was panicking now and moving quickly towards the door. 1 minute in, the screams around the building started and the black smoke billowed out of the corridor leading to the exit. One woman can be heard screaming, "Where's my husband?" over and over in the panic. The cameraman made it out of the building, and the audible screaming seems to be coming from the entire building at once. The cameraman then makes his way around the side of the building, and every window of the building was billowing the thick black smoke. At 1 minute and 30 seconds, the cameraman walked around the building to the front entrance and sees a literal pile of people jammed in the doorway of the building. In the panic,
what am I doing? Oh. Yeah, we're setting a hearth here now? Damn, dude, we did so much questing here and we're just now setting a hearth. Why didn't we set the hearth here earlier?
All that could be seen was their heads, arms, and torso as they struggled to free themselves.
And you know what? Well, I've got it right here, actually.
And people can be seen pouring out of the window beside the front entrance as black smoke pours out from behind them.
Don't worry about Gearin and TBC.
Walk around the building again and sees another entrance into what looks like a hallway that is empty but completely engulfed in flames.
You're gonna replace everything in the first few quests anyways. Like, I ain't replaced jack shit, dude. I'm still using my gear and still killing things, like, relatively quickly.
At 4 minutes 30 seconds, the camera pans to the roof of the building and there are flames escaping through it. The cameraman then walked back around towards the front of the building and the screams became audible once again. Fire trucks could also be heard in the distance, rapidly approaching. At 6 minutes, the cameraman rounds the building once again and sees that the entrance of the building was now completely engulfed in flames. By 9 minutes, the entire building was an inferno. The video continues for a total of 13 minutes and eventually, all of the screaming stops. Towards the end, the cameraman is filming the building from a distance as he walks through the parked cars in the parking lot. Of the 462 people in attendance that day, 100 people died, 230 were injured, and 132 escaped uninjured. The causes of death of the 100 people that died that day include burns, smoke inhalation, or crushing. Ultimately, the speed at which the fire spread, poor visibility, and the volume of people all moving towards the
Honestly, at this point, I could just sell all this flatbread. Realistically, I mean, there's honestly no reason to hang on to it now that I've got this food that I can just make.
In the aftermath of the events, the club owners claimed that they didn't give the band permission to use the sparkler jets.
Same thing with the water. At this point, there's no reason to hang on to the mountain water.
The station nightclub did not have a sprinkler system, which would have slowed the spread of the fire significantly. Due to the old age of the building and its size, the station nightclub was thought to be exempt from the requirement. It's unclear exactly how it passed fire inspection without this being noticed, but this would be another contributor to the events on that fateful day. The two owners of the club,
that's crazy.
And the manager who set up the
oh, actually, I remember watching a story about this. It was really crazy.
Incredibly, the station nightclub fire is only the 4th deadliest nightclub fire in U.S. history.
That's so insane.
If you made it this far, I just want to thank you for watching. This is part 3 of the series, A Collection of Horrible Fates, so if you enjoyed this video, you may want to check out the other videos in the series. If you want to support the channel, give this video a like and drop a comment down below. If you're new here, welcome to Scary Interesting. If this is the type of content you enjoy, I hope you'll consider subscribing to the channel so you don't miss any of my weekly uploads. Once again, thank you so much for watching, and hopefully, I will see you in the next one. The stories you're about to hear should be a reminder that life is fragile. Some people are profoundly unlucky, ending up at the wrong place, at the wrong time, and sometimes around the wrong people. A warning before...
You know what? I might actually make an alliance character at some point, just to see what it's like on that side of the aisle on this server. I bet it's almost impossible to get dungeon groups over there.
On January 30th, 2016, a woman named Wu entered the elevator of her building in the Chinese city Xi'an. She pushed the button for the 15th floor and then stood in the elevator waiting for her floor. Just after the 11th floor and before the 12th floor, the elevator...
So what am I doing in here? Loot seeds in, but primarily outside. Enter, jump down to the bottom of the tree, use the torch near the tree. I'm gonna burn this tree down? Dude, I don't want to burn no trees. We ain't got enough trees. And Sylvanas is gonna burn enough trees in the future. I don't think I need to be going about burning trees too.
The building she lived in had 2 elevators, and so residents were instructed to use the other one until the malfunctioning one could be repaired. Inside the other elevator, Wu sat in complete darkness, trapped, and with no one coming to help her. The maintenance workers returned on March 1st to perform the repairs.
This is a sign of things to come right here. This is the future of WoW.
They found scratch marks from where Wu desperately trying to claw her way out, and her hands were supposedly mangled from scratching at the doors trying to escape. Although it's unclear exactly how long Wu survived in the elevator, it's likely that she died of dehydration a couple days after the power was cut off. Wu also lived alone and seems to have had minimal contact with friends and family because no one contacted the authorities in the month that she was missing to report her disappearance. Foul play was ruled out, but the maintenance workers who negligently shut off the power were charged with involuntary manslaughter because of their carelessness. Wu was 43 years old at the time of her death.
Jesus.
On October 4th, 2007, a law known as Grant's Law was passed in British Columbia, Canada. This law required gas stations in the province to make...
God, man, thinking about death is just too much for my brain to try to comprehend right now.
...that all employees working between 11 p.m.
Sometimes I try to contemplate death, and it's just, it breaks my brain. It's like we were programmed to not be able to fucking, you know, think about it.
2005, Grant DePatie was working at a gas station in Maple Ridge, British Columbia. At some point during his shift, 16-year-old Darnell Pratt pulled into the gas station to get gas. Unbeknownst to Grant, Darnell was drunk and never intended on paying for the gas.
Oh shit, okay.
He got into his car and began driving away. When Grant saw this, he tried to cut Darnell off in an attempt to prevent him.
Dude, that's not even possible anymore. It's not even, literally not even possible to steal gas anymore.
He hit Grant and kept going. Grant then got lodged somewhere underneath the car and was subsequently dragged for 7.5 kilometers before Darnell finally stopped.
Jesus Christ.
Although it's unclear whether he was killed before or after the car stopped. It's also unclear whether or not Darnell even knew that he hit Grant or not, as the details of the case are limited. However, Darnell was charged
That is so brutal.
12 years in prison for manslaughter. Public outcry from this tragedy is what eventually led to the passing of Grant's Law. Isadora Duncan was born on May 26, 1877 in San Francisco, California. Her parents divorced
You're kidding.
she was born, and so Isadora
There we
was
go.
raised primarily by her mother Dora. Her mother was a piano teacher and fostered an appreciation for the arts in her children from a young age. At just 6 years old, Isadora began teaching dance-like movements to the other children in her neighborhood. By the age of 10, the class had become so large that Isadora requested to leave school and teach dance full-time with her older sister Elizabeth. She earned an income from that point on, and this sparked her career as a dancer and performer. She went on to live in Chicago and New York, working as a performer before moving to Europe. Her style was controversial for the time, as it defied some of the common conventions of the more popular ballet, but she has since become known as the mother of modern dance.
I want to pull up.
Despite her success, Isadora suffered a number of horrific tragedies throughout her lifetime. First, in 1913, two children and their nanny drowned when the car they were driving fell into the Seine River. In 1922, she married poet Sergei Yesenin, but the marriage would soon fall apart due to Sergei's worsening mental health issues. Then in the mid-1920s,
Oh, come on, dude.
suicide as a result of these issues. On the evening of September 14th, 1927, Isadora was a passenger in the Amilcar CG-SS. This early car was a convertible with big spoked wheels, much like those of a modern-day bicycle. That night, Isadora wore a long...
Take a quick screenshot, yeah.
...gifted to her by her friend Mary Desty. Before leaving in the car, Mary had actually asked Isadora to wear a full cape because of the cold weather and because the car they were going to be driving in was a convertible. Isadora refused the full cape but accepted the scarf. As the car accelerated, Isadora's scarf got wrapped up in the spokes of the wheels and ripped her from the vehicle, killing her almost instantly. Reports from the incident indicate that she was either killed from the force of the scarf pulling on her neck or from how violently she impacted the ground after being thrown from the vehicle. In either case, it was determined that she died from a broken neck. After the incident, her remains were cremated and placed next to those of her children in a cemetery in France. 51-year-old Ronald McLegish lived alone in a bungalow in Cambridgeshire, England. He hadn't always lived alone, however. In fact, he had barely lived alone for 2 weeks when the events of this story took place. Ronald had recently hit a patch of bad luck. He was already a divorced father of 2, and then he and his current girlfriend decided to break up, and so she moved out of his bungalow, leaving him to live alone. About 2 weeks later, he was cleaning a large walk-in wardrobe in his home. The doors of this wardrobe opened outward, and perpendicular to this wardrobe was another freestanding dresser. While he was inside, the freestanding dresser somehow toppled over and wedged itself in front of the door of the walk-in wardrobe. With the doors now closed, he was in complete darkness, so he went over to try to push the doors open, but they wouldn't budge. He likely tried to shout for help, but again, he lived alone, so no one was able to hear him. In the dark, in the wardrobe, he felt around to find something to help free himself and found a pipe that ran along the wall. He pulled on it and it broke off the wall, but that caused freezing cold water to begin spraying all over the wardrobe. Now in the dark, with freezing cold water spraying all over him, he started smashing the pipe against the doors and the walls of the wardrobe. Apparently, his neighbors even heard digging noises coming from his house, but they never pursued it any further. Eventually, the digging stopped and Ronald went silent. On February 15th, 2 officers went to his home after friends and family reported not having seen or heard from Ronald in about 2 weeks. It would take the 2 of them to remove the heavy wardrobe, and inside they discovered Ronald's body. It was determined by the coroner that Ronald had died roughly a week earlier from bronchitis. It's unclear whether or not he had developed it during the incident or if it was an existing bout that was worsened by the conditions inside the wardrobe. On April 10th, 1917, 18-year-old Grace Fryer...
Oh, man. This is such a grind. We're almost to 76, though. I would really, really like to get to 76 today, since that was the objective for this weekend. Get 76 today, and at the bare minimum, get 77 tomorrow. And then I would like to get 78 tomorrow, bare minimum 77 or 77 and a half, and then be able to pull off 80 by Friday, but probably by...
In addition to the wages, the radium itself was part of the appeal of
Hey, bro, what the hell, dude?
Workers soon became known as ghost girls because they would literally glow in the dark after work because of the radium. They would even wear nice dresses to the factory so they could go right to the dance halls after work and glow miraculously to everyone's amazement. Some workers even went as far as to paint their teeth with the radium paint to really stand out. At the studio, they used a technique known as lip pointing, where they would slip the paintbrushes between their lips and create a fine point. Each time they would do this, they would ingest a small amount of paint. Naturally, prior to starting work there, girls would ask whether or not this was dangerous, and managers always reassured them that it was perfectly safe. This, of course, was not true. Radium had been known to cause harm since its discovery by Marie Curie 20 years earlier. Marie Curie herself had suffered radiation burns from handling the radium, and a number of people had already died from radium poisoning. People in the plant even knew it was dangerous because the men who handled it in large quantities wore lead aprons.
Why is he saying Marie Curie?
The dial painters, on the other hand, never even got a warning. This is because the thinking at the time was that radium was not harmful in small amounts. It was even touted as health promoting and was used in all sorts of products like
holy shit,
cosmetics, butter, milk, and even toothpaste. Newspapers even claimed
no wonder cancer is like a thing.
False perception was based on research conducted by the radium firms, who had built an industry around the lucrative product, so they ignored all the danger signs in favor of profits. In 1922, a friend of Grace's named Molly Maggia had to quit because she came down with an unknown sickness. It started off as a simple toothache, and so she went to the dentist and ended up having the tooth pulled. Then it happened to another tooth, and then another, and each one that fell out was replaced by a dark, oozing ulcer.
Ugh.
Her limbs then began to ache, and it got so bad that she was eventually unable to walk. By May of that year, Molly had lost almost all of her teeth, and the infection had spread to her lower jaw, the roof of her mouth, and even the bones in her ears. When she went to the dentist,
oh my god,
around her mouth, and he literally pulled her jawbone out with his fingers because it was so brittle and decayed. It was literally falling apart, and Grace was beginning to have issues now too. She started getting pain in her jaw and feet, and soon
my teeth, bro.
Girls began to have issues as well. On September 12th, 1922, the
Makes me want to buy a new toothbrush to get better care of my teeth more often. Which, I mean, I floss pretty regularly.
Molly would pass away at the age of 24.
I floss more than I brush, which is probably not awful. Like, probably not great, not awful. You know, it's one of those things that you should do both, like, really regularly, but...
For almost 2 years, but as news continued to spread, the business suffered. In 1924, they hired an independent expert who would confirm the link between the radium and the health issues suffered by the workers. The president of the company was outraged and paid for new studies to be conducted to confirm findings that denied any link. They then went on
killing Iron Rune overseer, loot him for his uniform. Whoa, dude, y'all gotta chill. Hold up.
The company pay for their medical expenses. By now, it was obvious to the women that radium was dangerous, but the public still thought radium was perfectly safe. In 1925, a man named Harrison Martland performed a number of tests that confirmed the link between radium and the health problems. He discovered that although it was dangerous to be around radium, ingesting it, even in small quantities, was many thousands of times worse. The radium built up in the bones of the women who ingested it and emitted radiation 24/7. The radiation would literally cause the bones of the women to decay to the point of being like a honeycomb. Grace's back eventually decayed to that point, and she needed to wear a steel back brace all day long. Other women's legs shortened
Probably
or even
cultist or
spontaneously froze,
shaman.
and many of them suffered from horrible cancers. Once they
That's
ingested
really
enough of the
interesting. I
radiation,
wouldn't have
absolutely
expected him to want to go
most of them
cultist or
weren't
shaman
conscious
for the
until one day
class.
randomly they would see themselves in a mirror at nighttime and notice they were glowing. And from the time that they made that awful discovery, it was already too late. There was no way of removing the radium. During this time period, the radium industry repeatedly tried to discredit the work of Harrison Martland. Over this time period as well, the workers afflicted by radium poisoning would go on to band together to lead a movement against the radium industry. This was an uphill battle, unfortunately, and most lawyers wouldn't even take the case. They either didn't believe the women, or were scared of the legal weight possessed by the radium firms, or simply didn't think they could overcome the existing legislation. Because at the time, workers who received radium poisoning in a workplace did not receive
Beastmaster
in
or
addition, the statute
Archwizard would probably be the
2 years,
other
whereas many of
two.
the women didn't start to show symptoms for up to 5 years after they began ingesting the radium. Finally, in 1927, a lawyer took the case for Grace and 4 of her colleagues. The women would eventually settle out of court because they had limited time to live at that point, and the company seemed content to drag out the proceedings for as long as possible. Although this wasn't a perfect outcome, it did finally give credibility to their movement, and the case spread like wildfire in the media. Soon, plant workers at radium factories countrywide were outraged, and company meetings became riots. Continuing to deny responsibility, the company took out ads to deny health issues and went as far as to interfere with the autopsies conducted on these women. It was later revealed that they even stole some of the radium-riddled bones to cover up their culpability. One by one, dial painters died.
So what am I supposed to kill Iron Runesmiths in the area, loot them for the golem blueprints?
Irene Law died of a massive pelvic tumor that was reportedly the size of 2 footballs. In the mid-1930s, following the death of Grace Fryer, a woman named Catherine Donahue continued the fight for the workers. Catherine went on to develop a grapefruit-sized tumor on her hip and lost all of her teeth and then eventually her jawbone. This culminated in her attending court from her deathbed against her doctor's advice to give testimony. The case was finally won by the workers, and some semblance of justice was served. The case of the Radium Girls would go on to become a historic case and one of the first that held a company responsible for the health of its workers. This case also led to the implementation of many life-saving regulations and the establishment of the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, also known as OSHA. Prior to its establishment, 14,000 people died annually of work-related causes, and that figure is only 4,500 people today. With a half-life of 1,600 years, the bones of the women who met their horrible ends from the poisoning will continue to glow for hundreds of years. If you made it this far, I just wanted to thank you for watching. This is the second video of the series Horrible Fates, so you may want to check out the other video in the series as well. If you want to support the channel, liking the video and dropping a comment down below helps push the video to a wider audience. If you're new here, I hope you'll consider subscribing to the channel so you don't miss any of my weekly videos. Once again, thank you so much for watching, and hopefully I will see you in the next one. On a long enough timeline, the survival rate for everyone drops to 0.
Yup, we all die eventually. It would be cool to be able to stop death, though. If I could live forever, or if I could live forever and choose when I wanted to die, I think it would maybe be close to, I don't know, maybe like 500 years maybe, but I'd have to get there and see how I felt, of course. It just depends, like, how things were going. I would just go until I got bored, basically. Like, once I got bored, I think I would be good after that to go ahead and move on.
Also aspiring doctors voted Hitoshi as the epitome of a good physician. It was during his time in medical school as well that Hitoshi had become a devout Christian and decided to become a missionary doctor. After he was finished his residency, his intention was to travel around the world as a doctor working in impoverished areas. At 9:30 a.m. on August 16th, a colleague of Hitoshi's, Karen Steinow, was heading up to her office on the 6th floor. She pressed the button for the elevator and then waited patiently for it to arrive. In the past couple of weeks, the elevator had been out of service, and so there was always a long wait time to use just the single working elevator. The elevator dinged, the doors opened, and then Karen stepped inside and pressed the button for the 6th floor. At the last second, right before the doors closed, Hitoshi quickly stepped into the elevator, trying to catch a ride with his colleague. Under normal circumstances, elevator doors don't shut when there's something between them, thanks to sensors mounted on the inside.
Yeah, most of the time they'll stop.
There's also a set of contacts in the door that are supposed to prevent
That doesn't mean they always stop, though.
the doors aren't shut. But the elevator that they were using was still supposed to be out of service. The sign that indicated that it was out of service, that had been there for the last couple of days, had fallen off, leading Karen to believe that it was working properly.
Oh, snap.
As Hitoshi entered the elevator, the doors that were already closing closed on his shoulders, pinning him in place.
Oh.
The elevator started going up, with Hitoshi still wedged inside the doors.
Oh, no, 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 no.
He reached and pressed the emergency button to stop it, but it was already too late. Hitoshi was partially decapitated by the ceiling of the floor as the elevator continued to rise. The upper portion of his head that had been severed just above his lower jaw stayed in the elevator with Karen, and Hitoshi's body fell down into the elevator shaft.
No.
The elevator only finally stopped moving between the 4th and 5th floors, leaving Karen trapped with the top portion of Hitoshi's head until she could be rescued almost an hour later.
I know she's a Karen, but she ain't deserve that.
For shock resulting from the incident. Hitoshi's corpse was retrieved from the bottom of the elevator shaft, along with a few of his belongings, and his official cause of death was multiple blunt force injuries to the head and body.
Jesus Christ.
Just a few faulty wires were responsible for the elevator malfunction, resulting in Hitoshi.
This is what I'm saying. I literally won't take an elevator if I can help it. Like, I won't say, like, most of the time, you know, if somebody gets on an elevator, you know, like, and they ask me to get on, like, sure, like, I won't really say nothing, you know, but I myself, you know, like, if I'm on my own, even if it's like 6 floors, dude, I'll just take the stairs.
This happened frequently enough that bells were installed in coffins so that if a person woke up, they could signal to people above ground they were not, in fact, dead. One well-documented case of premature burial was a woman named Alice.
Oh, no, like, give me that back.
Alice drank a large quantity of poppy tea from unwashed poppy seeds.
BOE, BOE, BOE,
The amount
BOE.
she consumed caused her to pass out, and then a doctor mistakenly pronounced her dead.
Soul bound, soul bound.
Alice's family quickly made the arrangements for her burial, but then just 2 days later, kids playing near where she was buried heard strange noises.
Kill iron dwarves. Use Rokar's camera in your bags on their corpses. What? Jesus, what am I, Jeffrey Dahmer? Fucking hell.
The following day, the headmaster finally checked the grave out for himself and heard Alice's cries for help. For whatever reason, the grave couldn't be excavated without proper permission, and so it wasn't until late in the day when the coffin was finally opened. Alice's hands and arms were bloody from trying to escape her coffin, and because she had just spent 2 days buried alive, she was actually now on the verge of death. Noticing this, her family returned her to her grave and had a guard stand watch overnight. That night when it started raining, the guard left his post and went to the local pub instead.
Yeah, as he should.
Was opened once more and found that Alice had woken up again and tore her clothes and scratched at her body and face. She did, however, pass away after the second time being buried alive sometime that night. Alice Blunden remains one of the only documented cases of someone buried alive not once, but twice.
That's terrifying. I mean, don't get me wrong, that I get, like, people probably blame that dude for going to the pub on his shift or whatever, but come on, dude. Come on. Like, that's not his fault, man. That's like a normal thing somebody would do with a job like that, you know? Uh-oh. I'm fucked, I'm fucked, I'm fucked, I'm fucked.
Her funeral was open casket, and as the woman was lying in her coffin at her own funeral, she woke up to the sound of everyone crying and praying for her. When she realized what was going on, she started screaming and was immediately rushed back to the hospital. Unfortunately, she lived for only another 12 minutes in intensive care before she was pronounced dead once again. She had suffered from complete heart failure due to the shock to her already weakened heart.
Jesus Christ. What I don't understand is I thought people had to get embalmed. You know what I mean? Like, so how are these people getting buried alive? Like, they should be for sure dead, dude. Unless, like, they're requesting not to be embalmed or something.
John looked around and asked what the explosion was and saw that one of the cooks had his eyes glued to the port windows. He called John over and the two of them went out onto the deck and saw hundreds of planes in the sky.
Oh wait, I forgot. I gotta take a picture with the dead bodies.
The two of them looked at each other and knew what that meant. According to John, everyone had a feeling that an attack was imminent. They just weren't quite sure when it would happen. And this was the attack that they had all feared. He ran back to sound the alarm on the ship, but before he could, a bomb literally fell in front of him and blew him inside a nearby hatch.
Holy
Now
shit.
the entire ship was being strafed by machine guns from the sky, and bombs were falling all around them.
See, that would be terrifying, man.
As they were torn up by the assaulting gunfire. John sprinted over to a turret and jumped into the seat, ready to fire back on the Japanese ships, but there were no
What a
ships.
gangster.
It was all planes. The turret he was sitting in didn't have the mobility to fire up into the sky, and so he told the captain that he wouldn't be any use just sitting there. Instead, he asked if he could go and join the fight with his brother on the upper deck of the ship, where he would be more useful. The captain gave him permission, and so John quickly asked a few other crewmen if they would come up with him, so they all started climbing up a ladder through a trapdoor to the upper deck. When they reached the top of the ladder, there was a massive explosion, and the shockwave that came from it knocked everyone across the deck. John was knocked on his back by the shockwave, and when he stood up and looked around, there was a man who was laying there unconscious and on fire. So he grabbed the man and dragged him out of the fire and patted him down to put out the fire, ultimately saving the man's life. Small rescue boats started pulling up to the side of the ship to transport people to shore, and John was ordered to get into one of the boats, but he refused. His brother was still on the ship somewhere, and there was no way he was leaving without finding out if he was still alive. Deep down, though, it's likely that John knew that the giant explosion a few moments ago had killed his brother, and the USS
Yeah.
Arizona was sinking.
I mean, come on.
And any minute, it would be fully submerged in the Pacific Ocean.
I could never, dude, be in the Navy and fucking have to be on a boat, dude, out in the middle of the ocean. No way in hell. The only way is if I was a fighter pilot. You know, and I had a plane, basically.
And before John could react, the boat was already moving away from the ship and toward the shore. John cried out that he didn't want to leave, but there was just nothing he could do. But after getting to the shore,
Let's kill some dwarves, take some pictures.
he actually convinced the others to let him take the boat back to the Arizona. When he got back to the Arizona, he did manage to rescue 3 more crewmen who were right near the edge of the ship, but it was clear that anyone else who had still been on the ship could no longer be reached. Between the fire and the explosion,
God damn it.
it was impossible to get onto the boats and look for anyone else. John left the ship once again, knowing that his brother had almost certainly already died. Meanwhile, all of the bombing and machine gun fire was still going on all around them. On the way back to shore, a shell hit their boat and exploded, killing everyone but John.
Jesus, dude.
Navigating through the machine gun fire, getting back to the Arizona, the mission ended up being in vain anyway.
This guy, man, his luck is trash.
Leaking from the ships, so he had to swim as far as he could underwater, trying to surface outside of the radius of the oil. He would eventually make it back to shore, trying to look for survivors as he went. And when he got back to shore, he was so exhausted from swimming, he just collapsed onto the sand. He looked up into the sky, and there were so many Japanese planes still, he assumed that a new wave had been sent. As they got closer and closer to his position, he had no choice but to get up and run for cover.
Yeah, isn't that one of the things about the Japanese is that they just had like an ungodly amount of freaking planes?
Another survivor happened to go by, and the 2 of them took shelter there for the night. The following morning, search and rescue operations happened to pass by the crater where John and the other survivor had taken shelter. The 2 men joined the group and were eventually sent to a nearby base on Ford Island, where they were greeted by 200 other members of the Arizona crew who had survived the attack. The attack that John and the others had just lived through is known infamously as the attack on Pearl Harbor. This attack
Oh,
by the
okay.
Imperial Navy was actually a surprise attack on the still neutral United States during World War II. 353 Japanese
Biggest mistake they ever made.
aircraft carriers stationed in the Pacific Ocean near the island of Hawaii with the goal of
I mean, it's a good thing they made it, I guess.
Over the course of 7 hours,
Ultimately, we probably didn't lose as many soldiers in the long run because of it. Because realistically, if Japan and Germany would have won the war, you know, like, and then came for us, I mean, maybe we would have had the atomic. You know what? Honestly, if Germany and Japan would have won the war, and then we would have gotten the bomb first, honestly, everyone could be American right now. Because then Germany and Japan would have crumbled, and we would have basically taken over everything. Which I don't think we were going to do that, though. I think our game plan was to always to give autonomy to, you know, certain, like, places, basically. You know, I mean, they have autonomy, but they play within our rules. you know,
day prior, between the sound of fireboats spraying the Arizona,
mainly because we used to be, you know,
there was also a rhythmic banging
you know, like the center of morality. Like, the world wanted to be like us because we had resources and we had money and we had, you know, we were innovating, you know, making the world a better place and treating people well, and, you know, we kind of stood for the moral high ground, and that is just no longer the case anymore. Now the world hates us. We've exploited everything.
bottom of the harbor, they had very few options to rescue the trapped men. Over the course of several days, rescue teams continued to hear the rhythmic banging as they figured out what to do. Marines stationed on the docks near the boat covered their ears. The horror of the banging was just too awful, knowing the circumstances of the trapped men. Eventually, the rescuers also came to the realization that there was no way to save the trapped men. They couldn't cut a hole into the room or it would flood the room and drown the men. They also couldn't use any torches because the entire boat was covered in a slick, oily layer from all of the fuel. A week went by and the banging
Faux grizzle my shizzle.
around 2 weeks, the banging stopped and the hull was silent. 6 months later, the West Virginia was finally raised from the water and the bodies of the 3 men were recovered. They were identified as 18-year-old Ronald Endicott, 20-year-old Clifford Olds, and 21-year-old Lewis Costin. Tragically, the men had created a calendar on the wall of the storeroom to mark the days they lived. It would take a total of 16 days, marked by the red pencil found in the room, for the men to finally die of dehydration after their rations ran out. Truly a horrifying ordeal. If you made it this far, I just want to thank you for watching. This is part 4 of the series, A Collection of Horrible Fates, so if you enjoyed this video, you may want to check out the other videos in the series. If you want to support the channel, give this video a like and drop a comment down below. If you're new here, welcome to Scary Interesting. If this is the type of content you enjoy, I hope you'll consider subscribing to the channel so you don't miss any of my weekly uploads. Once again, thank you so much for watching, and hopefully I will see you in the next one. A man was driving from 29 Palms, California to Albuquerque, New Mexico. 29 Palms is located in the desert east of LA, and the route that he took for this was actually just a shortcut. It was a little 2-lane road through total nothingness except for the town of Amboy. On top of that, the town of Amboy itself is nearly abandoned, with a population of just 4 people.
Alright.
As far below
Go inside either building, kill Runesmith Durar and kill Runesmith and loot them for their power cells.
In addition to this, it's got scorching temperatures. Oh yeah, and it's been a hotspot for satanic group activity at various points in time. Apparently, before he left, some friends had dared him to take that shortcut to the I-40 because of how deserted it was. So the man is just driving along in the afternoon. He stops in Amboy to take a picture of the city sign to prove to his friends that he was there. And then after grabbing the picture, he gets back into his car and proceeds to drive up into the mountain range between Amboy and the I-40. Once he reached the top, the road went north through a canyon with high grass on both sides of the road, and up ahead of him, he could see some stuff in the middle of the road. And as he gets closer, he slows down, and he can make out now that it is a red
Yeah, people are just fucking so shitty, man. Like, if somebody's happy that they've done something, tell them good job, man. It's really that simple. If they're happy, be happy for them.
About 100 feet away, and the hair on the back of his neck is just standing up. And he's thinking, something's wrong here. In fact, so wrong, that he reaches under his seat and pulls out his pistol and places it on the seat next to him. And as he's entering forward, he realizes why he's so freaked out, and that's because it was too perfect. It looked staged. So he's thinking, is this an ambush, or am I being paranoid? I'm definitely not getting out of my car. This is freaky. So he sits there for a minute just looking at the bodies and the road, and he sees that there's enough room on one side to the man that he could probably drive around in an S shape around the bodies and then around the Pontiac. So without a moment's hesitation, he guns it and swerves around the man, around the woman, past the Pontiac, and he doesn't stop for another couple hundred feet. Finally, he slows down so he can breathe, let his heart slow down a little bit because his adrenaline is pumping, and then he looks back into his rearview mirror, and what he saw was terrifying. The man and woman were now on their knees looking up at him, and 20 or so other people were coming out of the tall grass on either side of the road. So he slams the gas pedal back down and doesn't let up until he finally reaches the I-40 East on-ramp. And he's thinking to himself, what were those people doing out there? That was the middle of nowhere. There's literally nothing around there. And why were there so many of them? On top of that, that was very clearly a setup. They staged that. And what were they going to do to me? Like, what would they have done had I stopped?
How did
Even though
this
he
story?
doesn't know
Oh,
what
yeah,
would have
that's
happened to
right.
him had he gotten out of the car, it's fair to say that it almost certainly would not have been good.
Yeah, see, there's been so many of those stories. I think what I've learned from a lot of these stories is you just, if you see somebody on the road, you never stop. That's all it comes down to, man. You just don't stop.
Stephanie's got a bad habit of falling asleep in cars. So, her sister Jen made her promise to call her on her drive so that they could talk and so that Stephanie wouldn't fall asleep. So Jen and Stephanie are just talking one night on the phone. All of a sudden, Stephanie starts screaming, and because of how frantic Stephanie was, Jen could barely understand what she was saying. But eventually, Stephanie managed to communicate that there is a girl covered in blood crawling out of the ditch onto the road. Stephanie
Holy shit!
And jumps out of her car and runs to the girl. And as she jumps out, her phone falls onto the ground. But thankfully,
No, dude, come
Jen
on.
could hear what was going on, and Jen could hear the girl sobbing and telling Stephanie that she needed help and that they were coming back for her and asking why it was Stephanie, why it had to be her. And at this point, Stephanie's thinking this girl might be having a mental breakdown because of how frantic and disconnected her thoughts were.
Nah, man, when somebody's acting like that, you just fucking, you just grab that person, you get the fuck out, dude.
5'8", 100 pounds.
Or you know what, we need to invis right here, actually.
Whatever or whoever was chasing her. Just then, Stephanie sees a truck pulling up close to them and was about to wave them down, but the girl started going crazy and clawing and pleading with her to run because whoever was in that truck was the one who had been chasing her. So the truck gets closer, puts on its high beams, and then
Do not cast any spells while it's disguised. Ride the easternmost building and click on Logan's pedestal. Do not wait out the RP vent.
to ice. As she sees them, and
Wait,
she's full of
what?
adrenaline now. She
Click
grabs
on
the
what?
girl and starts forcing her into the car. Then she runs around her side of the car and just manages to jump in and start to accelerate.
Do not
As she
cast
then
any
got closer,
spells.
Smash the lights on her car. So she
Ride to
speeds
the
away from them,
easternmost
just clubbing one of the
building.
guys, but they jump back in the truck quickly and caught up to Stephanie. And for the next half an hour, the truck was trying to run them off the road.
There we go.
And they only finally stopped
I
chasing
just
them
goofed
as
it up
Stephanie
because
was
I
in
did
the
it
hospital.
while.
Inside the hospital, the girl
It says
was still
don't
panicked
wait out the
and
RP event, but I'm kind of curious what he's got to say, man. Who are you to tell me not to wait it out?
Best friend. And Stephanie learned from the doctors that the girl had been repeatedly raped and then tied to the back of the truck and dragged behind it as it was moving.
Holy
adds the
shit.
creepiness to the whole event. After finally leaving the girl in the hospital, Stephanie went home and was getting changed and noticed that she had grabbed the wrong name tag. The name tag that she had was one of her co-workers, and yet despite not remembering ever telling the girl her name, the girl had been calling her by her real name and not the name that was on her name tag. To this day, Stephanie has no idea how this girl learned her name.
What? That's weird, dude.
Doing some exploring on some country roads in a remote rural area as he normally would on weekends. He's been out all day, just kind of driving around, exploring, seeing anything that looks interesting. He's
Bro,
got his
would she
windows
not
down,
talk
he's
to
got a
her
laptop
again?
plugged in, and it's also plugged into one of these FM transmitters that transmits to a radio station, and then you set the station on your car radio to match that. It's also fast.
Yep, I used to have one of those too.
Enjoying himself all day at this point. The roads in that area are typically these sharp 90-degree turns around farmers' fields. He eventually comes up to another intersection. except
They
this
didn't
one's
work
not
too
90-degree
great, but they
turn.
didn't
It's
work
a throughway.
terrible.
The turn to the right was another paved road like the one he was on, but the path straight was this.
Sometimes the one I had would jack up and it would like cut in and
He
out.
thinks to himself, "Wow, you know, I'm
But
exploring."
it was still much better than just not having one at all.
Going. And after a small stretch with some really tall corn on either side, he comes up to some woods. And although it was reaching dusk, and you could see the orange sky in the mirrors from the sunset, he thinks to himself, "I want to keep exploring for a little bit longer." So the woods in that area are getting pretty thick. And because, you know, the sun's going down, it's getting even darker in the forest. But that really didn't bother him, so he kept going. And the road continued to get worse as he continued along, turning into more of a trail than a road. In fact, it didn't even have real bridges.
Let's
over
grab
small
mail
lakes.
real quick.
Gravel just got larger. But
See
again,
if I've actually made any gold off of the
and then
auctions.
something weird happened. Over one of those, he hits a pretty big bump, and his radio is suddenly super clear and says,
88 gold? That's not bad.
The man tries to laugh it off, but he's also thinking, yeah, that was pretty weird. But the radio goes back to static, and up ahead to his left, a meadow opens up through the trees, so he stops worrying and tears down a small decline in the meadow in four-wheel drive. After tearing it up for a bit in the meadow, he keeps heading down the rough road. All the while, the radio is coming in and out with unintelligible talking. But at this point, he's reasoned to himself that it's just one of those audiobook channels that keeps coming in and out. Eventually, he comes to a dead end in the road at the edge of a ravine. It looks like there used to be a bridge there.
Use the
but now it's
control
just water.
unit
The bridge has clearly been
in your
upgraded.
bags. Kill
The road is
lightning
also
sentries
fairly
with the
narrow, so
depleted
you
war
can't make a great
golem
left turn. So
out
he's
and then
sitting
wait
there
for it to
deciding what to
collect
do when he
the
notices
sentry's
a lot of radio.
charge.
2 are across the ravine on the other side where
What?
the road starts again. 1 is on the bank opposite him, and then 2
Oh yeah, we're
down
killing the
from
big
bank he's
boys,
on, and they're all
basically.
kind of staring at him. He thinks that maybe he interrupted their fishing time or something, so he decides to just back out until he finds a spot wide enough on the road to turn around. Once he's headed the opposite direction,
Bet me and him are on the same
he stares
quest.
into the meadow for a bit, and he notices a spot in the tree line where he
Fuck
can go
this
down
guy for
to
having
the
on
wet
to as
dirt.
well.
He starts to go that direction, but then the radio comes in clear again.
Have you made your decision yet?
So he's officially creeped out. He tries to keep it cool, but he's definitely heading for the exit now. The radio's now silent, not static like before when no signal was coming in though.
Looks like a bunch of people are on this same quest as me.
Incline of the meadow, which was a bit difficult because of the slippery mud.
Because just a few minutes ago, nobody was killing these bitches.
One more time, and he hears,
"Time's up. We're coming."
So the man is now in full freak-out mode. His adrenaline's going, he jams the power button on the radio, switches the pickup truck into 4-wheel low, and guns it out of there. He gets up the incline, but now he can see that all 5 guys are in the tree line of the meadow, and they are glaring at him. So he just continues to forward all the way off that road, and just in time to see the sun deep below the horizon. Drive home, thankfully, was uneventful after that, but he's never returned to that area ever since. Hello everyone and welcome to Scary Interesting. Today's video covers 3 people who suffered some of the worst fates you can imagine. The final story is a particularly tragic ordeal, so viewer discretion is advised. Yellowstone National Park is a national park in the United
Let's
States.
see.
and is famous
Wait
for
for
its
it to
wildlife,
collect the sentry's
diversity,
charge
and features.
within 30 yards or
Yellowstone is
less.
something called the Yellowstone caldera, which is actually the largest volcanic system in all of North America. The magma chamber that is underneath Yellowstone is thought to be a single
Well, then
massive
don't kill it.
chamber that is 37 miles
We're
long,
waiting.
18 miles wide, and 3 to 6
Dummy.
miles deep. At some point, this chamber is expected to erupt like it has at least 3 times in history and decimate most of North America. This caldera is responsible for much of the geothermal activity visible on the surface and manifests as geysers.
I'd use a health potion for this,
In
but
fact, one of the most famous geysers in the entire world is located here, known as Old Faithful, because it erupts a jet of water every 60 to 90 minutes.
should
The
be
hot springs in the park
collecting
are warmed
whatever
by
this
geothermal
is.
activity and can range from
Are you doing the thing,
to
brother?
bubbling cauldrons of steam and boiling water. Most of
It
them
says
are hotter
wait
than
for
a
it to
very hot
collect.
bath, and
Use the
many of
golem
them
control
are
unit in your
water
bags.
and
Kill
boiling,
lightning sentries
literally
with the
boiling.
depleted war
Since
golem out.
1870, 22
And then
people have
wait.
died in the
Oh,
park
okay.
with hot springs from either accidentally falling in or
So I do gotta
falling
kill him
in,
first.
except for one. On July 20th, 1981, 24-year-old David Allen Kerwin was driving through Yellowstone in an area known as Fountain Paint Pod Thermal Area. This is an area that has a bunch of brightly colored blue, green, and orange hot springs that range from hot to boiling.
Uh-oh.
He was driving with his friend Ronald Ratliff and Ronald's dog.
Did that
Lucy.
work?
At around 1 p.m., they parked in one of the visitor areas so they could get out and check out the colorful hot springs.
I don't think that
As they were
worked,
getting
man.
out, Moosey managed to jump out of the truck and took off towards the hot springs and immediately
See,
jumped
use
right
the
into
golem
pool
control.
known as
Kill
the Celestial
lightning
Pool.
sentries.
Moosey
Oh, that's
immediately
not
started
this.
yelping in pain from
It's
the water
those
because the
guys. Shit, I'm an
Celestial Pool
idiot.
he had jumped into has been measured at just a few degrees below boiling. David and Ronald sprinted over to the pool and got to the edge and called to Moosey, but in his panic, Moosey wasn't able to swim over to them. So, David decided that he couldn't just stand by and let Moosey die, and so he got ready to jump in the water after him. Some other visitors to the park noticed that he looked like he was going to jump in and tried to warn him not to jump because of how hot the water was. But David was determined to save Moosey, and so he brushed them off, took 2 steps back, and then dove in head first into the boiling water. He swam out to
Oh,
Moosey
really?
in almost boiling water, and when he got him, he grabbed him and began swimming back to shore, but before he made it back, he slipped under the water. He ended up having to let go of Moosey and swam back to the edge.
Wait, who was Moosey?
When he got to the edge, he was already so weak that he could barely make it out, and Ronald had to help him out. In that brief second helping him out, Ronald even suffered at second-degree burns, pulling him out of the water.
Who was
Some other
Moosey?
visitors helped David to the sidewalk, and reality had begun to sink in, and David would even say, quote, "That was stupid. How bad am I? That was a stupid thing I did." Exposure to the boiling water had left David blind and with third-degree burns on 100% of his entire body.
Jesus.
The visitors then tried to help David get his shoes off, and in doing so, most of the skin peeled off of his foot.
Oh,
In fact,
shit.
The skin was peeling off
Really?
most of his body. He was eventually taken to Salt Lake City Hospital, but died the following morning from his burns. Unfortunately, Moosey wouldn't survive either. Although David acted bravely to try to save Moosey, ultimately it was a decision that cost him his life. In the history of the park,
That's sad, man.
visitors have gotten have been from saving pets that have accidentally gone into the boiling pools.
Oh, it was a
Because,
pet.
as beautiful as they are to look at, these pools are also extremely dangerous.
Yeah, brother, I wouldn't. Fuck, man. It would have been hard for me not to go in after my pups as well. Like, for real. Like, I would have to. Like, yeah, man, there's no part of me that wouldn't go in after my dogs if they jumped in. I just could not do it. I would have to. I would have to. Even if it killed me, man, I'd have to do it.
All of a sudden, these giant pallets of tuna cans started rolling into the machine and blocked him at the back of the machine where he was doing the repair. Jose would have likely called out to the person who rolled the pallets in, but because of how loud it was in the factory, they weren't able to hear him. Then, Jose would have heard the horrifying sound of the door of the machine closing. What had happened was that his coworkers thought that he had gone to the bathroom and didn't realize he was inside the machine. Not thinking that anyone was in there, they then loaded all of the tuna cans in order to sterilize them, because the machine that Jose was working on and that his coworkers had just blocked him into was actually a giant pressure cooker. Inside
No way.
When the door closed, Jose would have known that there was no way for his coworkers to know that he was in there. Then, even worse than the sound of the door closing, Jose probably would have heard the horrifying
you
sound
bitch.
of the giant industrial oven turning on to sterilize all of the cans blocking him in. Over the next 2 hours,
Nah, I'm locked into combat on that motherfucker's tag.
and cooked Jose alive. Later on, one of the managers of the factory started asking around about Jose's whereabouts and even made an announcement over the loudspeaker. But it wasn't until the oven was reopened and the tuna was pulled out that they found Jose's body. In the aftermath of the event, Bumblebee Foods agreed to pay $6 million for violating a number of safety rules. In addition to the fine paid by Bumblebee Foods, 2 managers at the facility were fined $30,000 each for not following procedures that also contributed to Jose's death.
Yeah, man, you really should check those, like, make sure there's nobody in there.
In Bogota, there is a mountain known as the Nevado del Ruiz that stands a staggering 17,500 feet. Nevado del Ruiz.
That's sad, dude. That's sad.
Because it isn't an ordinary mountain. It is actually a volcano.
I just keep thinking about that dude jumping in after his dog. Like,
In 1845, when the volcano last
I would do it too in a heartbeat.
people were killed in the valleys nearby. Over the years since then, the volcano began to show signs that it might erupt once again. These started off with just some small steam releases and then the occasional tremor, but then in September of 1985, the tremors from the mountain became so powerful that officials started to create evacuation plans for the nearby villages. By October, they had created a hazard map to distribute to the residents to show where debris might land or where lava flows might occur in the
Oh, man, we're so close to 76. I can't believe it's taken me this long. Like, I should have actually already been 80 if I had just been taking this seriously earlier.
Lava flows because the volcano had been dormant for so long. In one of
Like, there was so many things that have just thrown me off from being on time with my levels. Especially just not being able to pretty much play the whole day of launch.
She lived with her father, Alvera, who was a rice farmer.
Because if it wasn't for not being able to play the whole day of launch, I would have been 78 right now and working towards, or I would have been 77 right now working towards 78, and then I'd have been working towards 80 tomorrow.
A volcanologist by the name of Bernard Chouette noticed these earthquakes and tried to alarm his colleagues that these were signs of an eruption. Then, at 9:08 p.m., Nevado del Ruiz erupted, sending rocks and debris more than 30 kilometers into the atmosphere. The eruption created a cloud of superheated gas that melted snow and ice at the summit of the mountain. This then combined with rocks
Jesus, look at that.
4 thick mud flows known as lahars that sped down the mountain into the nearby valleys at around 6 meters per second.
I don't know how fast that is, but I'm guessing it's fast.
50 meters wide and 2 meters deep. One of these lahars headed straight for Armero. Just before 11:30 p.m., the electrical grid was knocked out in the town and the residents were in complete.
Take the elevator down to the bottom floor, use the golem control unit, use UMP2 to remove his invulnerability, and stun, gamble his pet, spam charge, smash 1 to kill him. Okay.
Most of the buildings in their wake. At some point during this destruction, the home of Omaira Sanchez was struck by a lahar, destroying it instantly and crushing her father and aunt. Omaira survived the initial impact, but the concrete foundation of the home had landed on her, pinning her in place.
Oh.
Worse, the lahar was mixed with water that left a flood as it passed through, so Omaira was stuck almost neck deep in water. For a variety of reasons, the rescue operation didn't start until a few hours after the town had been struck. This left many of the residents who were still alive stuck trapped under debris and mud in horrible conditions before rescuers started to arrive.
Oh, Lord.
Omaira also had debris that had landed around her when her house had collapsed. In the first hours of being stuck, she was able to move some of the debris off of her in order for her to be seen by rescuers when they arrived on scene. When rescuers did find her, it took almost the entire day after the eruption to clear enough debris in order
Come on, bro. Go down. Go down. Go down. Go down.
When they were able to reach her, they were able to assess the situation and found that the debris that was pinning her in place was essentially a concrete wall. This made it almost impossible for them to just pull her out of the water without breaking her legs.
Okay.
The first journalist to arrive on the scene
Let's remove and stun the ambulance pets.
Despite
Okay.
the awful situation that she was in. At times she was scared and cried, but at other times she was hopeful and prayed. As she waited to be rescued, she ate sweet foods and drank soda and would sing to the journalists on scene after agreeing to do some interviews. Over the next day, rescuers tried a bunch of different things to get Omaira out from under the rubble. When they tried just pulling on her, the water splashed around and made it difficult for her to breathe, and so they placed a tire around her to keep her afloat. Divers then went into the water where she was pinned to assess the situation and found that horrifically, before being crushed, her aunt had wrapped her arms around Omaira's legs. They also found that the debris that was pinning her in place would require heavy equipment to be lifted up.
Jesus.
The effects of gangrene and hypothermia had begun to set in, and Omaira began to hallucinate. It was on this day that journalist Frank Fournier arrived in Armero to conditions much worse than he could have ever imagined.
Oh, I got a hearth.
Many of the people who had been trapped
How do I...
were still trapped 2 days later. Instead of an organized
No way.
he arrived to
Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I've got a hearth. I've got a hearth. I've got a hearth. This is gonna crush me. Don't crush me. Don't crush me. Don't crush me. Please don't crush me. Please don't crush me. Please, 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 please. Don't crush me. Don't crush me. Don't crush me.
Colombian government was
Your boy about got crushed for a second. That was almost bad.
Some reports show that none of Colombia's 100,000 person army or 65,000 person police force were dispatched to join the rescue. But the government claims that the conditions were simply too difficult to reach the town in time. They lacked the resources and equipment to mobilize effectively across the vast swaths of mud that stretch for miles.
I'm so close.
On the third day, as
like a few quests off
he was greeted by a
from 76.
And led him to an unknown location. When Frank arrived, he was met with the sight of 13.
I feel like I've got quests to turn on. I've only got 2.
As her condition worsened, her face had swelled, her hands had whitened, and her eyes had turned a deep red.
When did I get these dungeon quests?
That doctors determined that in order to free her, they would need to amputate
Back
her
the wrong
legs,
key.
but because they lacked the necessary equipment for her to survive a double amputation, it was ultimately decided that the most humane option was to let her die. And so, at approximately 10:05 a.m. on November 16th, roughly 60
That's sad, man.
trapped, Omaira Sanchez passed away from either gangrene or hypothermia. Shortly before her death that morning, Frank took this
Look at her eyes.
as a way of reporting her courage and her suffering in her horrible 3-day ordeal. Omaira's brother would
Dude,
survive
if
the
I'm
rescue,
ever
but
stuck in a
his mother,
situation
who
like
was
that,
at the time
strangle me. Strangle me, dude. That's better, like, put me out. Shoot some heroin straight into my neck. You know, hit me with some morphine. Put me down, dude. Just put me down.
remains the worst natural disaster in Colombia's history.
As soon as I'm, like, hallucinating and no longer able to, you know, fight,
It's always cool to
like,
hear some of the
just
stories of those
put
who've
me
developed
down, man.
personal connections to some of these events. So if you do, let me know down in the comments what they are. I try to read almost all of them. If you want to support the channel, the best way to do that is to like the video and drop a comment down.
Almost all of them. How many comments are you getting, brother? You got 344,000 subscribers. 2,200 comments. I mean, that's not a lot. You could read all of them. It'd be tough, but you could do it. If you, like, picked one day to read them all.
The state of Iowa is home to a conservation area
Okay.
in Maquoketa Cave State Park. This park
I must have done some turn-ins before I was supposed
trail
to.
system links the caves, cave formations, and overlooks together to create a unique hiking experience for visitors. Most of the caves in the area are accessible by anyone, but there are a few caves that are recommended for advanced cavers only. Many of these limestone caves once had large stalactites hanging from the ceiling and stalagmites rising from the floor, but over the years, souvenir robbers have slowly removed all of the natural formations. One day, a group of friends was visiting the Maquoketa Cave.
Katavari, he's still in Grizzly Hills, level 75.
The entrance to this cave was
I feel like I've done all of Grizzly Hills.
15-meter belly crawl. The most experience of the group.
How has he not done all of Grizzly Hills already? He's been here longer than I have.
Meters tall and about 4 meters across. As he was waiting for the others to crawl through, he was looking around and just examining.
Only one I didn't do was that one.
Horrified.
Basically, I'm gonna have group and dungeon quests left to do.
Caught him off guard and kind of freaked him out.
Looks like maybe some other random ones.
100 big spiders hanging from the ceiling in this little room with egg sacs all around them. He called to his friends and told them about the spiders and told them.
I'm guessing it's about time for me to go to Zul'Jurek.
Wearier of spiders than he was, and started asking a bunch of questions about them as they crawled, like how big are they, what color are they furry? And he responded by saying,
This is just such a great add-on, man. Like, having the flight times and everything on it. I mean, that's just amazing.
One of his two friends responded and said, "Really? Do they have a small pattern on their back, sort of like a violin?"
I still don't know if it was worth $20, but I would 15 would have made more sense.
Looks up the ceiling briefly and visibly shudders from all
the 10 would have been realistic, but 15, for the greedy. 20 is a little like, come on, brother.
Get out
but
of the cave right now. They all jumped back into the opening and crawled as fast as they could. It had taken them about 20 minutes to get into the cave, and it only took them about 3 minutes to get all the way back out.
I hope he's actually taking me to Light's Breach like I asked.
To the friend who screamed to get out, confused, and he would go on to say that those were.
Where is Light's Breach? Is that up in Zul'Jurek?
Poisonous spiders in all of North
America. It is. It is very nice.
Into was a brown recluse lair. If you get bitten by a brown recluse, you go through excruciating pain for days, and your skin can become necrotic. After that incident, they would never enter another cave with cobwebs covering the entrance again.
Yeah, I would say not.
Lake Nyos is a crater lake in the northwest region of the country of Cameroon. A crater lake is a lake that has formed in the crater of where a volcanic eruption occurred at some point. After the eruption,
Jesus, look at that.
In the ground from where the contents of the eruption were ejected into the atmosphere. This then fills with water either from rain or from water under the surface of the earth to form a lake. On August 21st, 1986, the normally blue water in the lake turned a deep red, and then a 100-foot column of water and foam formed at the surface of the lake. This triggered
I remember this.
At least 25 meters that swept the shore on one side of the lake, that knocked down trees and caused the water level in the lake to drop by about a meter. The reason that the water had turned red is because some unknown event caused iron-rich water from deep in the lake to rise to the surface, causing it to oxidize when coming into contact with the oxygen from the air. At the same time, over 100,000 tons of carbon dioxide gas was released from the water at nearly 100 kilometers an hour. In addition, carbon dioxide is about 1.5 times heavier than air, and so it doesn't just float away, it'll actually descend along the ground and displace the lighter air around it as it moves. A few kilometers away from the lake, in a village named Saboum, a man named Joseph Nikwain was inside of his home, going about his day, when he began to smell something terrible. Then he heard his daughter, sleeping nearby, begin to snore loudly and abnormally. He went to go over to her to say something, but then he realized he couldn't speak. A second after that, he collapsed on the ground and went unconscious. Joseph,
dude, I'm so close.
4:30 p.m. and
think if after I do and turn in these quests, that should put me into 76.
To wake up his daughter, thinking she was still sleeping, but tragically, she was dead. He tried to cry out, but no breath would come out. Joseph ran out of his house and began to check around the neighborhood and found that everyone, all of his neighbors, were also dead. He would eventually come upon one friend whose family had died as well, and the two of them left the town and traveled to the hospital in the country's capital. Unbeknownst to Joseph,
what am I doing here?
Had been released from Lake Nyos nearby, had descended from the lake onto nearby villages and displaced all of the air and suffocated people and livestock within up to 25 kilometers from the lake. The carbon dioxide was also mixed with sulfur and hydrogen dioxide, explaining the smell, residue, and sores. In total, 1,746 people were killed in what is known as a limnic eruption that scientists believe was caused by a landslide.
These can be used 10 at a time for various Drakari troll good shrines to gain their blessings. For rep. Okay. Yep. We're probably going to need those.
The pressure difference at the lake's surface caused all of the carbon dioxide to dissolve out of the water and create the deadly gas cloud that killed all of those people. Since the incident, degassing tubes have been inserted.
So what is this? Unlocks a Drakari shackle.
Safe levels. Hopefully, this will prevent any future tragedies. In the last years of the Soviet Union, a 29-year-old man named Vyacheslav worked as a prosecutor in Russia's Smolensk region. By his own admission, he used his position as a prosecutor to have power over the locals in the area he was living. Despite holding the position as a prosecutor and using this authority to manipulate the
I like this. This is fun, putting out fires. Brah!
One day, after finally boredom and dissatisfaction he was feeling, he grabbed a knife from the store he was in and began stabbing.
I'm a fireman.
After killing the bookkeeper, he turned on the cashier of the store he was in and began stabbing her too. After she was dead, he stole the money from the cash register and left the store.
I mean, don't get me wrong, fucking starting fires is fun, but putting them out is so satisfying.
He was arrested and then sentenced to death by firing squad. On the day he was scheduled to be executed, a prison official came to his cell and told him his life would be spared because after the fall of the Soviet Union, Russia had decided to instate a moratorium on all executions. Vyacheslav was so relieved that he became devoutly religious from that day forward. However, despite not being executed, he would now be transferred to Russia's notorious prison number OE-256/5, known locally as Patak Prison. Located in the Vologda region, Patak Prison is known as Russia's Alcatraz because it is just a small prison on the Ogneny Ostrov Island in White Lake. Similar to Alcatraz, this prison was created to hold Russia's most dangerous criminals, and so far, not a single prisoner has managed to escape from its walls.
Jesus.
In the words of one of the guards, if they dig, they hit water. If they swim, the guards will shoot them. In the summer, temperatures can reach 40
If they swim, the guards will shoot them. So it's not impossible like Alcatraz is. Alcatraz, if they try to swim, they'll literally like drown or whatever.
On top of that, the entire island is covered in a barbed wire fence. To make things worse, each inmate is held in a two-man room for 22 and a half hours per day, 365 days of the year.
Which, honestly, I bet at this point, we probably have places that are much worse than Alcatraz. We probably have some, like, deep underground fucking, like, you know, full-blown skyscraper underground, like, crazy shit. After seeing those $100 million houses, man, there's no way we don't have some crazy shit like that.
After that, their personalities literally
Like, there's no way we don't have some, like, crazy underground bunkers.
outside of their cell is spent in a small outdoor cage just big enough to stand and pace back and forth. Once they return back to their cell, their toilet is just a metal bucket and their bed is just a wooden plank. They also have limited access to other basic amenities like showers, which is a major contributor to the fact that half the inmates in the prison have tuberculosis. If a prisoner dies in the prison, they are taken to a small graveyard nearby and buried in the presence of one or two of the guards and no one else. Even worse,
Interesting.
if they misbehave, they are sent to special punishment cells, which are just small dark rooms where they are kept for 15 days. During this time, they aren't allowed books, and during the day, their bed has to be stowed away so they either have to stand or sit on a tiny wooden perch just a few inches wide.
That bastard can fly.
The crimes that these men have committed, the 193 inmates that are serving life sentences at Patak Prison are truly living in one of the scariest places on Earth. Hello everyone and welcome to Scary Interesting. My name is Sean and I just wanted to
Alright, we got one more.
I hope you enjoyed it.
There we go.
I also wanted to say hello to all of the new subscribers. The response in the last couple of days has honestly been pretty overwhelming, and some of the comments you guys have left have just been unbelievably nice. I also wanted to thank
This guy's like another Mr. Ballin, but he's got different kinds of stories.
I'm currently still trying to figure out the exact right format for this channel, and I'm hoping to nail that down with each subsequent video. With that said, similar to the comments I've pinned on some of the videos, I am curious to hear what format you guys prefer. So option 1 would be narration over pictures and videos, and option 2 would be me on camera with pictures and video interspersed. Once YouTube updates my channel and I get access to polls, I'm going to post a formal poll to get a better idea of what the split is. Finally, if you have any story suggestions, you can
I mean, I'm cool with either, man. Like, it's about all the same, really. You want to be on camera, homie. You don't want to be on camera, then don't be on camera.
And hopefully I will see you in the next one. In today's video, we're going to go over 3 open water diving incidents that really highlight just how poorly adapted humans are to deep water and to water in general. And not only are we not well adapted, but everything else, including predators, is
Find a group for killing rage main.
If you have thalassophobia, this video might give you serious anxiety. For everyone else,
Dude, where are all the people to kill? I just need to free 2 more sons of bitches.
Often regarded as one of the tastiest of the shellfish, lobsters are also one of the most expensive. Historically, they were considered a food that only commoners ate due to their availability and poor quality. In fact, when their population was larger, they frequently washed up on shore, making them one of the easier foods
Brother,
to
you
catch.
think I'm letting you
But because of
loot
their
all
slow
these,
growth,
you're
their
wrong.
population has dwindled to just a fraction of what it was due to overfishing. They're also a
Dude,
bit
get
more
the fuck
difficult to
out of
keep
here
in
with
general,
that, brother.
difficult to store to be kept safe to eat by modern
I need
food
one
standards.
more. Fuck off.
There are some modern mass farming methods to catch them, like trolling with
Fuck
nets
you,
and using lobster
dude.
pots, but there are certain lobsters that are still caught commercially the old-fashioned way. Certain lobsters, like slipper lobsters, prefer the crevices of caves and reefs, and so they are frequently caught by scuba divers with hand nets. The scuba divers will literally walk along the bottom of the ocean and then find and catch the lobsters by hand. On June 11th, 56-year-old lobster diver Michael Packard was fishing off of Provincetown, Massachusetts. His first dive of the day had gone poorly and yielded almost nothing, so at around 8 a.m. he dropped into the water once again to a depth of about 15 meters. But then just before he touched down on the ocean floor,
Alright, that's literally all I needed, you asshole.
he'd been hit by a truck, and then everything went dark. For a split second, Michael thought he'd been attacked by a great white shark because nothing else could possibly be that big. Then he felt around and realized that it was all soft muscle around him. That's when he realized he was in a whale.
Alright, now we need a group for Rage Main.
Thankfully, he still had all of his scuba gear on, so he waited anxiously, not knowing whether he'd soon be crushed or if the whale would realize he wasn't food. About 30 or 40 seconds later, he felt the whale shake side to side, and then he started to see light. Then he saw bubbles all around him as the whale surfaced and spat him out. The last he saw of it was its massive tail dipping back below the water surface. Although he was shaken, he was thankful to be alive. Also on the surface was the
Why is my general
Nicholas Wood,
chat
who watched
just...
this entire thing unfold. According to the captain of the boat, Michael came flying out of the
What the
water
hell happened to my
and
general
landed
chat?
on his back. They quickly pulled him on board, thinking he had broken his leg, and then rushed him to the hospital, where they determined that it was only a dislocated knee. Other than that, he just had some bruises
Hey,
on his
what-
legs,
what
and
is this
thankfully
quest
had no
called?
signs of any air embolism from surfacing so quickly. He was released by the end of the day and returned to diving the following week. The whale that swallowed him was a humpback whale which can grow to be as much as 50 feet long and 36 tons and don't eat humans. In fact, this behavior is basically unheard of. It's thought that the whale mistook the bubbles from his scuba gear as a school of fish and then opened its massive mouth like it normally does to use as a net. Thankfully, once it realized he wasn't a fish, it spit him back out again. In October of 2003, 26-year-olds Tina and Gabe had a wonderful wedding in Birmingham, Alabama. For their honeymoon, they wanted to do something adventurous, and so just 2 days after they were married, they hopped on a plane to Sydney, Australia to do some sightseeing. After spending a few days in Sydney, they left
Mistweaver healing in retail is super fun. Like, it's such a fun healer. It's just a little more work than what I'm willing to put in.
By the time it arrived at 2 a.m., the couple was asleep in their bunk, resting for the dive the following day. Then at 9 a.m. on the 22nd, Tina and Gabe joined the crew and the other divers on deck to be briefed about the equipment and the dive route. Tina and Gabe both brought everything they needed except for a set of air tanks they would get from the excursion crew members. Once they were suited up and ready to go, they hopped into the water with a group of 4 other divers to explore the wreck. But just a few minutes later, they swam back up to the boat because Gabe's dive computer didn't seem to be working right. He ended up pulling the battery out and repositioning it, at which point it started working properly, and then the two of them jumped back in the water. The shipwreck they were exploring was an early 1900s passenger boat that sank off the coast and has since become a popular diving location. It's located near a section of the Great Barrier Reef and rests between 30 and 16 meters deep. This means that it's accessible by recreational divers. After entering the water, the couple planned to travel down the anchor line, then swim across the upper section of the wreck, and then ascend a second anchor line back up to the surface. But moments later, Gabe was back up at the surface, and this time, Tina wasn't with him. Gabe called out asking for help retrieving her, and then one of the crew members jumped into the water to go find her. The crew member eventually found her lying lifelessly along the
Brother, you don't want to attack this guy right now.
Unfortunately, despite trying to resuscitate her for 45 minutes, Tina couldn't be revived. This was obviously an incredibly tragic incident for a couple on their honeymoon. One second they were in love and ready to spend the rest of their lives together, and the next moment they were torn apart. However, upon beginning an investigation into the incident, things started to not add up. First, everyone on the boat was an experienced diver except for Tina. This dive is also known as a red dive.
And brother, why'd you fucking pull that?
The strong current in the water in that area. Red dives are typically only recommended for advanced divers. Investigators questioned Gabe about why they
You should have let me swap the fucking
turned down an orientation session, or why they turned down having a guide with them during their trip. That in itself isn't necessarily suspicious. People are overconfident in their abilities all the time. What was suspicious was Gabe's behavior and his retelling of the events. According to Gabe, the couple realized how difficult the dive was almost immediately upon entering the water. The current was really strong, so Tina signaled to him that she wanted to go back up.
Shit, dude.
Gabe signaled to her to inflate her buoyancy device so that they could float back up, but when she tried to inflate it, nothing happened. Instead, Gabe claims to have grabbed a hold of her and started pulling her, but while doing so, she accidentally knocked the mask off his face. He let go of her to fix it, and then when he could see again, Tina was 10 feet below him and sinking fast. And although she had her arms up trying to reach for him, Gabe couldn't get to her in time.
That druid was just a little early on the pull, man. If he would have just taken a second.
This explanation is that not only was Gabe open water certified, but he was also an advanced diver, a rescue diver, and a specialty diver. This meant that it was weird that he wouldn't have been able to help her. He could have helped her inflate her buoyancy device, or, after she sank, gone to give her air. What was also suspicious was that there were inconsistencies in each of his retellings of the event. During the investigation, he would also ask to have his dive computer returned to him. This wrist-worn device tracks all the events of a dive, like depth and time. And when police refused to return the dive computer, Gabe got upset and argued with police and even asked for it a second time. It was later revealed that the account he gave seemed to contradict what the dive computer showed. His story also contradicted what other divers had seen that day. Upon examining Tina's body and equipment, the evidence was even more suspicious. It was determined that Tina had drowned.
I can't eat here.
Her mouth. Her tank was also still completely
It's
filled,
annoying that I
her
can't eat.
had no faults. Based on all this information, this is the sequence of events a prosecution would later put forward. After re-entering the water,
Alright, the druids are gonna have to, you know, do their
it
thing.
was actually described as though Gabe was bear hugging Tina.
Look at that in the prototype, man.
Gabe turned
Flex,
off her air
dude.
valve
Flex.
and held her until she suffocated. After that, he turned her air back on and then watched as she sank to the bottom. His dive computer seemed to corroborate this because the ascent that you'd expect would be much quicker than what was actually recorded, indicating that he might have lingered to ensure that she was actually dead. In addition to this, supposedly, his dive computer had beeped before changing the battery. This wouldn't have happened had it not been functioning properly. It's thought that he had used this as an excuse to get Tina away from the other divers. The final piece of the story was a motive. Why would a newlywed husband have any reason to get rid of his wife? Why not just not marry her? Well, apparently according to Tina's father, Tina had mentioned to him that shortly before getting married, Gabe had asked her to increase her company's life insurance policy to the maximum amount and make him the sole beneficiary. In Australia, Gabe pled guilty to manslaughter and was sentenced to 12 months and a
There goes Doomers.
After serving that amount, he was deported to the US, where he was arrested and charged again. However, this case was thrown out by the judge due to a lack of evidence. It was also revealed that the prosecution's own witness, who was a diving expert, had changed his mind in the later stages of the proceedings. New evidence came to light that Gabe's experience was less than what everyone initially thought. The course that Gabe had taken was half the length of a regular course, and he had no
Yeah, honestly, there really just never seems to be a reason to use Fireball anymore. Like, why would you ever use Fireball whenever you can just use Frostfire, you know, and get the dot that way for less mana? It just seems smarter. Even if it is less dot damage or less overall damage, it doesn't matter. It's not going to be enough to really, you know, cause a problem.
Left on Tina's grave kept getting vandalized or disappearing entirely. This kept happening even after changing.
Dude, we are right on the brink. We're about to hit 76.
Police recorded a video of Gabe removing the items with bolt cutters and throwing them in the garbage. It was so bad that he was later given a court order to stay away from her grave. But in recent years, in re-examining the case, it seems as though many diving experts are of the opinion that this was simply a case of individuals who should not have been in the position they were in, and their lack of experience ultimately led to a preventable death.
Woot.
However, Gabe's later
Let's see if they start spamming, bro, after I dinged on right there. I can't tell, man. Everybody just, I can't tell why they're spamming it.
Most of his adult life in Brooklyn, New York, where he worked as a prop technician in film and television. Some of the more notable pieces he worked on included Gossip Girl and The Chappelle Show. He also had some aspirations of becoming a writer and an actor, and even starred in the independent film Exist. He was also a great athlete and a bit of a daredevil. This would eventually
Everybody's
lead him to
getting
take up
fucking
freediving,
attuned,
but only
man.
12
It's killing my soul. I want to do all this attunement shit too.
his decision to compete, he got very good very quickly. Within a year's time, he won the Deja Blue competition in the
What is attune? Is that a fucking add-on?
as well, and wanted to place third at the Caribbean Cup. Then after that, he took bronze at the World Championships in Greece. At just 32 years old and still new to the sport, he was the first American to break 100 meters,
Shit, what am I doing?
328 feet of depth in the constant weight with fins category. Later that year, he was looking to compete again in what is considered.
I need to add Curse Forge onto those apps that show up whenever I
occurs at Dean's
open this.
which is a 200-meter or 656-foot deep sinkhole. The entrance to the sinkhole starts fairly narrow, but then opens up to be 100 meters wide, deeper in the water. In fact, this sinkhole is the deepest known sinkhole on Earth, making it perfect for freediving competitions. In that year's competition, there were going to be 34 athletes from 16 countries that would be participating in 3 separate diving categories. First is constant weight with fins. This is where divers swim down using
Oh, that's sad. Oh, damn, look at all the updates.
except for switching from
Jesus.
descent. The second is known as free immersion. This is where divers
Attune.
use the line itself to pull themselves down, but they're not allowed to use fins. And the final and most challenging is constant weight.
What is
with
this
fins.
attune?
This is the same as the first category, but without the use of fins to help swim.
Oh, wow, what is
Swim
this?
as deep as you can on a single breath hold, and divers are so good at this that dives lasting 3 minutes or more are common. And bear in mind that there's
Wow, I did not know about this.
On the Friday of the competition, Nicholas attempted to break the national record for free immersion, which was 96 meters, but something went
Wow,
wrong.
okay,
He had
that's
to
gonna be
jump to the
great.
surface. When he did resurface, there was blood dripping from his mouth, and he was furious and cursing. On his way down, he thought he had blown out his eardrum and would therefore no longer be allowed to compete.
Jesus.
Thankfully for Nicholas, it wasn't blown out, he just had some minor upper respiratory squeeze, and he could continue competing. This is a condition where some of the capillaries burst at depth because of the pressure and is fairly common in freediving. Usually it just results in a bloody nose and isn't that serious, so divers can continue. On Sunday, he was going to try to attempt a different record in the constant weight without fins category, where he would try to get to 72 meters without any fins. Now it's maybe worth contextualizing exactly how deep and challenging this is. The average swimming pool is around 8 feet or 2.4 meters deep. An Olympic swimming pool is 10 feet or 3 meters deep. And Nicholas would attempt to swim 72 meters or 236 feet deep on a single breath hold. At around noon, just before his attempt, he was lying in the water on his back with his feet propped up on a noodle, trying to relax as much as possible. This would help him to slow his heart rate and his metabolism so he would use less oxygen. Shortly after that, he took a big breath and then sipped as much additional air as he could to pack his lungs to their maximum. Then at 12:25, he put his head under the water and started his descent. On the surface, his progress was monitored and announced to anxious onlookers.
Failed to delete add-on? I mean, I guess realistically, I don't even need Questy anymore, but...
Freedivers can descend and ascend so quickly
Alright,
without
let's reload and take a look at this attune
because the gases
add-on.
that divers breathe are under intense pressure, whereas freedivers take their breath hold on the surface before descending. This means that the volume of gas will be the same when they resurface.
It's crazy how many add-ons I use.
Freediving still comes with a bunch of other physiological.
Would you like Attune to announce Geezer's achievements in guild chat? Well, I don't know if I want it to really announce my achievements, but maybe my attunements.
Hold their breath for as long as they do, because breath holding is determined by a combination of factors. First, there's how much air you can actually hold in your lungs. There's also how much your energy consumption.
I mean, I guess fine, sure, go ahead.
As possible before a dive. Another factor is how well you utilize the oxygen you consume, so divers have to be very cardiovascularly fit. And finally, divers simply need to be able to tolerate high
Okay, so that's Molten Core.
To practice this, divers will
Technically, I'm not even attuned to Blackwing or Nax.
the intense desire to breathe.
That's interesting.
Nicholas was no stranger to any of this. He calmly swam down to 15
Keys.
30 meters, 45
Cholo Mance. I was getting there, I guess.
He seemed to hesitate. He stopped breathing,
Alright,
and then it looked as though
so
he was going to ascend, and then just moments later, he seemed to change his mind and
Keys.
back down to the record.
Burning Crusade. Wrath of the Lich King.
Unfold realized that this would be a very challenging ascent. It would have been tough even without
Okay, so I got a little bit farther to go on whatever this is, the Wrath Gate.
After Nicholas first dipped his head under the water, he reemerged.
Oh dear, I haven't even started.
In order for a dive to
I haven't even started. I have Eternity. I haven't even started. I have to reach level 80 first.
They sort of gurgled out, and then he tipped backward in the water He was
That's
immediately
really nice though. I like that Attune stuff a lot.
Right away, the physician could tell that there was something wrong with Nicholas.
Honestly, man, I don't know. I don't really want to push this any farther today.
His pulse was also very faint, and then within 15 minutes, it disappeared entirely. The team quickly cut off his wetsuit and then went right into CPR. He was also given 3 shots of adrenaline in the span of just over an hour while they tried desperately to revive him. When they were unable to revive him, they quickly took him on a stretcher to a nearby hospital. Unfortunately, despite their best efforts, he was pronounced dead at 1:44 p.m. The cause of death was determined to be severe pulmonary edema. Another thing that occurs at depth is a fluid redistribution from the extremities to the vital organs. This can cause blood and fluid to pool in the lung capillaries. Fluid can then leak through the capillaries.
Say bye to all the guildies, even though I know, none of them really give a fuck. But it's all good.
The hypoxia that can result can be fatal. Nicholas Mavoli was unfortunately the first athlete to die in competition in the 21-year history of Vertical Blue. Welcome to Scary Interesting. If you made it this far, I just want to thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video,
that's been fun. Honestly, I think my stream might crash, but we'll try it. Rocket League and chill. LOFI-CHILL.
Claustrophobia is an intense phobia or fear of large bodies of water. And nothing epitomizes this more than if you imagine being in the middle of the ocean, far from land, and poking your head under the water with goggles on, and seeing the vast, empty expanse of dark water thousands of feet below you.
Okay.
You have no idea how deep it is, or what lurks.
Let's swap this over to DNCA free Lo-Fi. Let's go ahead and try to get the music rolling before I open the haunted house Lo-Fi. That sounds interesting. Oh, spooky. That's super spooky. Alright, we swap over to Rocket League. And we can make this a little bit smaller since it's not really, since I'm not really doing anything. If I actually